His most prized collection had been his snow globes. Every road trip, every flight, every time he left the house, Bill Mitchell looked for a snow globe to mark the occasion. When her father died, there was no question in the family that these would go to Faith. As a child, she had loved shaking the globes and watching the snow fall. Order into chaos. It was something Faith had shared with her father. In a rare splurge, she'd had custom shelves built for the globes, and made Jeremy so scared of breaking one that for an entire month he took the long way to the kitchen just so he didn't accidentally brush against the shelves. As she sat in the living room that morning, Faith looked up at the shelves to find that all of the 36 globes had been turned around to face the wall. Chapter 9. Sarah wondered if it was a Southern peculiarity for little children to get sick in the half hour between Sunday school and church services. Most of her early patients that morning had fallen into that golden time period. Tummy aches, earaches, general malaise, nothing that could be pinned down by a blood test or an x-ray, but was easily cured by a set of coloring books or a cartoon on the television. Around 10 o'clock, the problems had turned more serious. The cases came in rapid succession and were the kind Sarah hated because they were largely preventable. One child had eaten rat poison he'd found under the kitchen cabinet. Another had gotten third-degree burns from touching a pan on the stove. There was a teenager she'd had to forcibly commit to the lockdown ward because his first hit of marijuana had pushed him into a psychotic break. Then a 17-year-old girl had come in with her skull split open. Apparently, she was still drunk when she drove home this morning. The girl had ended up wrapping her car around a parked Greyhound bus. She was still in surgery, but Sarah guessed that even if they managed to control the swelling in her brain, she would never be the same person again. By 11, Sarah wanted to go back to bed and start the day over. Working at a hospital was a constant negotiation. The job could suck away as much of your life as you permitted. Sarah had agreed to work at Grady knowing this truth, embracing it because she didn't want a life after her husband had died. Over the last year, she'd been cutting back on her time in the ER. Keeping regular hours was a struggle, but Sarah fought the uphill battle every day. It was really a form of self-preservation. Every doctor carried around a cemetery inside them. The patients she could help, the little girl whose stomach she'd pumped, the burned toddler whose finger she'd saved, were momentary blips. It was the lost ones that Sarah remembered most. The kid who'd slowly, painfully succumbed to leukemia. The 9-year-old who'd taken 16 hours to die from antifreeze poisoning. The 11-year-old who'd broken his neck diving headfirst into a shallow swimming pool. They were all inside of her, constant reminders that no matter how hard she worked, sometimes, oftentimes, it was never enough. Sarah sat down on the couch in the doctor's lounge. She had charts to catch up on, but she needed a minute to herself. She'd gotten less than 4 hours of sleep last night. Will wasn't the direct reason her brain would not turn off. She'd kept thinking about Evelyn Mitchell and her corrupt band of brothers. The question of the woman's guilt weighed heavily on her mind. Will's words kept coming back to Sarah. Either Evelyn Mitchell was a bad boss or a dirty cop. There was no in-between. Which was probably why Sarah hadn't found the time this morning to call Faith Mitchell and check on her. Technically, Faith was Delia Wallace's patient, but Sarah felt an odd sort of responsibility for Will's partner. It tugged at her the same way Will seemed to tug at her every waking thought these days. All of the tedium, none of the pleasure. Nan, one of the student nurses, plopped down on the couch beside Sarah. She scrolled through her BlackBerry as she talked. "I want to hear all about your hot date." Sarah forced a smile onto her face. That morning, when she got to the hospital, there'd been a large bouquet of flowers waiting for her in the doctor's lounge. It seemed Dale Dugan had bought out the entire city's supply of baby's breath and pink carnations. Everyone in the ER had made a comment to Sarah before she'd even managed to change into her lab coat. They all seemed caught up in the romance of the widow being swept off her feet. Sarah told the girl, "He's very nice." "He thinks you're nice, too." Nan gave a sly grin as she typed an email. "I ran into him at the lab. He's super cool." Sarah watched the girl's thumbs move, feeling 300 years old. She couldn't remember if she'd ever been that young. Neither could she imagine Dale Dugan sitting down and having a nice gossip with this giddy young nurse. Nan finally looked up from the device. "He said you're fascinating, and that you had a great time, and that you shared a very nice kiss." "You're emailing him?" "No." She rolled her eyes. "He said that in the lab." "Great," Sarah managed. She didn't know how to deal with Dale, who was either deluded or a pathological liar. Eventually, she would have to talk with him. The flowers alone were a very bad sign. She would have to rip off the Band-Aid quickly. Still, she couldn't help wondering why the man she wanted was unavailable and the available man was unwanted. Thus continued her quest to turn her life into a television soap opera. Nan started typing again. "What do you want me to tell him that you said?" "I haven't said anything." "But you could." Sarah stood up from the couch. This was much easier when you could just slip a note into somebody's locker. "I should go get lunch while things are quiet." Instead of heading toward the cafeteria, Sarah took a left toward the elevators. She almost got mowed down by a gurney flying down the corridor. Stab wound. The knife was still sticking out of the patient's chest. EMTs screamed vitals. Doctors snapped orders. Sarah pressed the elevator down button and waited for the doors to open. The hospital had been founded in the 1890s and was housed in 4 different locations before finding its final home on Jesse Hill Jr. Drive. Constant mismanagement, corruption, and plain incompetence meant that at any given time in its storied history, the hospital was about to go under. The U-shaped building had been added onto, remodeled, torn down, and renovated so many times that Sarah was certain no one could keep count anymore. The land around the facility was sloped toward Georgia State University, which shared its parking decks with the hospital. The ambulance bays for the emergency department backed onto the interstate at what was called the Grady Curve and were a full story above the main front entrance on the side street. During Jim Crow, the hospital was called the Grady's because the white wings were on one side, looking onto the city, and the African-American wings were on the other, looking onto nothing. Margaret Mitchell had been rushed here and died 5 days later after being hit by a drunk driver on Peachtree Street. Victims from the Centennial Olympic Park bombing had been treated here. Grady was still the only Level 1 trauma center in the area. Victims with the most serious, life-threatening injuries were all flown here for treatment, which meant the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office had a satellite location to process intakes down in the morgue. At any given time, there were 2 or 3 bodies waiting for transport. When Sarah had first taken the job as Grant County coroner, she had trained at the Pryor Street Medical Examiner's Office downtown. They were constantly short-handed. She'd spent many a lunch hour making body runs to Grady. The elevator doors opened. George, one of the security guards, got off. His girth filled the hall. He had been a football player until a dislocated ankle had convinced him to pursue an alternative career path. "Dr. Linton?" He held the doors back for her. "George." He winked at her, and she smiled. A young couple was already in the car. They huddled together as the elevator moved down 1 floor. That was the other thing about working at a hospital. Everywhere you turned, you ran into someone who was having one of the worst days of their life. Maybe this was the change Sarah needed in her life. Not to sell her apartment and move into a cozy bungalow, but to return to private practice, where the only emergency during the day was deciding which pharmaceutical rep was going to buy lunch. The temperature was colder 2 stories down in the sub-basement. Sarah pulled her lab coat closed as she walked past the records department. Unlike the old days when she'd interned at Grady, there was no need to stand in line for charts. Everything was automated. A patient's information only as far away as the computerized tablets that worked on the hospital's intranet. X-rays were on the larger computer monitors in the rooms, and all medications were coded to patient armbands. As the only publicly funded hospital left in Atlanta, Grady was constantly teetering on bankruptcy. But at least it was trying to go out in style. Sarah stopped in front of the thick double doors that separated the morgue from the rest of the hospital. She waved her badge in front of the reader. There was a sudden whoosh of changing air pressure as the insulated steel doors swung open. The attendant seemed surprised to find Sarah in his space. He was as close to goth as you could get while wearing blue hospital scrubs. Everything about him announced that he was too cool for his job. His dyed black hair was pulled into a ponytail. His glasses looked like they had belonged to John Lennon. His eyeliner was something out of a Cleopatra movie. To Sarah, the paunch at his stomach and the Fu Manchu made him look more like Spike, Snoopy's brother. "You lost?" "Junior," she read off his name tag. He was young, probably Nan's age. "I was wondering if someone from the Fulton ME's office was here." "Larry. He's loading up in the back. Is there a problem?" "No, I just want to pick his brain." "Good luck finding it." A skinny Hispanic man came out of the back room. His scrubs hung on him like a bathrobe. He was around Junior's age, which was to say that he had probably been in diapers a few weeks ago. "Very funny, Jefe." He punched Junior in the arm. "What you need, Doc?" This wasn't going as planned. "Nothing. Sorry to bother you guys." She started to turn away, but Junior stopped her. "You're Dale's new lady, right? He said you were a tall redhead." Sarah bit her lip. What was Dale doing hanging around all these 10-year-olds? Junior's face broke out into a grin. "Dr. Linton, I presume?" She would have lied but for her badge hanging off her jacket, and her name embroidered over the breast pocket, and the fact that she was the only doctor with red hair working in the hospital. Larry offered, "I'd be pleased to help Dale's new squeeze." "Hells yeah," Junior chimed in. Sarah plastered a smile onto her face. "How do you two know Dale?" "B-ball, baby." Larry feigned a hoop shot. "What is the nature of your emergency?" "No emergency," she said, before realizing he was just being funny. "I had a question about the shooting yesterday." "Which one?" This time he wasn't joking. Asking about a shooting in Atlanta was like asking about the drunk at a football game. "Sherwood Forest, the officer-involved shooting?" Larry nodded. "Damn, that was freaky. Guy had a belly full of H." "Heroin?" Sarah asked. "Packed into balloons. The gunshot split him open like—" He asked Junior. "Shit, man. What are them things with sugar in 'em?" "Dipstick?" "No." "Is it chocolate?" "No, man, like in the paper straw." Sarah suggested, "Pixie sticks?" "Yeah, that's right. Dude went out on an epic high." Sarah waded through some fist-bumping between the two. "This was the Asian man?" "No, the Puerto Rican, Ricardo." He put an exotic spin on the R's. "I thought he was Mexican." "Yo, 'cause we all look alike?" Sarah didn't know how to answer him. Larry laughed. "That's cool. I'm just playing ya. Sure, he's Puerto Rican like my mom's." "Did they get a last name on him?" "No, but he got the netta tattooed on his hand." He pointed to the webbing between his thumb and index finger. "It's a heart with an N in the middle." "Netta?" Sarah had never heard the name before. "Puerto Rican gang. Crazy dudes want to break off from the U.S. My mom's was all up in that shit when we left. All, we gotta get out from the rule of the colonial oppressors." Then she gets here and she's all, I gotta get me one of them big screen plasma TVs like your Aunt Frida. Word. Another fist bump with Junior. You sure that's a gang symbol? The N inside a heart? One of 'em. Everybody who joins up has to bring in more people. Like Wiccans, Junior provided. Exactly. Lots of them drop out or move on. Ricardo there can't be big time. He don't got the fingers. Larry held up his hand again, this time with his index finger crossed in front of his middle finger. Usually looks like this, with the Puerto Rican flag around the wrist. They're all about independence. At least, that's what they say. Sarah remembered what Will had told her. I thought Ricardo had the Los Texicanos tattoo on his chest. Yeah, like I said, a lot of them drop out or move on. Brother must have moved on and up. Neta ain't got pull here like Texicanos. He hissed air through his teeth. Scary stuff, man. Them Texicanos don't screw around. Does the Emmy's office know all of this? They sent the pictures to the gang unit. Neta's the top organization in PR. They'll be in the Bible. The Gang Bible was the book used by police officers to track gang signs and movements. Was there anything on the Asian men, the other victims? One was a student, some kind of math whiz. Won all kinds of prizes or some shit. Sarah remembered Hironobu Kwan's photo from the news. I thought he was at Georgia State. State wasn't a bad school, but a math prodigy would end up at Georgia Tech. That's all I know. They're doing the other guy right now. That apartment fire got us backed up big time. 6 bodies. He shook his head. 2 dogs, man. I hate when it's dogs. Junior said, I feel you, bro. Thank you, Sarah said. Thank you both. Junior pounded the side of his fist against his chest. Be good to my man Dale. Sarah left before more fists were bumped. She dug her hand into her pocket, trying to find her cell phone as she walked down the hallway. Most of the staff carried so many electronic devices that they were all likely going to die of radiation poisoning. She had a BlackBerry she received lab reports and hospital communiques on, as well as an iPhone for personal use. Her hospital cell phone was a flip style that had previously belonged to someone with very sticky hands. 2 pagers were clipped to her coat pocket, one for the emergency department and one for the pediatrics ward. Her personal phone was slim and usually the last thing she found, which was the case this time. She scrolled through the numbers, pausing on Amanda Wagner's name, then scrolling back up to Will Trent. His phone rang twice before he picked up. Trent. Sarah was inexplicably tongue-tied by the sound of his voice. In the silence, she could hear wind blowing, the sound of children playing. He said, Hello? Hi, Will. Sorry. She cleared her throat. I was calling because I talked to someone at the ME's office, like you asked. She felt her face turning red. Like Amanda asked. He mumbled something, probably to Amanda. What'd you find out? The Texicanos victim, Ricardo? No last name as of yet, but he was probably Puerto Rican. She waited while he relayed this information to Amanda. She asked the same question Sarah had. Sarah answered, He had a tattoo on his hand for a gang, the Neta, which is in Puerto Rico. The man I talked with said Ricardo probably switched affiliations when he came to Atlanta. Again, she waited for him to tell Amanda. He also had a belly full of heroin. Heroin? His voice went up in surprise. How much? I'm not sure. The man I spoke with said the powder was packed in balloons. When Faith shot him, the heroin was released. That alone would have killed him. Will told Amanda as much, then came back on the line. Amanda says thank you for checking into this. I'm sorry there's not more. That's great what you came up with, he clarified. I mean, thank you, Dr. Linton. This is all very useful information to have. She knew he couldn't talk in front of Amanda, but she didn't want to let him go. How's it going on your end? The prison was a bust. We're standing outside Hironobu Kwan's house right now. He lived with his mother in Grant Park. He was less than 15 minutes away from Grady. The neighbor says his mother should be home soon. I guess she's probably making arrangements. She lives across the street from the zoo. We had to park about a mile away. Or, I did. Amanda made me drop her off." He finally paused for breath. "How are you doing?" Sarah smiled. He seemed to want to stay on the phone as much as she did. "Did you get any sleep last night?" "Not much. How about you?" She tried to think of something flirty to say, but settled on, "Not much." Amanda's voice was too muffled to understand, but Sarah got the tone. Will said, "So I'll talk to you later. Thank you again, Dr. Linton." Sarah felt foolish as she ended the call. Maybe she should go back up to the lounge and gossip with Nan. Or maybe she should talk to Dale Dugan and nip this in the bud before they both got any more embarrassed. Sarah took out her hospital BlackBerry and looked up Dale's email address, then started to enter it into her iPhone. She would ask him to meet her in the cafeteria so they could talk this through. Or maybe she should suggest the parking lot. She didn't want to cause more gossip than was already circulating. Up ahead, the elevator bell dinged and she caught sight of Dale. He was laughing with one of the nurses. Junior must have told him she was down here. Sarah chickened out. She opened the first door she came to, which happened to be the records department. Two older women with matching, tightly groomed perms sat behind desks piled with charts. They were typing furiously on their computer keyboards and barely looked up at Sarah. One of them asked, "Help you?" turning the page on the chart open beside her. Sarah stood there, momentarily unsure of herself. She realized that somewhere, in the back of her mind, she had been thinking about the records office since she got on the elevator. She dropped her iPhone back into her coat pocket. "What is it, darling?" the woman asked. They were both staring at Sarah now. She held up her hospital ID. "I need an old chart from 19... She did the math quickly in her head. 76, maybe? The woman handed her a pad and paper. "Give me the name. That'll make it easier." Sarah knew even as she wrote down Will's name that what she was doing was wrong, and not just because she was breaking federal privacy laws and risking immediate termination. Will had been at the Atlanta Children's Home from infancy. There wouldn't have been a family physician managing his care. All of his medical needs would have been handled through Grady. His entire childhood was stored here. And Sarah was using her hospital ID to gain access to it. "No middle name?" the woman asked. Sarah shook her head. She didn't trust herself to speak. "Give me a minute. These won't be in the computer yet, or you'd be able to pull them up on your tablet. We've barely dipped our toe into 1970. She was out of her chair and through the door marked file room before Sarah could tell her to stop. The other woman went back to her typing, her long red fingernails making a sound like a cat running across a tile floor. Sarah looked down at her shoes, which were stained with God knows what from this morning's cases. In her mind, she went over the possible culprits, but as hard as she tried, she could not shake the feeling that what she was doing was absolutely and without a doubt the most unethical thing she had ever done in her life. What's more, it was a complete betrayal of Will's trust. And she couldn't do it. She wouldn't do it. This wasn't the way Sarah operated. She was normally a forthright person. If she wanted to know about Will's suicide attempt or any details about his childhood, then she should ask him, not sneak around his back and look at his medical chart. The woman was back. "No William, but I found a Wilbur." She had a file tucked under her arm. 1975. Sarah had used paper charts the majority of her career. Most healthy kids had a chart with 20 or so pages by the time they reached 18 years of age. An unhealthy kid's file could run around 50. Will's chart was over an inch thick. A decaying rubber band held together faded sheets of yellow and white paper. "No middle name," the woman said. "I'm sure he had one at some point, but a lot of these kids fell through the cracks back then." Her partner supplied. "Ellis Island and Tuskegee rolled up into one." Sarah reached for the file, then stopped herself. Her hand hovered in the air. "You all right, darling?" The woman glanced back at her office mate, then to Sarah. "You need to sit down?" Sarah dropped her hand. I don't think I need that after all. I'm sorry to waste your time. Are you sure? Sarah nodded. She could not remember the last time she had felt this awful. Even her run-in with Angie Trent hadn't produced this amount of guilt. I'm so sorry. No need to apologize. Felt good to get up. She started to tuck the file under her arm, but the rubber band broke, sending papers flying onto the floor. Automatically, Sarah bent down to help. She gathered the pages together, willing herself not to read the words. There were lab reports printed in dot matrix, reams of chart notations, and what looked like an ancient Atlanta police report. She blurred her vision, praying she wouldn't pick up a word or a sentence. Look at this. Sarah looked up. It was a natural thing to do. The woman held a faded Polaroid picture in her hand. The shot was a close-up of a child's mouth. A small silver ruler was beside a laceration running the width of the philtrum, the midline groove between the top of the lip and the nose. The injury wasn't from a tumble or bump. The impact had been significant enough to rend the flesh in two, revealing the teeth. Thick, black sutures pulled together the wound. The skin was puffy and irritated. Sarah was more accustomed to seeing this kind of baseball stitching in a morgue, not on a child's face. I bet he was in that Polly What's-It study, the woman said. She showed the photo to her friend. Polyglycolic acid, she explained to Sarah. Grady piloted a study on different types of absorbable sutures they were working on at Tech. Looks like he's one of the kids that had an allergic reaction. Poor little thing. She went back to her typing. I guess it was better than sticking a bunch of leeches on him. The other woman asked Sarah, You all right, hon? Sarah felt as if she was going to be sick. She straightened up and left the room. She didn't stop walking until she had bolted up 2 flights of stairs and was outside, breathing fresh air. She paced in front of the closed door, her emotions pinballed back and forth between anger and shame. He was just a child. He'd been admitted for treatment, and they had experimented on him like an animal. To this day, he probably had no idea what they had done. Sarah wished to God she didn't know herself, though it served her right for prying. She should have never asked for his chart, but she had, and now Sarah couldn't get that picture out of her head. His beautiful mouth, crudely pulled together with a suture that couldn't meet the basic standards for government approval. The faded Polaroid would be burned into her memory until she died. She'd gotten exactly what she deserved. Hey, you. She spun around. A young woman was standing behind her. She was painfully thin, her greasy blonde hair hung to her waist. She scratched at the fresh needle tracks on her arms. Are you a doctor? Sarah felt her guard go up. Junkies lurked around the hospital. Some of them could be violent. You should go inside if you need treatment. It's not me. There's a guy over there. She pointed to the dumpster in a corner behind the hospital. Even in full daylight, the area was shadowed by the looming facade of the building. He's been there all night. I think he's dead. Sarah moderated her tone. Let's go inside and talk about this. Anger flashed in the girl's eyes. Look it, I'm just trying to do the right thing. You don't gotta go all high and mighty on me. I'm not. I hope he gives you AIDS, bitch. She limped off, mumbling more insults. Christ, Sarah breathed, wondering how her day could get any worse. How she missed the manners of good country people when even the junkies called her ma'am. She started back toward the hospital, then stopped. The girl could have been telling the truth. Sarah walked back toward the dumpster, not getting too close in case the girl's accomplice was hiding inside. The trash wasn't collected over the weekend. Boxes and plastic bags spilled out of the metal container and littered the ground. Sarah took a step closer. There was someone lying underneath a blue plastic bag. She saw a hand. A deep gash splayed open the palm. Sarah took another step closer, then stopped. Working at Grady had made her hyper-cautious. This could still be a trap. Instead of going to the body, she turned around and jogged toward the ambulance bay so that she could get help. 3 EMTs were standing around talking. She directed them toward the back, and they followed her with a gurney. Sarah pulled away the trash. The man was breathing but unconscious. His eyes were closed. His brown skin had a yellow, waxy look. His T-shirt was soaked in blood, obviously from a penetrating wound in his lower abdomen. Sarah pressed her fingers to his carotid and saw a familiar tattoo on his neck. A Texas star with a rattlesnake wrapped around it. Will's missing type B negative. "Let's move it," one of the EMTs said. Sarah ran beside the gurney as they rolled the man into the hospital. She listened to the medics run down vitals as she pulled back the gauze over his belly. The entrance to the wound was thin, probably from a kitchen knife. The edge was rough from the serration. There was very little fresh blood, indicating a closed bleed. The gut was distended, and the telltale odor of rotting flesh told her that there was not much that she would be able to do for him in the ER. A tall man in a dark suit jogged alongside her. He asked, "Is he going to make it?" Sarah looked for George. The security guard was nowhere to be found. "You need to stay out of the way." "Doctor." He held up his wallet. She saw the flash of gold shield. "I'm a cop. Is he going to make it?" "I don't know," she said, pressing the gauze back in place. Then, because the patient might hear, she said, "Maybe." The cop dropped back. She glanced up the hall, but he was gone. The trauma team set up immediately, cutting off the man's clothes, drawing blood, connecting lines to hook him up to various machines. A cut-down tray was laid out. Surgical packs were opened. The crash cart appeared. Sarah called for 2 large-bore IVs to force fluids. She checked the ABCs. Airway clear. Breathing okay. Circulation as good as could be expected. She noticed the pace slow considerably as people began to realize what they were dealing with. The team thinned. Eventually, she was down to just 1 nurse. "No wallet," the nurse said. "Nothing in his pockets but lint." "Sir?" Sarah tried opening the man's eyes. His pupils were fixed and dilated. She checked for a head injury, gently pressing her fingers in a clockwise pattern around his skull. At the occipital bone, she felt a fracture that splintered into the brain pan. She looked at her gloved hand. There was no fresh blood from the wound. The nurse pulled the curtain closed to give the man some privacy. "X-ray? CT the belly?" Sarah was technically doing the regular attending's job. She asked, "Can you get Krakauer?" The nurse left, and Sarah did a more thorough exam, though she was sure Krakauer would take one look at the man's vitals and agree with her. There was no emergency here. The patient could not survive general anesthesia, and he likely would not survive his injuries. They could only load him up with antibiotics and wait for time to decide the patient's fate. The privacy curtain pulled back. A young man peered in. He was clean-shaven, wearing a black warm-up jacket and a black baseball hat pulled down low on his head. "You can't be back here," she told him. "If you're looking for—" He punched Sarah in the chest so hard that she fell back onto the floor. Her shoulder slammed against one of the trays. Metal instruments clattered around her, scalpels, hemostats, scissors. The young man pointed a gun at the patient's head and shot him twice at point-blank range. Sarah heard screaming. It was her. The sound was coming out of her own mouth. The man pointed the gun at her head and she stopped. He moved toward her. She groped blindly for something to protect herself, her hand wrapped around one of the scalpels. He was closer, almost on top of her. Was he going to shoot her or was he going to leave? Sarah didn't give him time to decide. She slashed out, cutting the inside of his thigh. The man groaned, dropping the gun. The wound was deep. Blood sprayed from the femoral artery. He fell to one knee. They both saw the gun at the same time. She kicked it away. He reached for Sarah instead, grabbing the hand that held the scalpel. She tried to pull back, but his grip tightened around her wrists. Panic took hold as she realized what he was doing. The blade was moving toward her neck. She used both her hands, trying to push him away as he inched the blade closer and closer. Please, no. He was on top of her, pressing her into the ground with the weight of his body. She stared into his green eyes. The whites were crisscrossed with a road map of red. His mouth was a straight line. His body shook so hard that she felt it in her spine. Drop it! George, the security guard, stood with his gun locked out in front of him. Now, asshole! Sarah felt the man's grip tighten. Both their hands were shaking from pushing in opposite directions. Drop it now! Please, Sarah begged. Her muscles couldn't take much more. Her hands were starting to weaken. Without warning, the pressure stopped. Sarah watched the scalpel swing up, the blade slice into the man's flesh. He kept his hand wrapped tightly around hers, as over and over again he plunged the scalpel into his own throat. Chapter 10. Will had been trapped in the car so long with Amanda that he was worried he was going to develop Stockholm Syndrome. He was already feeling himself weaken, especially after Miriam Kwan, mother of Hironobu Kwan, had spit in Amanda's face. In Ms. Kwan's defense, Amanda hadn't exactly been tender toward the woman. They had practically ambushed her on her front lawn. She'd obviously just come from arranging her son's funeral. Pamphlets with crosses on them were clutched in her hand as she approached the house. Her street was lined with cars. She'd had to park some distance away. She looked exhausted and limp, the way any mother would look after choosing the coffin in which her only son would be buried. After mumbling the perfunctory condolences on behalf of the GBI, Amanda had gone straight for the jugular. From Ms. Kwan's reaction, Will gathered the woman hadn't been expecting her dead son's name to be sullied in such a manner, despite the nefarious circumstances surrounding his death. It was the nature of Atlanta news stations that every dead young man under the age of 25 was celebrated as an honor student until proven otherwise. According to his criminal record, this particular honor student had been a fan of OxyContin. Hironobu Kwan had been arrested twice for selling the drug. Only his academic promise had saved him from serious jail time. The judge had ordered him to rehab 3 months ago. Apparently, that hadn't worked out too well. Will checked the time on his cell phone. The recent change to daylight savings time had switched the phone into military hours. He couldn't for the life of him figure out how to change it back to normal. Thankfully, it was noon, which meant he didn't have to count on his fingers like a monkey. Not that he didn't have ample time to perform mathematical equations. Despite traveling almost 500 miles this morning, they had nothing to show for it. Evelyn Mitchell was still missing. They were about to hit the 24-hour mark since her abduction. The dead bodies were stacking up. And the only clue Will and Amanda had been given thus far had come from the mouth of a death row inmate who had been murdered before the state could kill him. Their trip to Valdosta State Prison may as well have never happened. Former drug squad detectives Adam Hopkins and Ben Humphrey had stared at Amanda as if gazing through a piece of glass. Will had expected as much. Years ago, they had each refused to talk to Will when he'd shown up on their respective doorsteps. Lloyd Crittenden was dead. DeMarcus Alexander and Chuck Finn were probably just as unreachable. Both ex-detectives had left Atlanta as soon as they were released from prison. Will had talked to their parole officers last night. Alexander was on the West Coast, trying to rebuild his life. Finn was in Tennessee, wallowing in the misery of drug addiction. Heroin, Will said. Amanda turned to him, looking as if she'd forgotten that he was in the car. They were heading north on Interstate 85 toward another bad guy who was more than likely going to refuse to talk to them. He told her, Boyd Spivey said that Chuck Finn had a belly habit for heroin. According to Sarah, Ricardo was packed full of heroin. That's a very tenuous connection. Here's another one. Oxy usually leads to heroin addiction. These straws are mighty thin. You can't throw a brick without hitting a heroin addict these days. She sighed. If only we had more bricks. Will tapped his fingers against his leg. He'd been holding back something all morning, hoping he'd catch Amanda off guard and get the truth. Now seemed as good a time as any. Hector Ortiz was Evelyn's gentleman friend. The corner of her mouth turned up. Is that so? He's Ignacio Ortiz's brother, though I gather from your expression that this isn't a newsflash. Ortiz's cousin, she corrected. Are these observations courtesy of Dr. Linton? Will felt his teeth start to grind. You already knew who he was. Would you like to waste the next 10 minutes discussing your feelings, or do you want to do your job? He wanted to spend the next 10 minutes throttling her, but Will decided to keep that to himself. What was Evelyn doing mixed up with the cousin of the guy who runs all the coke in and out of the southeastern United States? Hector was a car salesman, actually. She glanced at him. There was something like humor in her eyes. He sold Cadillacs. That explained why the man's name hadn't come up on Will's vehicle search. He was driving a dealer car. Hector had a Texacanos tattoo on his arm. We all make mistakes when we're young. Will tried. What about the letter A that Evelyn drew under the chair? I thought we were calling that an arrowhead. Almeja rhymes with Amanda. It kind of does, doesn't it? It's slang for cunt. She laughed. Why, Will, are you calling me a cunt? If she only knew how many times he'd been tempted. I suppose I should reward your good police work. Amanda pulled a folded sheet of paper from the sun visor. She handed it to Will. Evelyn's phone calls from the last 4 weeks. He scanned the 2 pages. She's been calling Chattanooga a lot. Amanda gave him a curious look. Will glared back at her. He could read, just not quickly and certainly not under scrutiny. The Tennessee Bureau of Investigation's Eastern Field Office was in Chattanooga. He'd called them constantly to coordinate meth cases while he was working in North Georgia. The 423 area code appeared at least a dozen times in Evelyn's phone records. He asked, Is there something you want to say to me? For once, she was silent. Will pulled out his cell phone to call the number. Don't be stupid, it's Healing Winds, a rehab facility. Why was she calling there? I had the same question. She signaled, pulling into the next lane. They're not allowed to give out patient information. Will checked the dates against the numbers. Evelyn had only started calling the facility in the last 10 days, the same time period in which Mrs. Levy said that Hector Ortiz's visits with Evelyn had picked up. Will said, Chuck Finn lives in Tennessee. He lives in Memphis. That's a 5-hour drive from Healing Winds in Chattanooga. He has a serious drug addiction. Will waited for her to respond. When she didn't, he said, Guys get clean. Sometimes they want to unburden themselves. Maybe Evelyn was afraid he would start talking. What an interesting theory. Or maybe it took clearing his mind for Chuck to realize that Evelyn was still sitting on her share of the cash. He pushed on. It's hard to find work with a rap sheet like Chuck's. He was kicked off the force. He spent serious time in prison. He's got his habit to battle. Even if he's clean, no one would go out of the way to hire him. Not in this economy. Amanda dropped another dollop of information. There were 8 sets of prints in Evelyn's house, excluding hers and Hector's. They've identified 3. One set belonged to Hironobu Kwan, another belonged to Ricardo, the heroin mule, and another set belonged to our Hawaiian shirt aficionado. His name is Benny Chu. He's a 42-year-old enforcer for the Yellow Rebels. Yellow Rebels? It's an Asian gang. Don't ask me where they got the name. I suppose they're very proud to be hillbillies. Most of them are. Ling Ling, Will guessed. That was who they were going to see. Spivey said you should talk to Ling Ling. Julia Ling. Will was surprised. A woman? Yes, a woman. My laws, how the world has changed. Amanda glanced in the rearview mirror and darted into the next lane. The nickname comes from the now disproven perception that she's not very smart. Her brother likes to rhyme things. Ding-a-ling turned into ling-a-ling, shortened to ling-ling. Will had no idea what she was talking about.
That makes sense.
Madam Ling is the outside boss of the Yellow Rebels. Her brother Roger still pulls the strings from inside, but she runs the day-to-day. If Yellow is making a play for Brown, then it's being made by Roger via Ling Ling.
What's he in for?
He's serving life for the rape and murder of 2 teenage girls, 16 and 14. They were tricking for him. He didn't think they were pulling their weight, so he strangled them to death with a dog leash, but not before raping both of them and ripping off their breasts with his teeth.
Will felt a shudder working its way up his spine. Why isn't he on death row?
He took a deal. The state was worried about him making an insanity plea, which, between you and me, wouldn't be much of a stretch, because the man is absolutely nuts. This wasn't the first time Roger was caught with human flesh between his teeth.
The shudder made his shoulders flex. What about the victims?
They were both runaways who fell into drugs and prostitution. Their families were more about divine retribution than an eye for an eye.
Will was familiar with the concept. They probably ran away for a reason.
Young girls usually do.
Roger's sister still supports him? She gave him a meaningful look.
Don't be fooled, Will. Julia talks a very good game, but she could slit your throat and not lose a wink of sleep. These people are not to be messed with. There are procedures that have to be followed. You must show them the utmost respect.
Will repeated Boyd's words. You can't go to Yellow without an invitation.
You have such a remarkable memory.
Will checked out the number for the next exit. They were heading toward Buford Highway, Cambodia. Maybe Boyd was only half right. Heroin is a lot more addictive than coke. If the Yellow Rebels flood the market with cheap heroin, then Los Texacanos will lose its cocaine customer base. That points to a power struggle, but it doesn't explain why 2 Asian men and a Texacano were in Evelyn Mitchell's house looking for something. Will stopped. She'd sidetracked him again.
Hironobu Kwan and Benny Chu. What's Ricardo's last name?
She smiled.
Very good.
She offered the information like another reward.
Ricardo Ortiz. He's Ignacio Ortiz's youngest son.
Will had interviewed axe murderers who were more forthcoming. And he was muling heroin.
Yes, he was.
Are you going to tell me if any of these guys are connected, or do I have to find that out on my own?
Ricardo Ortiz was thrown into juvie twice, but he never crossed paths inside with Hironobu Kwan. Neither of them have visible connections to Benny Chu, and, as I said, Hector Ortiz was just a simple car salesman.
She zipped in front of a delivery truck, cutting off a Hyundai in the process.
Believe me, if I saw a connection between any of these men, we'd be working it.
Except for Chu, they're all young guys, early 20s. Will tried to think of where they might have met. AA meetings, nightclubs, basketball courts, church, maybe. Miriam Kwan wore a gold cross around her neck. Ricardo Ortiz had a cross tattooed on his arm. Stranger things had happened.
Amanda said, "Check the number Evelyn called the day before she was taken. 3:02 p.m.
Will traced his finger under the first column, finding the time. He moved across. The number had an Atlanta area code. Am I supposed to recognize this?
I'd be surprised if you did. It's the precinct number for Hartsfield.
Hartsfield-Jackson, Atlanta's airport.
Vanessa Livingston is the commander. I've known the old gal a long time. She partnered with Evelyn after I left APD.
Will waited, then asked, "And?"
Evelyn asked her to check for a name on the flight manifests.
Ricardo Ortiz, Will guessed.
You must have gotten your sleep last night.
He'd stayed up until 3 listening to the rest of the recordings, apparently for no reason but to find out things that Amanda already knew. Where did Ricardo fly in from?
Sweden.
Will frowned. He hadn't been expecting that. Amanda merged onto the exit ramp for I-285. 90% of all heroin in the world comes from Afghanistan. Your tax dollars at work. She slowed for the curve as they went through Spaghetti Junction. The bulk of the European supply runs through Iran, up into Turkey and farther points north. Like Sweden. Like Sweden. She accelerated again as they merged into fast-moving traffic. Ricardo was there for 3 days. Then he took a flight from Gothenburg to Amsterdam, then straight into Atlanta. Filled with heroin. Filled with heroin. Will rubbed his jaw, thinking about what had happened to the young man. Someone beat the hell out of him. He was full of balloons. Maybe he couldn't pass them. That would be a question for the ME. Will had assumed that she'd gotten all of this information from the medical examiner's office. You didn't ask him? They've kindly promised me their full report by end of business this evening. Why do you think I asked you to have Sarah reach out? She added. How's that going, by the way? I'm assuming from your good night's sleep that there's not a lot of progress. They were coming up on the Buford Highway exit. U.S. Route 23 ran from Jacksonville, Florida to Mackinac City, Michigan. The Georgia stretch was around 400 miles, and the part that went through Chambly, Norcross, and Doraville was one of the most racially diverse in the area, if not the country. It wasn't exactly a neighborhood, more like a series of desolate strip malls, flimsy apartment buildings, and gas stations that offered expensive rims and quick title loans. What it lacked in community, it made up for in raw commerce. Will was fairly certain Cambodia was a pejorative term, but the name for the area had stuck, despite DeKalb County's push to call it the International Corridor. There were all kinds of ethnic subsets, from Portuguese to Hmong. Unlike most urban areas, there didn't seem to be a clear line of segregation between any of the communities. Subsequently, you could find a Mexican restaurant beside a sushi place, and the farmer's market was the sort of melting pot that people thought of when they pictured the United States. The Strip was much closer to the land of opportunity than the amber waves of grain in the heartland. People could come here with little more than a work ethic and build a solidly middle-class life. For as long as Will could remember, the demographics were in constant flux. The whites complained when the blacks moved in. The blacks complained when the Hispanics moved in. The Hispanics complained when the Asians moved in. One day, they would all be grumbling about the influx of whites. The gerbil wheel of the American dream. Amanda pulled into the middle strip that served as the turning lane for both sides of the highway. Will saw a bunch of signs stacked one on top of the other like a Jenga game. Some of the characters were unrecognizable, more like pieces of art than letters. I've had a car sitting on Ling Ling's shop all morning. She hasn't had any visitors. Amanda floored the gas, narrowly missing a minivan as she made the turn. Horns blared, but she talked over them. I made some phone calls last night. Roger was transferred to Coastal 3 months ago. They had him at Augusta for 6 months prior, but he evened out on his meds, so they sent him back into the cattle chute. Augusta Medical Hospital provided Level 4 mental health services to inmates on a transient basis. Roger's first day at Coastal ended with a nasty incident involving a bar of soap wrapped in a tube sock. Apparently, he's not happy with his new accommodations. You're going to offer to transfer him? If it comes to that. Are you going to use Boyd's name? That might not be a wise idea. What do you think Roger's going to give us? Will did a mental head slap. You think he's behind Evelyn's kidnapping. He may be clinically insane, but he'd never be stupid enough to do something like that. She gave Will a meaningful look. Roger's extremely intelligent. Think chess, not checkers. There's no gain for him in taking Evelyn. His whole organization would be disrupted. Okay, so you think Roger knows who's involved? If you want to know about a crime, ask a criminal. Her cell phone started to ring. She checked the number. Will felt the car slow. Amanda pulled to the side of the road. She answered the phone, listened, then hit the unlock button on the door. A little privacy, please. Will got out of the SUV. The weather had been spectacular the day before, but now it was cloudy and warm. He walked toward the edge of the strip mall. There was a shack of a restaurant near the street entrance. He guessed from the rocking chair painted on the sign that it was some kind of country cooking establishment. Strangely, Will didn't feel his stomach rumble at the thought of food. The last thing he'd had to eat was a bowl of instant grits that he'd forced down this morning. His appetite was gone, which was something he'd only experienced once before in his life, the last time he'd been around Sarah Linton. Will sat down on the curb. Cars whirred by behind him, fragments of beats bounced from the radios. A glance toward Amanda told him she was going to be a while. She was gesturing with her hands, never a good thing. He took out his phone and scrolled through the numbers. He should call Faith, but he didn't have anything he could report, and their conversation last night hadn't ended well. Whatever happened with Evelyn wasn't going to make things better. No matter what tricky verbal maneuvering Amanda was doing, there were still some hard facts she couldn't talk around. If the Asians were really making a play for the Texacanos drug market, then Evelyn Mitchell had to be at the center of it. Hector might have called himself a car salesman, but he still had the tattoo that connected him to the gang. He still had a cousin in prison running that same gang. His nephew had been shot dead at Evelyn's house, and Hector himself was dead in Evelyn's trunk. There was no reason for a cop, especially a retired one, to be mixed up with these kind of bad guys unless there was something dirty going on. Will looked down at his phone. 1,300 hours. He should go into the setup menu and try to figure out how to switch it back to the normal time display, but Will didn't have the patience right now. Instead, he scrolled to Sarah's cell phone number, which had 3 8s in it. He had stared at it so many times over the last few months that he was surprised the numbers weren't burned into his retinas. Unless you counted the unfortunate misunderstanding with the lesbian who lived across the street, Will had never been on a real date before. He'd been with Angie since he was 8 years old. There had been passion at one time, and for a short while, something that felt close to love, but he could not ever recall a point in his life when he felt happy to be with her. He lived in dread of her showing up on his doorstep. He felt enormous relief when she was gone. Where she got him was the in-between, those rare moments of peace when he got a glimpse of what a settled life could be. They would have meals together and go to the grocery store and work in the yard. Or Will would work and Angie would watch. And then, at night, they'd go to bed and he would find himself lying there with a smile on his face because this was what life was like for the rest of the world. And then he would wake up in the morning and she'd be gone. They were too close. That was the problem. They had lived through too much, seen too many horrors, shared too much fear and loathing and pity to look at each other as something other than victims. Will's body was like a monument to that misery. The burn marks, the scars, the various slings and arrows he had suffered. For years, he had wanted more from Angie. But Will had recently come to the hard realization that there was nothing more that she could give. She wasn't going to change. He knew that truth even when they finally got married, which had come about not through careful planning, but because Will had bet Angie that she wouldn't go through with it. Gambling aside, she was never going to see being with Will as anything other than a safe haven at best and a sacrifice at worst. There was a reason she never touched him unless she wanted something. There was a reason he didn't try to call her when she disappeared. He slid his thumb inside his sleeve and felt the beginnings of the long scar that traced up his arm. It was thicker than he remembered. The skin was still tender to the touch. Will pulled away his hand. Angie had flinched the last time her fingers had accidentally brushed against his bare arm. Her reactions to him were always intense, never half measures. She liked to see how far she could push him. It was her favorite sport. How bad did she have to be before Will finally had enough and abandoned her just like everyone else had in her life. They had teetered on that line many times, but somehow she always managed to yank him back at the last second. Even now, Will felt the pull. He hadn't seen Angie since her mother had died. Deirdre Pulaski was a junkie and a prostitute who'd overdosed herself into a vegetative coma when Angie was 11. Her body had held on for 27 years before finally giving up. 4 months had passed since the funeral. Not much in the scheme of things. Angie had disappeared for a whole year once, but Will felt a warning in his spine that told him something was wrong. She was in trouble, or she was hurt, or she was upset. His body knew it, just like it knew that it needed to breathe. They had always been connected like this, even back when they were kids, especially when they were kids. And if there was one thing Will knew about his wife, it was that she always came to him when things were bad. He didn't know when she would show up, whether it would be tomorrow or next week, but he knew one day soon he'd come home from work and find Angie sitting on his couch, eating his pudding cups and making derogatory comments about his dog. That was why Will had gone to Sarah's house last night. He was hiding from Angie. He was fighting the inevitable, and if he was being honest, he had been aching to see Sarah again. That she had bought his excuse about his house being upside down made him think that maybe she had wanted him there too. As a kid, Will had trained himself to not want things he couldn't have. The latest toys, shoes that actually fit, home-cooked meals that didn't come out of a can. His power to deny himself disappeared where Sarah Linton was concerned. He could not stop thinking about how her hand had felt on his shoulder when they'd stood in the street yesterday. Her thumb had stroked the side of his neck. She had lifted her heels off the ground so that they were the same height, and for just a second, he'd thought that she was going to kiss him. Christ, Will groaned. He visualized the carnage at Evelyn Mitchell's house, the blood and brain matter spattered across her kitchen and laundry room. And then he tried to blank his mind completely, because he was pretty sure thinking about sex and then picturing scenes of violence was how serial killers got their start. The SUV jerked into reverse. Amanda rolled down the window. Will stood. She told him, "That was a source at APD. Looks like our Type B negative showed up by the dumpster at Grady. Unconscious, barely breathing. They found his wallet in one of the trash bags. Marcellus Benedict Estevez. Unemployed. Lives with his grandmother." Will wondered why Sarah hadn't called him about this. Maybe she had already left work. Or maybe it wasn't her job to keep him in the loop. Did Estevez say anything? "He died half an hour ago. We'll swing by the hospital after this." Will thought that was a pointless trip, considering the guy was dead. Did he have something on him? "No. Get in." "Why are we—" "I don't have all day, Will. Wipe the dirt out of your vagina and let's get going." Will got into the SUV. Did they confirm Estevez is blood type B negative? She punched the gas. "Yes, and his fingerprints have been positively identified as one of the 8 sets found in Evelyn's house." He was missing something again. That was a long conversation for just that little bit of information. For once, she was forthcoming. "We got a call back on Chuck Finn. Why didn't you tell me that you'd talked to his parole officer last night?" "I suppose I was being petty." "Well, you certainly showed me. The parole officer did a spot check on Chuck this morning. He's been gone for 2 days. "Wait a minute." Will turned toward her. "Chuck's P.O. told me last night that he was accounted for. He said that Chuck never missed a sign-in." "I'm sure the Tennessee Parole Office is as overburdened and understaffed as ours is. At least he had the balls to come clean this morning." She gave him a meaningful look. "Chuck Finn signed himself out of treatment 2 days ago." "Treatment?" "He was at Healing Winds. He's on his 3rd month of sobriety." Will felt a slight vindication. "Healing Winds is also where Hironobu Kwan got treatment. They were there at the same time." Will had to be silent for a moment. When did you find all of this out?
Just now, Will, don't pout. I know an old gal who works in records down at the drug court.
Apparently, Amanda knew an old gal everywhere.
Quan was sent to Hope Hall for his first offense,
the drug court's inpatient treatment facility.
The judge wasn't inclined to give him a second chance on the state's dime, so the mother stepped in and said she'd secured him a place at Healing Winds,
where he met Chuck Finn.
It's a large facility, but you're right. It would be quite a stretch to say that these two particular men just happened to be there at the same time.
Will was shocked to hear her concede the point, but he kept going. If Chuck told Hironobu Kwan that Evelyn had money sitting around... He smiled. Finally, something was making sense. What about the other guy? The type B negative who showed up at Grady. Does he have any connection to Chuck or Hironobu?
Marcellus Estevez has never been arrested. He was born and raised in Miami, Florida. 2 years ago, he moved to Carrollton to attend West Georgia College. He dropped out last quarter. He hasn't had contact with his family since.
Another kid in his mid-20s who'd gotten mixed up with some very bad people.
You seem to know an awful lot about Estevez. APD has already spoken with his parents. They filed a missing persons report as soon as the school informed them that their son wasn't attending class.
Since when is Atlanta sharing information with us?
Let's just say I reached out to some old friends.
Will was beginning to form an image of a network of steely old ballbusters who either owed Amanda a favor or had worked with Evelyn at some point in their long careers.
She said, "The point is that we don't know how Type B, Marcellus Estevez, ties into this. Except for Hironobu Kwan and Chuck Finn, there's no hint of a connection between anyone else in the house. They all went to different high schools. Not all of them were in college, but the ones who were didn't go together. They didn't meet in prison. None of them share a gang affiliation or a social club. They all have different backgrounds, different ethnicities."
Will felt like she was being honest, at least about this. In any investigation involving multiple perpetrators, the key was always to find out how they knew each other. Human beings were largely predictable in their habits. If you found out where they met, how they knew each other, or what had brought them together, then you could generally find someone outside the group, just hovering around the periphery, who wanted to talk. He told her what he'd been thinking since he first saw Evelyn's upturned house. This feels like a personal vendetta.
Most vendettas are.
No, I mean it feels like it's about something more than money.
That will be one of the many questions we ask these imbeciles once we have the cuffs on them.
Amanda twisted the steering wheel, taking a sudden turn that jerked Will to the side.
I'm sorry.
He couldn't remember a time Amanda had ever apologized for anything. He stared at her profile. Her jaw was more prominent than usual. Her skin was sallow. She was looking downright beaten. And she had given him more information in the last 10 minutes than she had in the last 24 hours. Is something else going on?
No.
She stopped in front of a large commercial warehouse with 6 loading docks. There were no cargo trucks, but several vehicles were parked in front of the large bay doors. Any one of the vehicles would have cost more than Will's pension. BMWs, a Mercedes, even a Bentley. Amanda circled the lot, making sure there would be no surprises. The space was large enough for an 18-wheeler to turn around and sloped toward the docks to facilitate loading and unloading. She made a lazy U-turn, going back the way they had come. The tire squealed as she cut the wheel hard, taking a space as far from the building as she could get without parking on the grass. Amanda cut the engine. The SUV was directly across from what appeared to be the front office. About 50 yards of wide open space separated them from the building. A set of crumbling concrete steps led to a glass door. The railing had rusted so badly it keeled to the side. The sign over the entrance had a set of kitchen cabinets bolted to the front. A Confederate flag waved in the breeze. Will read the first word on the sign, then guessed at the rest. Southern cabinets? That's an unusual drug front. She narrowed her eyes at him. "It's like watching a dog walk on its hind legs." Will got out of the car. He met Amanda behind the SUV. She used the key fob remote to pop open the trunk. In Valdosta this morning, they had locked up their weapons before going into the prison. The black SUV was regulation GBI, which meant the entire back end was taken up by a large steel cabinet with 6 drawers. Amanda pressed the combination into the push-button lock and pulled open the middle drawer. Her Glock rested in a dark purple velvet bag that had the Crown Royal logo stitched into the hem. She dropped it into her purse while Will clipped his paddle holster onto his belt. "Hold on." She reached into the back of the drawer and pulled out a 5-shot revolver. This particular type of Smith & Wesson was called an old-timer, because mostly old-timers carried them. The gun was lightweight, with an internal hammer that made it easy to conceal. Despite the Lady Smith logo etched above the trigger, the recoil could leave a nasty bruise the entire length of your hand. Evelyn Mitchell's S&W was a similar model, with a cherry handle instead of Amanda's custom walnut. Will wondered if the two women had bought their guns together on a shopping trip. Amanda said, "Stand straight. Try not to react. We're just in view of the camera." Will fought to follow her orders as she reached under the back of his jacket and shoved the revolver down his pants. He stared at the warehouse. It was metal, wider than it was deep, about half the length of a football field. The whole building was on a concrete foundation that raised the height of the ground floor by at least 4 feet, the standard height of a loading dock. Except for the steep flight of concrete steps leading up to the front door, there was no way in and out. At least, not unless you were willing to pull yourself up onto the loading dock and muscle open one of the large metal doors. He asked, "Where are the guys you had sitting on this place?" "Doraville needed an assist. We're on our own." He watched the camera over the door track back and forth. "This doesn't seem like a bad idea at all." "Stand up straight." She slapped him on the back, making sure the gun was snug. "And for God's sake, don't hold in your stomach or it'll fall straight through to the ground." She had to go up on the tips of her toes to pull the trunk closed. "I don't know why you wear your belt so loose. It's pointless to even have one if you're not going to use it right." Will walked behind her as she headed toward the entrance. The walk was a brisk one, 50 yards of exposed space. The camera had stopped its sweep to track their progress. They might as well have targets on their chests. He concentrated on the top of Amanda's head, the way her hair swirled at the crown like a spiral ham. The glass door opened when they reached the concrete steps to the entrance. Amanda shielded her eyes from the sun, staring up at an angry-looking Asian man. He was huge, his body seemingly comprising equal parts fat and muscle. The guy stood wordlessly, holding open the front door as he watched them make their way up the steps. Will followed Amanda inside. His eyes took their time adjusting in the tiny, airless front office. The fake paneling on the wall had buckled from humidity. The carpet was brown in ways that would repulse a more fastidious man. The whole place smelled of sawdust and oil. Will could hear machines running in the warehouse, finish nailers, compressors, lathes. Guns N' Roses played on the radio. Amanda told the man, "Mrs. Ling should be expecting me." She smiled at the camera, mounted above the doorway. The man didn't move. Amanda dug into her purse like she was looking for her lipstick. Will didn't know if she was reaching for her gun or if she just needed lipstick. His answer came when the door was opened by a tall, lithe woman with a grin on her face. "Mandy Wagner, it's been ages." The woman seemed almost pleased. She was Asian, roughly Amanda's age, with short salt and pepper hair. She was as thin as a teenager. Her sleeveless shirt showed well-toned arms. She spoke in a distinctive, slow southern drawl. There was something cat-like in the languid way she moved. Or maybe the smell of pot clinging to her body had something to do with that. She was wearing moccasins with beads on the top, the sort of souvenir you'd find at a tourist trap outside an Indian reservation.
"Julia,"
Amanda gave a convincing smile.
"It's so good to see you."
They hugged, and Will saw the woman's hand linger at Amanda's waist.
"This is Will Trent, my associate."
She put her hand over Julia's as she turned to Will.
"I hope you don't mind his tagging along. He's in training."
"How fortunate to learn from the best," Julia cooed. "Tell him to leave his gun on the counter. You too, Mandy. You still using that old Crown Royal bag?"
"Keeps the lint out of the firing pin."
The gun made a thud as she dropped the bag on the counter. The dour man checked the contents, then nodded at his boss. Will wasn't as quickly compliant. Giving up his gun was not something he was comfortable with.
"Will,"
Amanda said,
"don't embarrass me in front of my friends."
He unclipped the paddle holster from his belt and put his Glock on the counter. Julia Ling laughed as she waved them through the door. The warehouse was even bigger than it looked from the outside, but the operation was small, the sort of thing that would have fit into a 2-car garage. There were at least a dozen men putting together cabinets. Will couldn't tell whether they were Asian, Hispanic, or anything else, because their hats were pulled down and their faces were turned away. Whoever they were obviously working. The smell of glue was pungent. Sawdust littered the floor. A gigantic Confederate flag served as a divider between the work area and the vacant-looking rear of the building. The stars were yellow instead of white. Julia led them through another door, and they found themselves in a small but well-furnished back office. The carpet underfoot was plush. There were 2 couches with overstuffed pillows. A plump chihuahua sat in a recliner by the window, its eyes closed to what little sun came through the panes. Heavy metal bars framed the view to the service alley behind the building.
"Will has a chihuahua,"
Amanda said, because Will hadn't been emasculated enough today.
"What's its name again?"
Will felt barbed wire sticking in his throat.
"Betty."
"Really?" Julia picked up the dog and sat on the couch with it. She patted the cushion beside her, and Amanda sat down. "This is Arnaldo. He's a chunky little thing. Is yours long-haired or short?" Will didn't know what else to do. He reached around to pull out his wallet, too late remembering Amanda's revolver. It shifted dangerously, and he sat on the couch across from the women, opening his wallet to show Betty's picture. Julia Ling made a tisking sound with her tongue. "Isn't she adorable?" "Thank you." Will took back the picture and dropped his wallet into his coat pocket. "Yours is nice, too." Julia had already tuned Will out. She ran her hand along Amanda's leg. "What brings you here, Buttercup?" Amanda did a good job of blocking out Will, too.
"I trust you've heard about Evelyn."
"Yes," Julia said, drawing out the word.
"Poor Almeja. I hope they are kind to her."
Will fought to keep his mouth from dropping open. Evelyn Mitchell was Almeja. Amanda laid her hand over Julia's. Instead of taking it off her knee, she left it there.
"I don't suppose you've heard anything on her whereabouts."
"Not a peep. But you know I'd come straight to you if I did."
"Obviously, we're doing everything we can to make sure she's returned home safely. I would pull some considerable strings to make this come out right."
"Yes," Julia repeated. "She's a grandmother now, right? Again, I mean, such a fertile family." She laughed, as if there was a joke between them. "How is that dear, sweet child doing?"
"This is a difficult time for everyone in the family."
"Yes." It seemed this was her favorite word. I'm sure you've heard about Hector.
Bless his heart. I was thinking of trading down for a Cadillac.
I thought business was going well.
It's not really the time to drive something so flashy.
She lowered her voice.
Carjackings.
Awful. Amanda shook her head.
These young boys are such a problem.
She tisked her tongue. Will thought he understood at least this part of the conversation. Julia Ling was referring to the young men who had broken into Evelyn's house.
They see all the gangsters on TV and think it's so easy. Scarface, The Godfather, Tony Soprano, you can see their little brains spinning. Before long, they get these notions into their heads and they pop off without considering the consequences.
She tisked her tongue again.
I just lost one of my workers through this kind of careless action.
She meant Benny Chu, the man in the Hawaiian shirt. Will had been right. Julia Ling had sent her strong-arm in to clean up the mess Ricardo and his friends had made. And then Faith had killed him. Amanda must have known this too, but she treaded carefully.
Your line of business isn't without its risks. Mr. Chu understood this as well as anyone.
Julia Ling hesitated long enough to make Will worry for Faith, then finally let out a slow,
"Yes, the cost of doing business. I think we'll let Benny rest in peace."
Amanda appeared as relieved as Will felt.
"I hear your brother's coping with his new surroundings." "Yes," she said. "Coping is a good word for it. Rogers never liked the heat. Savannah is practically tropical.
You know there's a vacancy at the D&C. Perhaps I could see if they'll take Roger. Might be nice to give him a change of scenery." She pretended to think about it.
"Still a little too warm," she smiled. "How about Phillips?"
"Well, that is a nice facility." It was also where Ignacio Ortiz was serving his manslaughter rap. Amanda shook her head like she was very sorry to say that that particular holiday had already been booked by another family.
"Doesn't seem like the right fit. Baldwin is a better drive for me."
"Baldwin isn't really suited to Roger's temperament." Most likely because the prison only handled minimum to medium security inmates.
"Augusta? It's close, but not too close."
She wrinkled her nose.
"With the sex offender release site?"
"Good point." Amanda seemed to think on it, though she must have already cleared the deal with the state attorney's office.
"You know, Arundel has started taking in some maximum security prisoners, only with good behavior, of course, but I'm sure that Roger could swing that."
She gave a chuckle.
"Oh, Mandy, you know Roger. He's always getting into trouble."
Amanda's offer was firm.
"Still, I'd think about Arundel. We could certainly make sure his transition was a pleasant one. Evelyn has a lot of friends who want nothing more than to see that she's returned home safely. Roger might as well get something for himself in the process."
Julia stroked the dog.
"I'll see what he says the next time I go visit him." "A phone call might be better," Amanda added. "I'm sure he'll want to hear about Benny from you rather than a stranger." "God rest his soul." She squeezed Amanda's leg. "It's horrible to lose people you care about." "It is. I know that you and Evelyn were close." "We still are." "Why don't you get rid of Tonto here and we can comfort each other?"
Amanda's laughter sounded genuinely delighted. She patted Julia's knee, then stood up from the couch.
"Oh, Jules, it's been nice seeing you again. I wish we could do this more."
Will started to stand, but then remembered the revolver. He put his hands in his pockets to keep his pants tight enough to hold it in place. All he needed was to break up whatever game Amanda was playing by dropping a gun through the leg of his pants. Amanda said, "Let me know about Arendelle. It really is a lovely place. The windows are 4 inches wider in the closed security wing. Lots of sunshine and fresh air. I think Roger will love it."
I'll let you know his decision. I think we can all agree that uncertainty is bad for business.
"Tell Roger I'm at his beck and call." Will opened the door for Amanda. They walked back through the shop together. The crew had obviously taken a break. The machines were idle, the stations vacant. The radio had been turned down to a low hum. He mumbled to Amanda, "That was interesting. We'll see if she does her part." He could tell she was hopeful. The bounce was back in her walk. "I'd bet my left one Roger knows exactly what happened at Ev's house yesterday. Julia probably told him herself. She would have never let us step foot in here if she wasn't willing to deal. We'll know something within the hour. Mark my word." "Ms. Ling seems eager to please you." She stopped and looked up at him. "Do you really think so? I can never tell if she's just being affectionate or—" Amanda shrugged in lieu of finishing the sentence. He thought she was joking, then realized she wasn't. He felt himself start to sweat. "You've never—" "Grow up, Will. I did go to college." He could still hear her chuckling as they walked toward the front office. Will guessed that he was doomed to have this woman play him like a banjo for the rest of his life. She was almost as bad as Angie. He was reaching for the doorknob when he heard the first pop, almost like a champagne bottle being uncorked. Then he felt his ear sting, saw the door splinter in front of him, and knew that it was a bullet, and another and another. Amanda was faster than Will. She had pulled the gun from the back of his pants, swung around, and fired off 2 shots before he hit the floor. The sound of a machine gun ripped the air. Bullets sprayed inches from his head. There was no telling where the threat was coming from. The back of the warehouse was dark. It could be Ling Ling, the men who had been working on the cabinets, or both. "Go!" Amanda yelled. Will shouldered open the door to the front office. Of course their guns were gone from the counter. The disapproving Asian who'd let them in was dead on the floor. Will felt something hard hit him in the back of the head. He was stunned for a few seconds before he realized that Amanda had thrown her purse at him. Will tucked the bag under his arm and slammed open the front door. The sudden, sharp sunlight blinded him so badly that he tripped down the concrete stairs. The old railing bent under his weight, softening what could have been a catastrophic fall. Quickly, he righted himself and headed straight across the parking lot toward the parked SUV. The contents of Amanda's purse scattered behind him as he searched for the key fob. He thumbed the button, and the trunk was open by the time he got to the back of the vehicle. Will pressed the numbers on the combination lock. The drawer rolled open. In Will's experience, you were either a shotgun person or a rifle person. Faith preferred the shotgun, which was counterintuitive considering her diminutive stature, and the fact that the kick from a shotgun could tear your rotator cuff. Will liked the rifle. It was clean, precise, and extremely accurate, even at 150 feet, a good thing considering this was the approximate distance between the SUV and the entrance to the building. The GBI provided agents with the Colt AR-15A2, which Will rolled up to his shoulder as the front door shattered open. Will put his eye to the scope. Amanda handled the sunlight better than he had. Without missing a beat, she bolted down the concrete stairs, firing backward, her shots missing the stocky-looking man who was chasing her. He had on dark sunglasses. A machine gun was in his hands. Instead of taking the easy shot at Amanda's retreating back, he held up the gun in the air as he jumped down the flight of stairs. It was a cowboy move, which gave Will equal opportunity to pull one of his own. He pressed back on the trigger. The man jerked midair and dropped to the ground. Will lowered the rifle. He looked for Amanda. She was walking back toward the man on the ground. She held her gun down at her side. She must have been out of ammunition. Will pressed his eye to the scope again to give Amanda cover in case anyone else came out of the building. She kicked away the machine gun. He could see her mouth moving. Without warning, Amanda dove behind the concrete steps. Will took his eye away from the scope so he could locate the new threat. It was the man on the ground. Impossibly, he was still alive. He had Will's Glock in his hand. It was pointed toward the SUV. He fired off 3 shots in rapid succession. Will knew the heavy-gauge steel cabinet would shield him, but he still ducked as metal pinged against metal. The shooting stopped. Will's heart was pumping so hard that he could feel his pulse throbbing in his stomach. He chanced to look back at the building. The shooter must have been hiding behind the Mercedes, probably on the other side of the gas tank. Will lined up the rifle, hoping the guy would do something stupid like poke up his head. The Glock came up instead. Will shot, and the gun quickly receded. "Police!" Will yelled, because it had to be done. "Show me your hands!" The guy shot blindly toward the SUV, missing by several yards. Will mumbled some choice words. He looked at Amanda as if to ask what the plan was. She shook her head, not to tell him no, but in exasperation. If Will had made the first shot, they wouldn't be having this conversation. He couldn't think of a way to gesture to her that he had made the shot. Not without getting fired, so he pointed to the magazine jutting out from his rifle to pose the question. Was she out of bullets? Her revolver held 5 rounds. Unless she'd gotten her speed loader out of her purse, there was not much she could do. Even from this distance, he saw her annoyed expression. Of course she had gotten her speed loader out of her purse. She had probably stopped to put on some lipstick and made some phone calls, too. He checked the Mercedes again, scanning the sights along the contour of the big sedan. When he looked back at Amanda, she had already spun open the S&W, dropped the empty shells on the ground, and reloaded. She waved her hand at him to get on with it. "Sir," Will yelled, "I am giving you one more warning to surrender." "Fuck you!" The man shot at Will again, hitting the side door panel of the SUV. Amanda did a crouched walk to the edge of the concrete stairs, then bent her head to the ground to try to see where the man was hiding. She sat back up. She didn't look at Will. She didn't pause to line up the shot. She simply rested her hand on the 3rd step from the bottom and squeezed the trigger. Television had done a great disservice to bad guys. They didn't show that bullets could go through sheetrock walls and metal car doors. They also didn't explain that a ricochet was nothing like a rubber ball. Bullets came out at a very high velocity, and they wanted to go forward. Shooting a bullet into the ground does not mean it will pop back up in the air. Shooting one into the ground underneath a car means it skips across the pavement, pierces the tire, and, if you are sitting the right way, lodges into your groin. Which is exactly what happened. "Jesus Christ!" the man screamed. Will ordered, "Show me your hands!" 2 hands shot up. I give! This time, Amanda kept her gun trained on the man as she walked over to the car. She kicked away the Glock, then jammed her knee into the man's back, all the while keeping her eye on the office door. She was watching the wrong door. One of the cargo bays flew open. A black van screeched out, sailing through the air. Sparks flew as it skipped across the asphalt. Rubber burned. The wheels slid in place before they got purchase. Will saw 2 young men in the cab. They were wearing black warm-up jackets and matching black baseball caps. The van momentarily blocked his view of Amanda. Will raised the rifle, but he couldn't shoot, not without risking the bullet cutting through the van and hitting Amanda. 2 more quick pops sounded. Gunfire. The van screeched away. Will ran into the parking lot to line up a shot. He stopped. Amanda was on the ground. "Amanda?" He felt his chest tighten. His throat didn't want to work. "Amanda, are you—" "Damn it!" she screamed, rolling over so that she could sit up. Her face and chest were covered in blood. "God damn it!" Will dropped to one knee. He put his hand on her shoulder. "Are you shot?"
"I'm fine, you idiot."
She slapped away his hand.
"This one's dead. They tapped him twice in the head while they were driving off."
Will could see as much. The man's face was gone.
"That's a damn good shot out of a moving car."
She glared at him as he helped her up.
"Much better than yours. When was the last time you were on the range? This is unacceptable. Absolutely unacceptable."
Will knew better than to argue with her. But, if he was the arguing type, he might have mentioned what a bad idea it'd been to leave their guns on the counter, or how stupid it was to go into this place without backup.
"I swear to God, Will, when this is over—"
She didn't finish her sentence. She paced off, stepping on the plastic compact from her purse.
"God damn it!"
Will knelt down in front of the dead man. Out of habit, he checked for a pulse. There was a hole in the black warm-up jacket about 2 inches from his heart. It was big enough for Will's finger to poke through. He tugged down the zip, revealing the top of a military-grade tactical assault vest. The bullet's full-metal jacket had expanded on impact, smashing into the shock plate, flattening out like a dog trying to crawl underneath a couch. K5, right in the center of the chest. Amanda was back. She stared down at the dead man without saying a word. She must have been standing down blast when he was shot. Bits of gray matter stuck to her face. There was a piece of bone in the collar of her blouse. Will stood up. He couldn't think of anything to do but offer his handkerchief.
"Thank you."
She wiped her face with a steady hand. The blood smeared like clown makeup.
"Thank God I have a change of clothes in the car."
She looked up at him.
"Your jacket is ripped."
He looked at his sleeve. There was a small tear where his shoulder had met asphalt.
"You should always keep a change of clothes in your car. You never know what's going to happen."
"Yes, ma'am." Will rested his hand on the butt of his rifle.
"Ling Ling's gone."
Amanda wiped her forehead.
"She came out of her office with that stupid dog under her arm, guns blazing. I'm under no impression that she was trying to save me, but it seemed rather obvious that they were trying to kill her, too."
Will tried to process this new piece of information. "I assumed the shooters were working for Ling Ling."
"If Julia wanted us dead, she would have taken both of us out in her office. Didn't you see the sawed-off shotgun under the couch cushion?"
Will nodded, though he hadn't seen the gun, and the thought of it now brought out a cold sweat. "The shooters worked in her shop. I recognized them from when we first went in. They were putting together cabinets. Why would they try to kill Julia? Or us, for that matter?"
"Isn't it obvious?"
Amanda finally realized it wasn't.
"They didn't want her talking to me. They certainly don't want her talking to Roger. She must know something."
Will tried to put the pieces together. "Julia said that the young boys were getting ahead of themselves, trying to be gangsters. I don't imagine a bunch of 20-something-year-old, testosterone-filled guys want to be ordered around by a middle-aged woman."
"And here I was thinking that men loved that."
Amanda looked down at the dead man.
"He's sweating like a pig. No doubt he was on something."
Something that had made him capable of taking the impact of a .223 caliber 55-grain full-metal jacket to the chest and popping up seconds later like a toaster strudel. Amanda prodded the man with the toe of her shoe, pushing him over so she could check for his wallet.
"These youngsters certainly don't like to leave witnesses."
She slid out the driver's license.
"Juan Armand Castillo, aged 24, lives on Leatherstocking Lane in Stone Mountain."
She showed Will the license. Castillo looked like a schoolteacher, not the kind of guy who would chase a GBI agent into a parking lot with a machine gun. She unzipped Castillo's jacket the rest of the way. Her Glock was tucked into his pants. She took it out, saying,
"Well, at least he didn't shoot at me with my own gun."
Will helped her unloop the side clasps on the Kevlar vest.
"He smells, too."
Amanda lifted up the shirt, checking his chest.
"No tattoos."
She checked his arms.
"Nothing."
"Try the hands." Castillo's fists were clenched. She uncurled the fingers with her bare hand, which was technically against every procedure in the book, but Will was an accomplice already, so it didn't really matter. She said, "Nothing." Will scanned the parking lot. There were only 2 cars now, the Bentley and the Mercedes. "Do you think someone else is inside?" "The Bentley is Ling Ling's. I imagine she keeps another car close by that she's using right now to go as far underground as possible. The Merc belongs to Perry," she explained. "The dead man in the front office." "You certainly seem to know a lot about these people, Mandy." "I'm in no mood for that, Will." "Julia Ling is high up in the pecking order. She's practically the beak." "Is there a reason you're talking like Foghorn Leghorn?" "I'm just saying that it takes either a large set of balls or an extreme amount of stupidity to try to take out someone with Julia Ling's kind of juice. Her brother's not going to just roll over. You told me yourself that he's practically insane. Shooting at his sister is an open act of war." "Finally, a salient point." She handed back his handkerchief. "Did you get a good look at the men in the van?" He shook his head. "Young, I guess. Sunglasses, hats, jackets. Nothing else I could swear to." "I'm not asking you to swear, I'm asking you to—" The air was pierced by the sound of sirens. "Took them long enough." Will guessed the first gunshot had been fired less than 5 minutes ago. By his calculations, that was pretty good response time. He asked, "Did you get a look at them?" She shook her head. "I suppose we should be looking for someone with drive-by experience." She was right about the shots. Nailing someone in the head twice from a moving vehicle, even at short distance, was not something you got lucky at. It took practice. And obviously Castillo's killer hadn't worried about missing. Will asked, "Why didn't they shoot you?" "Are you complaining or asking a question?" Amanda rubbed something off her arm. She looked down at Castillo. "I guess we're down to 2 now. At least our odds are getting better." She was talking about the fingerprints found at Evelyn's house. "It's 3. She shook her head, still looking down at the corpse. He counted it out on his fingers. Evelyn killed Hironobu Kwan. Faith took care of Ricardo Ortiz and Benny Chu. Marcellus Estevez died at Grady, and Juan Castillo here makes 5. She didn't say anything. He worried about his math. 8 sets of prints at Evelyn's house minus 5 dead guys equals 3. She watched the squad car speeding down the road. 2, she told him. 1 tried to kill Sarah Linton an hour ago. Chapter 11. Dale Dugan rushed into the doctor's lounge. "I came as soon as they let me." Sarah closed her eyes as she shut her locker. She had spent nearly 2 hours going over her statement with the Atlanta police. Then the hospital administration had swarmed around her for another hour, ostensibly to help, but Sarah had quickly realized that they were more concerned that they would be sued. Once she'd signed a paper absolving them of all responsibility, they left as quickly as they had arrived. Dale asked, "Can I get you anything?" "Thank you, but I'm fine." "Can I drive you home?" "Dale, The door slammed open. Will stood there, a panicked look on his face. For a few suspended seconds, nothing mattered anymore. Sarah was blind to everything else in the room. Her peripheral vision was gone, everything tunneled to Will. She didn't see Dale leave. She didn't hear the constant throng of ambulance sirens and ringing phones and screaming patients. She just saw Will. He let the door close, but didn't move toward her. There was sweat on his brow. His breath was labored. She didn't know what to say to him. What to do. She just stood there, staring at him as if this was another ordinary day. He asked, "Is that a new outfit?" She laughed, the sound getting caught in her throat. She'd changed into scrubs. Her clothes were in police evidence. The corner of his mouth went up in a forced smile. "It brings out the green in your eyes." Sarah bit her lip to keep tears from falling. She had wanted to call him as soon as it happened. Her cell phone had been in her hands, his number up on the screen, but she had tucked the phone into her purse because Sarah knew if she saw Will before she was ready, she would shatter like a delicate piece of china. Amanda Wagner knocked as she entered the room.
"I hate to interrupt, Dr. Linton, but could we have a word with you?"
Anger flashed across Will's face. "She doesn't—" "It's all right," Sarah interrupted. "There's not much that I can tell you." Amanda smiled, as if this was some sort of social gathering.
"Anything at all would be appreciated."
Sarah had talked about it so much over the last few hours that she recited the events as if by rote. She gave them the abbreviated version of her statement, not going into a detailed description of the female junkie, which, on paper, had sounded like every junkie Sarah had ever seen. Nor did she describe the trash around the dumpster or the EMTs or list the procedures she followed. She cut to what mattered. The young man who'd peered at her from behind the curtain. He had punched her in the chest. He had shot her patient twice in the head. He was thin, Caucasian, mid to late 20s, and wearing a black warm-up jacket and baseball cap. In the short time that elapsed between her first sight of him and his death, he had not uttered one word. The only sound she'd heard was a grunt, and then the air whistling from his neck as his breath seeped out. She finished. His hand was gripped around my hand. I couldn't stop it. He's dead. They're both dead. Will seemed to have trouble speaking.
"He hurt you."
Sarah could only nod, but her mind conjured the image she had seen in the bathroom mirror, an oblong, ugly bruise over her right breast where the man had punched her. Will cleared his throat. "All right. Thank you for your cooperation, Dr. Linton. I know you probably want to get home." He turned to leave, but Amanda made no move to follow.
"Dr. Linton, I noticed a soda machine in the waiting room. Would you like something to drink?"
Sarah was taken off guard.
"Will, could you get a Diet Sprite for me? And I'm sorry, Dr. Linton, what did you want?"
Will's jaw tightened like a ratchet. He wasn't stupid. He knew that Amanda was trying to get her alone, just like Sarah knew that Amanda wouldn't give up until she got what she wanted. She tried to make this easier for Will, saying a Coke would be nice. He didn't give in that easy. "Are you sure?" "Yes, I'm sure." He wasn't happy, but he left the room. Amanda checked the hallway, making sure Will was gone. She turned back to Sarah.
"I'm rooting for you, you know."
Sarah didn't have a clue what she was talking about.
"Will," she explained. "He's got one too many bitches in his life, and I'm not going anywhere."
Sarah was in no mood to joke. "What do you want, Amanda?" She got to the point.
"The bodies are still downstairs in the morgue. I need you to examine them and give me your professional opinion." She added, "A coroner's opinion."
Sarah felt a cold chill at the thought of seeing the man again. Every time she blinked, she could see his expressionless face hovering over her. She couldn't grip her hand without feeling his fingers wrapped around her own. "I can't cut them open."
"No, but you can answer some questions for me."
"Such as?"
"Drug use, gang affiliations, and whether or not one of them has a stomach full of heroin."
"Like Ricardo?"
"Yes, like Ricardo."
Sarah didn't give herself time to think about the request. "All right, I'll do it."
"Do what?"
Will was back. He must have run the entire way. He was out of breath again. He held 2 sodas in one hand.
"There you are,"
Amanda said, as if she was surprised to see him.
"We were about to go down to the morgue."
Will looked at Sarah.
"No."
"I want to do this," Sarah insisted, though she was not sure why. For the last 3 hours, all she could think about was going home. Now that Will was here, the thought of returning to her empty apartment was unimaginable.
"We don't need these."
Amanda took the soda cans and dropped them into the trash.
Dr. Linton.
Sarah led them down the corridor toward the elevators, feeling like a lifetime had passed since she'd made the same walk this morning. A loaded gurney rolled by, EMTs shouting stats, doctors giving orders. Sarah held out her arm, guiding Will back against the wall so that the patient could get past. Her hand hovered just in front of his tie. She could feel the silk material sway against her fingertips. He was wearing a suit, his normal work attire, but without the usual vest. His jacket was dark blue, the shirt a lighter shade of the same color. The cop. Sarah had forgotten the cop.
I didn't... Hold that thought, Amanda said as if she was afraid the walls had ears.
Sarah fumed at herself as they waited for the elevator. How had she forgotten about the cop? What was wrong with her? The doors opened. The elevator was packed. It took an interminable amount of time for the old pulleys and lifts to groan into action. They went down a floor, and most of the people exited. 2 young orderlies rode with them to the sub-basement. They got off and headed toward the stairwell, probably for an illicit tryst. Amanda waited until they were well beyond earshot.
What is it?
There was a man when we came in from the dumpster. I nearly ran him over. I told him to get out of the way, and he flashed a badge. It looked like a badge. I'm not sure anymore. He acted like a cop.
In what way?
He acted like he had every right to question me, and he was irritated when I didn't answer immediately. Sarah gave her a meaningful look.
Sounds like a cop to me,
Amanda wryly admitted.
What did he want?
To know whether or not the patient was going to make it. I told him maybe, even though it was obvious. Sarah let her voice trail off, willing herself to remember. He was wearing a dark suit, charcoal, white shirt. He was very thin, almost gaunt. He reeked of cigarette smoke. I could smell it even after he left.
Did you see which way he went?
She shook her head.
White? Black?
White, gray hair. He was older. He looked older. She put her hand to her face. His cheeks were sunken. His eyes were heavily lidded. She remembered something else. He was wearing a hat, a baseball hat.
Black? Will asked.
Blue, she said. Atlanta Braves.
We'll probably get some nice images of the top of it from the security cameras, Amanda commented. We'll have to share this information with the APD. They may want to see if you can work with a sketch artist.
Sarah would do whatever it took. I'm sorry I didn't remember earlier. I don't know what... You were in shock. Will seemed ready to say more. He glanced at Amanda, then indicated the double doors at the other end of the hallway. He said, I think it's this way. In the morgue, Junior and Larry were nowhere to be seen. Instead, there were 2 gurneys, each with a body, each with a white sheet covering the dead. Sarah assumed one was the man she had found outside by the dumpster, and the other was the man who had shot the first, then tried to kill her. There was an older woman leaning against the door to the walk-in freezer. She looked up from her BlackBerry as they walked into the room. Her hospital badge was tucked into her pants pocket, no white lab coat, just a well-tailored black pantsuit. She was clearly on the administration side of the hospital. She was older, more gray than black in her hair. She pushed away from the freezer and walked over. Her posture was ramrod straight, her sizable chest out in front of her like the prow of a ship. She didn't stop for introductions. She pulled a small spiral-bound notebook out of her jacket pocket and read, The shooter's name is Franklin Warren Heaney. APD found his wallet on him. Local boy, lives in Tucker with his parents. Dropped out of Perimeter College his sophomore year. No employment records. No adult arrest history, but at 13 he spent 6 months in juvie for breaking windows. He has 1 child, a daughter, 6 years old, who lives with an aunt out in Snellville. The baby mama is in county lockup for shoplifting and a baggie of meth they found in her purse. That's all I could get on him. She indicated the other body, Marcellus Benedict Estevez. As I said on the phone, his wallet was found in the trash by the dumpster. I assume you've already looked into him? Amanda nodded, and the woman closed her notebook.
That's all I have for now. Nothing else has come down on the wire.
Amanda nodded again.
Thank you. I bought you an hour before the body boys come. Dr. Linton, the films you ordered for Estevez are in the transport packet. I've gathered together some tools that might be useful. I'm sorry it can't be more.
She had done plenty. Sarah looked over the 4 mayo trays laid out beside the bodies. Whoever the woman was, she had some medical knowledge, and was high enough up the Grady food chain to raid the supply closet without setting off alarms.
Thank you.
The woman nodded her goodbyes, then left the room. Will's tone was sharp when he asked Amanda,
Let me guess. One of your old gals?
Amanda ignored him.
Dr. Linton, if we could get started.
Sarah had to force herself to move, or she would have just stood rooted to the floor until the building fell down around her. There was a pack of sterile gloves hanging from a cleat on the wall. She took out a pair and forced them over her sweating hands. The powder rolled into tiny balls that stuck to her palm like dough. Without preamble, she pulled back the sheet covering the first body, revealing Marcellus Estevez, the man she had found by the dumpster. He had 2 closely spaced bullet holes in his forehead. Powder burns tattooed the skin. She smelled cordite, which was impossible considering the man had been shot hours ago.
Amanda said, 2 rounds to the center of the forehead, just like our drive-by at the warehouse.
Will's voice was low.
You don't have to do this.
I'm fine. Sarah forced herself to get on with it, starting with the easy stuff.
He's approximately 25 years of age, she mumbled. 5'8" or 9, around 180 pounds.
She pressed open his eyes, feeling herself fall into the routine of examination.
Brown, jaundiced.
His wound was septic. Necropsy will probably show infiltration into the larger organs. He was in systemic shutdown when we found him. She rolled down the sheet so she could look at the belly again, this time with an eye toward forensic evaluation rather than treatment. The man was nude. His clothes had been cut off when they'd brought him into the ER. Sarah could clearly see the penetrating stab wound in the lower left quadrant of his abdomen. She pressed on either side of the cut to see if she could discern the path of the blade. The small intestines were pierced. It looks like the knife went in at an upward angle, right-handed thrust from a supine position. Amanda asked,
He was on top of her?
I would assume. We're talking about Evelyn here, right? Will was still being stoic, but Amanda nodded. The blade entered at an oblique angle to the abdominal Langer's lines, or the natural direction of the skin. If I reorient the edges like this, she twisted the skin into the position it had been in when the man was stabbed. You can see the point of penetration suggests Evelyn was on her back, most likely on the floor, with her attacker on top of her. He was slightly bent at the waist. The knife went in like this. Sarah reached for a scalpel on the tray, but changed her mind and grabbed a pair of scissors instead. She illustrated the action, holding her hand down at her hip with the scissors angled upward. It was more defensive than deliberate. Maybe they struggled and fell at the same time. The knife went in. The man rolled over while the blade was still lodged. You can see how the wound is incised significantly more at the lateral edge, indicating movement.
Kitchen knife?
Amanda asked. Statistically, it's the most likely weapon, and the struggle took place in the kitchen, so it makes sense. They'll have to do a comparison at the ME's office to be sure. Did they find the weapon at the scene?
Yes, she answered. Are you sure about this? She was on her back?
Sarah could see that Amanda was not pleased with the evaluation. She wanted her friend to be a fighter, not someone who got lucky. The majority of fatal stab wounds are in the left chest region. If you want to kill someone, you go for the heart, overhanded, straight into the chest. This was defensive. She indicated the man's sliced palm. But Evelyn didn't go easily. At some point, she must have come at him directly because he grabbed the blade of the knife. Amanda seemed only slightly placated by this information.
Is there anything in his stomach?
Sarah reached under the gurney and pulled out the transportation packet destined for the Fulton County medical examiner. Krakauer had filled in most of the information while Sarah was being interviewed by the police. The form was standard. The M.E. performing the autopsy needed to know drugs on board. Procedures followed, which marks came from the hospital and which had more nefarious origins. Sarah found a thermal reproduction of the X-rays on the last page. She said, "The belly looks clear of any foreign objects. They'll know for sure when they cut him open, but I'm assuming that the amount of heroin we're talking about, something worth dying for, would be easy to spot." Will cleared his throat. He seemed reluctant as he asked, "Would Evelyn have a lot of blood on her from stabbing this guy?" "It's not likely. Most of the bleeding happened inside the belly, even after the knife was pulled out. There's the defensive wound on his hand, but the ulnar and the radial arteries are intact and none of the digital arteries were compromised. If the cut on his hand was deeper or if one of the fingers was sliced open or off, you could expect a significant amount of blood loss. But that's not the case with Estevez, so I'm guessing Evelyn would have had a minimal amount of blood on her clothes." Will said there was a lot of blood on the floor. You could see footprints back and forth across the tiles. "How big was the space?" "Kitchen-sized," he said. "Bigger than yours, but not by much. And enclosed. The house is older, ranch style." Sarah thought about it. "I'd have to see the crime scene photos, but I'm fairly certain that if there was enough blood on the floor to show a struggle, that blood didn't come from Estevez's hand or belly. At least, not all of it. Could Estevez just get up on his own and walk off after sustaining his injuries? Not without help. Any type of damage to the abdominal wall makes it difficult to breathe, let alone move." Sarah put her hand to her stomach. "Think about how many muscles have to fire just to sit up." Amanda asked Will, "What are you getting at?" "I'm just wondering who struggled with Evelyn if this guy couldn't get up after being stabbed and there wasn't a lot of blood from his wound." Sarah followed his logic. "You think Evelyn was injured?" "Maybe. They did blood typing on scene, but they didn't look at all of it, and DNA won't be back for another few days." He shrugged. "If Evelyn was hurt and Estevez didn't bleed much, that could explain the extra blood." "I'm sure if she's injured, it's nothing serious." Amanda waved away Will's theory as if swatting a fly. Any logical person would have already accepted the very real possibility that Evelyn Mitchell's chances of survival were very slim considering how much time had elapsed. Amanda seemed to be holding on to the opposite theory. Sarah wasn't going to be the one to tell her otherwise. There was a large magnifying glass on one of the trays. Sarah pulled down the overhead light and went back to the examination, checking the dead man head to toe for trace evidence, needle marks, anything unusual that might lead them to a clue. When it was time to roll him over, Will put on a pair of surgical gloves and helped flip the body. "Well, that's interesting," Amanda said with her usual flair for understatement. Estevez had a large tattoo of an angel on his back. The image covered the width of his shoulders and reached the bottom of his sacrum, and was so intricate that it more closely resembled a carving. "Gabriel," Sarah said. "The archangel." Will asked, "How do you know that?" She pointed to the horn in the angel's mouth. There's no biblical foundation, but some religions believe that Judgment Day comes when Gabriel blows his horn. Sarah knew that Will had never been to church. It's the sort of thing they teach kids in Sunday school, and it tracks with his name, Marcellus Benedict. I believe those are the names of 2 different popes. Amanda asked, "How recently would you say this tattoo was worked on?" The skin at the small of his back was still irritated from the needle. "A week? Maybe 5 days?" She leaned in closer to look at the scrollwork. "This was done in stages. Whoever did this took a long time, probably months. It's not the kind of thing you'd forget, and I imagine it'd be very expensive." Will held the dead man's hand in his. "Did you see this under the fingernails?" "I saw they're dirty," she admitted. "That's fairly typical for a man this age. I can't do any scrapings. The ME's office would have a fit and anything I found would be inadmissible because we haven't established the chain of evidence." Will put his nose close to the man's fingers.
It smells like oil to me.
Sarah smelled for herself. I can't tell. The police told me that they checked the outside security cameras. They're not static, they sweep back and forth across the back lot, which the bad guys obviously knew because they managed not to get caught leaving the body. The timestamp says that Estevez was by the dumpster at least 12 hours. The smell could be anything. She rolled over the hand to show Will. This is more interesting. Estevez obviously worked with his hands. There's a hardening of the skin on the ball of the thumb, and here on the side of the index finger. He held some kind of tool for long periods of time. It would have had some weight to it and moved around a bit. He asked Amanda, "You said he was unemployed?"
"The state shows he's been collecting unemployment insurance for almost a year."
Sarah thought of something else. "Can you hand me that?" She pointed to the magnifying glass. Will picked it up and waited as Sarah forced open Estevez's mouth. The jaw was stiff. The tendon popped when she pried open the lips. "Hold it here," she told Will, indicating he should focus on the upper teeth. "Do you see these tiny indentations in the bottom edges of his top front teeth?" Will leaned in closer, then let Amanda take a look. "These are repetitive impressions. They come from constantly gripping something between his teeth. You see this sort of thing with seamstresses who bite thread or finish carpenters who put nails in their mouth?"
"Or cabinet makers?"
Will asked. "That's possible." Sarah looked at Estevez's hand again. "These calluses could come from holding a nail gun. I'd have to see the tool for comparison, but if you told me he worked as a carpenter, I'd agree that his hands show signs of working in that industry." She picked up the man's left hand. "Do you see these scars on his index finger? These line up with common injuries for carpenters. Hammers slip, a nail pinches the skin, threads from screws scrape off the top dermal layer. Do you see the scar down the center line of his nail?" Will nodded. "It cuts through his cuticle, too. Carpenters use carpet knives to cut edges or score wood. Sometimes the blade skips down the fingernail or shaves the skin off the side of the finger. A lot of times they'll use their non-dominant hand to smooth out putty or caulk, which causes wearing at the tip. His fingerprints would be different week to week, sometimes day to day." Amanda said,
"So he's been at this job for a while?"
"I'd say whatever job he's been working at that caused these marks has been going on for 2 to 3 years.
"What about Heaney, the shooter?"
Sarah reached under the sheet to check the other man's hands. She did not want to look at his face again. "He was left-handed, but I would hazard he worked in the same industry as Estevez." Will said, "There's one connection, at least. They both worked for Lingling." Sarah asked, "Who's Lingling?"
"A missing person of interest." Amanda checked her watch. "We should hurry this along, Dr. Linton. Can you examine our other friend here?"
Sarah didn't give herself time to think about it. She pulled back the sheet in one quick motion. It was the first time she'd looked at Franklin Warren Heaney's face since he'd tried to kill her. His eyes were open. His lips were wrapped around the tube that had been inserted into his throat to help him breathe. A crusty layer of blood circled his neck where the flesh gaped open. He was still dressed from the waist down, but his jacket and shirt had been cut open so that the ER staff could try to save his life. The exercise had been perfunctory. The man had sliced open his own jugular. He'd lost nearly half his blood volume before they'd managed to pick him up off the floor and put him on the table. Sarah knew this because she had been the doctor working on him. She looked up. Both Amanda and Will were staring at her. "Sorry," she apologized. She had to clear her throat before she could talk again. "He's around the same age as Estevez, mid to late 20s, underweight for his build." She pointed to the needle tracks on his arm. The IV port she'd inserted was still taped to his skin. Recent user, at least intravenously. She found an otoscope and checked inside the man's nose. There's significant scarring in the nasal passages, probably from snorting powder. She shoved the scope in farther. "He's had surgery to repair the septum, so you're looking at coke or meth, maybe oxy. They're all extremely corrosive to cartilage." Will asked, "What about heroin?" "Oh, heroin, of course." Sarah apologized again. "Sorry, most of the heroin users I see are smokers or needle junkies. The snorters usually go straight to the morgue." Amanda crossed her arms. "What about his stomach?" Sarah didn't have to check the file. No x-rays had been taken. The man had expired before any tests could be ordered. Instead of continuing the exam, Sarah found herself looking at his face again. Franklin Heaney hardly resembled a choir boy, but the acne-scarred skin and sunken cheeks were recognizable to someone out in the world. He had a mother. He had a father, a child, perhaps a sister or brother, who right at this moment was probably hearing that their loved one was dead. Their loved one, who had killed a man in cold blood and punched Sarah so violently that the breath had gone out of her body. She felt the bruise on her chest start to throb at the memory. She had a mother, too, a sister, a father, all of whom would be horrified if they heard what had happened to Sarah today. Amanda asked, "Dr. Linton?" "Sorry." In the time it took to walk over to the box of gloves and put on a fresh pair, she had managed to pull herself back together. She ignored Will's look of concern and pressed her fingers into the dead man's belly. "I don't feel anything unusual. The organs are in their proper position and are normal size. No swelling or compaction in the bowel or stomach." She snapped off the gloves and threw them into the trash. The water in the sink was cold, but Sarah washed her hands anyway. "I can't send him to X-ray because they'll need a patient ID, and frankly, I'm not going to make a living person wait to satisfy a curiosity. The ME's office will have to give you a definitive answer." She squirted antibacterial gel into her palm, fighting to keep her voice steady. "Is that all?" "Yes," Amanda said. "Thank you, Dr. Linton." Sarah didn't acknowledge the answer. She ignored Will. She ignored the two bodies. She kept her eyes on the door until she passed through it. In the hallway, she concentrated on the elevator, the buttons she would press, the numbers that would light up over the door. She only wanted to think about the steps ahead, not the ones behind her. She had to get out of this place, to get home and wrap herself in a blanket on the couch and pull the dogs around her and forget this miserable day. There were footsteps behind her. Will was running again. He caught up with her quickly. She turned around. He stopped a few feet away. He said, "Amanda's putting out an APB on the tattoo." Why was he just standing there? Why did he keep rushing up to her and doing absolutely nothing? He said, "Maybe we'll find." "I really don't care." He stared at her. His hands were in his pockets. The sleeve of his jacket was tight around his upper arm. There was a small tear in the material. Sarah leaned her shoulder against the wall. She hadn't noticed before, but there was a fresh cut at the top of his earlobe. She wanted to ask him about it, but he would probably tell her that he'd cut himself shaving. Maybe she didn't want to know what had happened. The Polaroid of his damaged mouth still burned in her memory. What else had they done to him? What else had he done to himself? Will said, "Why is it that none of the women in my life call me when they need help?" "Doesn't Angie call you?" He looked down at the floor, the space between them. She said, "I'm sorry. That wasn't fair. It's been a really long day." Will didn't look up. Instead, he took her hand. His fingers laced through hers. His skin was warm, almost hot. He traced his thumb along the inside of her palm, the webbing between her fingers. Sarah closed her eyes as he slowly explored every inch of her hand, caressing the lines and indentations, pressing his thumb gently against the pulse beating in her wrist. His touch was palliative. She felt her body starting to relax. Her breathing took on an easy cadence that matched his. The doors to the morgue swished open. Sarah yanked away her hand at the same time as Will. Neither of them looked at each other. They were like two kids caught in the back of a parked car. Amanda held her cell phone in the air, triumphant.
Roger Ling wants to talk.
Chapter 12. Faith felt as close to a nervous breakdown as she'd ever been in her life. Her teeth kept chattering despite the sweat dripping down her body. She'd thrown up her breakfast and had to force down lunch. Her head ached so badly that it hurt to even close her eyes. Her blood sugar levels were just as fragile. She'd had to call her doctor's office to find out what to do. They had threatened to put her in the hospital if she didn't get her numbers under control. Faith had promised to report back, then she'd gone into the bathroom, turned on the shower as hot as she could stand it, and sobbed for half an hour. The same series of thoughts kept running through her mind like tires wearing a groove in a gravel road. They had been in her house. They had touched her things. Touched Jeremy's things. They knew when he was born. They knew his schools. They knew his likes and dislikes. They had planned this. All of it, down to the last detail. The threat was like a death sentence. Mouth shut. Eyes open. Faith didn't think her eyes could open any wider or her mouth could close any tighter. She'd searched the house twice. She was constantly checking her phone, her email, Jeremy's Facebook page. It was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. She had been trapped in the house like a caged animal for nearly 10 hours. And still nothing. "Hey, Mom." Jeremy came into the kitchen. Faith was sitting at the table, staring at the backyard, where Detective Taylor and Ginger were talking earnestly to the ground. She could tell from their bored demeanors that they were just waiting for the word from their boss so they could get back to their real jobs. As far as they were concerned, this case had come to a screeching halt. Too many hours had passed. No one had made contact. She could read the truth in their eyes. They honestly believed that Evelyn Mitchell was dead. "Mom?" Faith rubbed Jeremy's arm. "What is it? Is Emma up?" The baby had slept too long last night. She was fussy and irritable, and had screamed for nearly a full hour before finally relenting to her afternoon nap. "She's fine," Jeremy answered. "I was going to go for a walk, get out of the house for a minute, take some fresh air." "No," she told him. "I don't want you leaving the house." His expression told her how hard her voice was. She squeezed his arm. "I want you to stay here, all right? I'm tired of being cooped up inside." "So am I, but I want you to promise me you won't leave the house." She played at his emotions. "I've already got Grandma to worry about. Don't make me add you to my list." His reluctance was obvious, but he told her, "All right. Just do something with your Uncle Zeke. Play cards or something. He pouts when he loses. So do you." Faith shooed him out of the kitchen. She charted his path through the house and up to his room by the familiar squeaks in the floorboards and on the stairs. She should put Zeke to work on her list of handyman repairs. Of course, that would involve actually talking to him, and Faith was doing her best to avoid her brother. Miraculously, he seemed to be doing the same. He'd been in the garage for the last 3 hours working on his laptop. Faith pushed herself up from the table and started pacing in hopes that she could work out some of her nervous energy. That didn't last long. She leaned over the table and tapped the keyboard on her laptop to wake it up. She moused up to reload Jeremy's Facebook page. The rainbow wheel started to spin. Jeremy was probably playing some game upstairs that was slowing down the wireless network. The phone rang. Faith jumped. She startled any time there was an unexpected noise. She was as nervous as a cat. The back door slid open. Ginger waited while she took the receiver off the hook. She could tell from his tired expression that he felt this was not only perfunctory, but beneath his talents. She put the phone to her ear. "Hello?" "Faith." It was Victor Martinez. She waved away Ginger. "Hey." "Hi." Now that the easy part was out of the way, neither of them seemed capable of talking. She hadn't spoken to Victor in 13 months, not since she'd sent him a text that he needed to get his stuff out of her house or she was going to leave it on the street. Victor broke the silence. Is there any news on your mother?
No, nothing.
It's been over 24 hours, right?
She didn't trust herself to speak. Victor had a habit of pointing out the obvious, and his love of crime shows meant that he knew as well as Faith that time was against them.
Is Jeremy all right?
Yes, thank you for bringing him home yesterday and staying with him. She thought to ask, you didn't see anything unusual when you were here, right? No one hanging around the house?
Of course not. I would have told the police.
How long were you here before they arrived?
Not long. Your brother came about an hour later and I left.
Faith's exhausted brain struggled to do the math. Evelyn's kidnappers hadn't hesitated. They'd driven straight here from her house. They were familiar enough with the space to walk right upstairs to her room and plant the finger under Faith's pillow. Maybe they were watching the house even before that. Maybe they had listened to Faith's phone calls or checked her calendar on her laptop and knew that she would be away. Nothing in the house was password protected because she had always assumed that she was safe here. Faith had missed something Victor said. What?
I said, your brother's kind of an asshole.
Faith snapped. It's not exactly an easy time for him, Victor. Our mother is missing. God knows whether she's dead or alive. Zeke dropped everything to be with Jeremy. I'm sorry if you thought he was rude. It's kind of hard to be friendly right now.
Hold on, all right? I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that.
Her breathing was revved up again. Faith tried to get her control back. She wanted to yell at someone. That person probably didn't need to be Victor.
Are you there?
He asked. Faith couldn't drag this out any longer. I know that Jeremy showed you Emma's picture. He cleared his throat. What you're thinking about her. Faith pressed her fingers to her closed eyelids. You're right. He was silent for what felt like an eternity. Finally, he said, She's beautiful. Faith dropped her hand. She looked up at the ceiling. Her hormones were so out of whack that the stupidest thing could set her off. She cradled the phone against her shoulder and tried to reload Jeremy's Facebook page again. I'd like to meet her when this is all over. Faith watched the wheel spin on the computer screen as the processor worked. She couldn't think about seeing Victor with Emma, holding her in his arms, stroking her hair, pointing out that looking into her light brown eyes was like looking into a mirror. Faith could only think about right now, and how every second that ticked by made it less likely that Evelyn Mitchell would see her granddaughter's first birthday.
Your mom's a fighter,
Victor said. Then almost ruefully, just like you. The page finally loaded. Goodnight 92 had posted a comment 8 minutes ago. I have to go. Faith hung up the phone. Her hand hovered over the laptop. She stared at the words on the screen. They had a familiar ring. You must be feeling cooped up. Why don't you get out of the house and take some fresh air? They had contacted Jeremy again. And her son, her little boy, had been ready to walk out the front door and put his life on the line so that he could get his grandmother back. She raised her voice, calling, Jeremy? Faith waited. There were no footsteps overhead, no squeaks on the stairs or floorboards. Jeremy? She called again, going into the living room. An eternity passed. Faith grabbed the back of the couch so she wouldn't fall down. Her voice trilled in panic. Jeremy? Her heart stopped at the thumping sound from upstairs. Heavy footsteps across the floor. But it was Zeke who called from the top of the landing.
Jesus, Faith, what's wrong?
Faith could barely speak. Where's Jeremy?
I told him he could go for a walk.
Ginger came in from the kitchen, a puzzled look on his face. Before he could say anything, Faith grabbed the gun out of his shoulder holster and bolted from the room. She didn't remember opening the front door or running down the driveway. It wasn't until she was in the middle of the street that Faith stopped. She saw a figure up ahead. He was about to turn the corner onto the next street, tall, lanky, baggy jeans and a yellow Georgia Tech sweatshirt. Jeremy! She yelled. A car pulled up to the intersection, stopping a few feet from her son. Jeremy! He didn't hear her. He walked toward the car. Faith ran all out,
Arms pumping, bare feet pounding the pavement, she gripped the gun so tightly in her hand that it felt like part of her skin. "Jeremy!" She screamed. He turned around. The car was in front of him, dark gray, 4 doors, new model Ford Focus with chrome trim. The window rolled down. Jeremy turned back to the car, bent down to look inside. "Stop!" Faith yelled, her throat clenching around the word. "Get away from the car! Get away from the car!" The driver was leaning toward Jeremy. Faith saw a teenage girl behind the wheel, mouth agape, obviously terrified by the armed madwoman running down the street. The car screeched off as Faith reached her son. She bumped into him, almost pushing him down. "Why?" she asked, gripping his arm so tight that her fingers hurt. He pulled away, rubbing his arm. "Jesus, Mom! What is wrong with you? She was lost. She needed directions." Faith was dizzy from fear and adrenaline. She bent over and put her hand on her knee. The gun was at her side. So was Ginger. He snatched the weapon back. "Agent Mitchell, that was not cool." His words filled her with anger. "Not cool?" She thumped her open palm against his chest. "Not cool? Agent." His tone of voice implied she was acting hysterical, which only served to amp up her fury another notch. "How about letting my son walk out the door when you were assigned to watch him? Was that not cool, too?" She pushed him again. "How about you and your partner standing around holding your dicks while my boy is gone?" Another push. "Is that cool?" Ginger held up his hands in surrender. "Faith," Zeke said. She hadn't noticed her brother standing there, maybe because, for once, he wasn't making things worse. "Let's just go back to the house." She held out her hand to Jeremy, palm up. "iPhone." He looked appalled. "What?" "Now," she ordered. "That's got all my games on it." "I don't care." "What am I supposed to do?" "Read a book!" she screamed, her voice screeching. "Just stay offline, do you hear me? No internet." Jesus. He glanced around for support, but Faith didn't care if God himself came down and told her to give the kid a break. She said, "I'll tie you to my waist with a rope if I have to." He knew she wasn't bluffing. She'd done it before. "This isn't fair." He slapped the phone in her hand. She would have thrown it to the ground and crushed it with her foot if the damn thing hadn't cost so much. "No internet," Faith repeated. "No phone calls, no communication of any kind, and you stay in the fucking house, do you hear me?" He walked toward the house, giving her his back. Faith wasn't going to let him off that easy. "Do you hear me?" "I heard you," he yelled. "God!" Ginger shoved his gun back into the holster, adjusting the straps like a haughty cheerleader. He followed Jeremy down the street. Faith limped along after them. Her feet were bruised from the rocky asphalt. Zeke fell in beside her. His shoulder brushed against hers. Faith braced herself for some kind of tirade, but he was mercifully silent as they walked up the driveway and entered the house. Faith threw Jeremy's iPhone onto the kitchen table. No wonder he wanted to leave. The space was beginning to feel like a prison. She leaned heavily against the chair. What had she been thinking? How could any of them be safe here? Evelyn's kidnappers knew the layout of the house. They had obviously targeted Jeremy. Anyone could have been in that car. They could have rolled down the window, pointed a gun at Jeremy's head, and pulled the trigger. He could have bled out in the middle of the street, and Faith wouldn't have known until his stupid Facebook page loaded that something was wrong. Faith. Zeke was standing in the middle of the kitchen. His tone indicated this wasn't the first time he'd said her name. What's wrong with you? Faith crossed her arms low on her stomach. Where have you been staying? You weren't sleeping at Mom's. I would have seen your stuff. Dobbins. She should have known. Zeke had always loved the soulless anonymity of base housing, even if Dobbins' Air Reserve was an hour drive from the VA hospital where he was doing his in-service. I need you to do me a favor." He was instantly skeptical. "What?" "I want you to take Jeremy and Emma back to the base with you. Today. Right now." The Atlanta police couldn't protect her family, but the United States Air Force could. "I don't know how long it'll be for. I just need you to keep them on the base. Don't let them off until I tell you." "Why?" "Because I need to know that they're safe." "Safe from what? What are you planning?" Faith checked the backyard to make sure the detectives weren't listening. Ginger stared at her, his jaw rigid. She turned her back to him. "I need you to trust me." Zeke snorted a laugh. "Why would I start doing that?" "Because I know what I'm doing, Zeke. I'm a police officer. I was trained to do this kind of thing." "What kind of thing? Run into the street barefooted like you're escaping from the loony bin?" "I'm going to get Mom back, Zeke. I don't care if it kills me. I'm going to get her back." "You and what army?" he scoffed. "You gonna call in Aunt Mandy and go smear lipstick all over them?" She punched him in the face. He looked more shocked than hurt. Her knuckle felt like it might be broken. Still, she got some satisfaction when she saw a thin line of blood drip onto his upper lip. "Christ," he muttered. "What the hell was that for?" "You'll need to take my car. You can't fit a car seat in the Corvette. I can give you some money for gas and groceries, and Wait." His voice was muffled by his hand as he felt the bridge of his nose for damage. He looked at her. Really looked at her for the first time since she'd walked through her own front door. Faith had hit her brother before. She'd burned him with a match. She'd beaten him with a clothes hanger. To her recollection, this was the first time any violence between them actually seemed to work. "All right." He used the toaster to check his reflection. His nose wasn't broken, but a deep purple bruise was working its way underneath his eye. "But I'm not taking your Minnie. I'm going to look retarded enough as it is." Chapter 13. Will had never been quick to anger, but once he got there, he held on to it like a miser with a pot of gold. He didn't throw things or use his fists. He didn't rage or even raise his voice. Actually, the opposite happened. He went quiet, completely silent. It was as if his vocal cords were paralyzed. He kept it all on the inside because, in his vast experience with angry people, Will knew that letting it out meant that someone could end up very badly hurt. Not that this particular expression of anger didn't have its drawbacks. His stubborn silence had gotten him suspended from school on more than one occasion. Years ago, Amanda had transferred him to the nether regions of the North Georgia mountains for his refusal to respond to her questions. Once, he'd stopped speaking to Angie for 3 whole days for fear of saying things to her that could never be taken back. They'd lived together, slept together, dined together, done everything together, and he hadn't uttered one word to her for a full 72 hours. If there had been a category in the Special Olympics for functionally illiterate mutes, Will would have had no problem cinching the gold. This was all to say that not speaking to Amanda during the 5-hour drive down to Coastal State Prison was nothing in the scheme of things. The worrying part was that the intensity of Will's anger would not dissipate. He had never hated another human being as much as he did when Amanda told him that, by the way, Sarah had almost been murdered. And that hatred would not go away. He kept waiting to feel that click of it letting up, the pot going from a boil to a simmer. But it wouldn't come. Even now, as Amanda paced back and forth in front of him, going from one end of the empty visitors' waiting room to the other, like a duck in a shooting gallery, he felt the rage burning inside him. The worst part was that he wanted to speak. He yearned to speak. He wanted to lay it all out for her and watch her face crumble as she realized that Will truly and irrevocably despised her for what she had done to him. He had never been a petty man, but he really, really wanted to hurt her. Amanda stopped pacing. She put her hands on her hips.
I don't know what you've been told, but sulking is not an attractive trait in a man.
Will stared at the floor. Grooves had been worn into the linoleum by the women and children who had whiled away their weekends waiting to visit the men inside the cells.
She said, "As a rule, I only let someone call me that word once. I think you picked an appropriate time."
So, he hadn't been completely mute. When Amanda had told him about Sarah, he'd called her the word that rhymes with her name, and not in Spanish.
"What do you want, Will? An apology?"
She huffed a laugh.
"All right. I'm sorry. I apologize for not letting you get distracted so that you could do your job. I apologize for making sure your head didn't get blown off. I apologize."
His mouth moved of its own accord.
"Could you just shut up?" "What was that?"
He didn't repeat himself. He didn't care whether or not she heard him, or if his job was in jeopardy, or if she was going to unleash a new kind of hell on him for standing up to her. Will could not remember the last time he had experienced the kind of agony he'd suffered this afternoon. They'd sat outside that damn warehouse for a full hour before the Doraville police released them. Will understood intellectually why the detectives wanted to talk to them. There were 2 dead bodies and bullet holes everywhere. There was a stockpile of illegal machine guns on a shelf in the back. There was a large safe in Julia Ling's office with the door swinging open and $100 bills scattered on the floor. You didn't just roll up on a scene like that and release the only 2 witnesses. There were forms to be filled out, questions to be answered. Will had to give a statement. He'd had to wait while Amanda gave hers. It seemed like she had taken her time. He'd sat in the car, watching her talk to the detectives, feeling like an earthquake was going off in his chest. His cell phone had been in and out of his hand a dozen times. Should he call Sarah? Should he leave her alone? Did she need him? Wouldn't she call him if she did? He had to see her. If he saw her, he would know how to react, to do what she needed. He would wrap his arms around her. He would kiss her cheek, her neck, her mouth. He would make everything better. Or he would just stand there in the hallway like a jackass, molesting her hand. Amanda snapped her fingers for his attention. Will didn't look up, but she talked anyway.
"Your emergency contact is Angela Pulaski, or should I say Angie Trent, I suppose, since she's your wife."
She paused for effect.
"She is still your wife?"
He shook his head. He had never wanted to punch a woman so badly in his life.
"What did you expect me to do, Will?"
He kept shaking his head.
"So, I tell you that you're, I don't know, what is Dr. Linton to you these days? Mistress, girlfriend, pal? Is in trouble, and then what? We drop everything so you can go make googly eyes at her?"
Will stood up. He wasn't going to do this. He would hitchhike back to Atlanta if he had to. She sighed like the world was against her.
"The warden will be here any minute. I need you to pull up your big girl pants so I can prep you for your conversation with Roger Ling."
Will looked at her for the first time since they'd left the hospital.
"Me?" "He asked for you specifically."
This was some kind of trick, but he couldn't see where it was going. How does he even know my name?
"I imagine his sister filled him in."
As far as Will knew, Julia Ling was still on the run. She called him at the prison? She crossed her arms over her chest.
"Roger Ling is in solitary confinement for hiding a razor blade in his rectum. He doesn't get phone calls. He doesn't get visitors."
Isolation had never deterred the prison message system. There were so many illegal cell phones inside the walls that last year during a statewide prisoner strike, the New York Times had been flooded with calls from inmates making their demands. Still, Will said, "Roger Ling asked for me specifically."
"Yes, Will. The request came through his lawyer. He asked for you specifically."
She allowed.
Of course, they called me first. No one knows who the hell you are except for Roger, apparently.
Will sat back down in the chair. He felt his jaw ratcheting tight. The silence wanted to come back. He could feel it like a shadow looming behind him.
She asked, "Who do you think the cop is who confronted Dr. Linton in the hospital?"
He shook his head. He didn't want to think about Sarah anymore. He felt sick every time he thought about what she'd been through today. Alone. Amanda repeated herself.
"Who do you think the cop is?"
Again, she snapped her fingers to get his attention. He looked up. He wanted to break her hand.
"This isn't about me. This is about Faith and getting back her mother. Now, who do you think the cop is?"
He cleared the glass out of his throat. How do you know all of these people?
What people?
Hector Ortiz, Roger Ling, Julia Ling, Perry, the bodyguard who drives a Mercedes. Why are you on a first-name basis with all these people? She was silent, obviously debating about whether or not to answer. Finally, she relented.
"You know I came up in the job with Evelyn. We were cadets together. We were partners before they got tired of us busting all their cases."
She shook her head at the memory.
"These are the bad guys who are on the other side. Drugs, rape, murder, assault, hostage negotiation, RICO cases. Money laundering, they've been around as long as we have."
She added ruefully,
"Which is a very, very long time."
"You've worked cases against them?" There were 50 chairs in the room, but she sat down right beside him.
"Ignacio Ortiz and Roger Ling didn't just vault to the top. There are bodies they climbed over. Lots and lots of dead bodies. The sad part is that they were human beings once. They were nice, normal people who went to church every Sunday and clocked into their jobs during the week."
Amanda shook her head again, and Will could tell that her words invoked memories she'd rather forget. Still, she told him,
"You know the word underbelly refers to the part of society that's never seen, but it also means the vulnerable part, the weak part. That's what monsters like Roger Ling and Ignacio Ortiz prey on. Addiction, greed, poverty, desperation. Once these guys figured out how to exploit these people, they never looked back. They cut their teeth doing car hops for dealers when they were 12. They murdered before they were old enough to legally buy a drink in a bar. They've slit throats and beaten old women to death and done whatever it takes to get to the top and hold on to that power. So, when you ask me why I'm on a first-name basis with them, it's because I know them. I know who they are. I have stared into the darkness of their souls, but I guarantee you it doesn't go the other way. They don't have a damn idea who I am, and I've spent my career keeping it that way."
Will was finished, treading carefully. "They know Evelyn."
"Yes,"
Amanda allowed.
"I think they do."
He sat back in his chair. It was a stunning admission. He didn't know how to respond. Unfortunately, or maybe fortunately, she didn't give him the chance. She clasped her hands together. Sharing time was over.
"Let's talk about this cop who confronted Sarah in the hospital."
Will was still trying to wrap his brain around what had just happened. For just a moment, he'd forgotten all about Sarah.
"Chuck Finn," she prompted.
Will leaned his head against the wall. The concrete block felt cold against his scalp.
"He used to be a cop. You don't lose that no matter how much heroin you shoot up. He's tall. He's probably lost a lot of weight from his habit. Sarah wouldn't have recognized him from his mugshot. I'm assuming he's a smoker. Most junkies are. So, at the hospital, you think Chuck Finn discerned from Sarah that Marcellus Estevez might live, so he sent Franklin Heaney in to kill him? Don't you?"
Amanda wasn't quick with her response. He could tell what she'd said about Evelyn Mitchell still weighed heavily on her.
"I don't know what I think anymore, Will. And that's the God's honest truth.
She sounded tired. Her shoulders were slumped. There was a sort of detachment about her. He went back over their conversation, wondering what had finally made her admit that Evelyn Mitchell wasn't squeaky clean. He had never in his life seen Amanda give up on anything. Part of him felt sorry for her, and another part of him realized that he might not ever have this chance again. He struck while her defenses were down. Why didn't they shoot you outside the warehouse?
I'm a deputy director with the GBI. That's a lot of heat.
They've already kidnapped a decorated police officer. They shot at you inside the warehouse. They killed Castillo. Why didn't they kill you?
I don't know, Will.
She rubbed her eyes with her fingers.
I think we must be caught in the middle of some kind of war.
Will stared at the meth project poster on the wall. A toothless woman with scabby skin stared back. He wondered if that was what the junkie had looked like. The woman who had told Sarah that there was a guy laid out by the dumpster. How long had it taken before Marcellus Estevez was dead and Franklin Heaney was struggling with Sarah on the floor, threatening to cut open her face with a scalpel? Minutes. Maybe 10 at the most. Will couldn't help it. He put his elbows on his knees and dropped his head in his hands. You should have told me. He could hear a distant voice in his head screaming at him to shut up, but he couldn't. You had no right to keep that from me. Amanda gave a heavy sigh.
Maybe I should have. Or maybe I was right to hold it back. If it's the first one, I'm sorry. If it's the second, then you can be mad at me later. I need you to talk this through with me. I need to figure out what is going on. If not for my sake, then for Faith's.
Her voice sounded as desperate as he felt. The day had utterly defeated her. Will couldn't help it. As much as he hated her right now, he couldn't be cruel. And somewhere in all of this, the click happened. He hadn't noticed it, but sometime during the last 10 minutes, his anger had started to seep out, so that now when he thought about it, when he considered what Amanda had done about Sarah, Will felt a festering anger rather than a burning hate. He took a deep breath and slowly let it go as he sat back up. Okay, we have to assume that all the dead guys worked in Julia Ling's shop. Some of them on the books, some of them off, all of them doing both sides of her business.
You think Ling sent Ricardo Ortiz to Sweden to pick up some heroin?
No, I think Ricardo got ahead of himself. I think he got all the young guys worked up, thinking they could take over Ling's business. He took it on himself to go to Sweden. Will looked at his watch. It was almost 7 o'clock. He was tortured, probably by Benny Chu.
Then why didn't they just cut the drugs out of him and be done with it?
Because he told them that he knew where they could get more money.
Evelyn.
It's what I said earlier. He turned toward her. Chuck Fenn mentioned in one of his Healing Winds group sessions with Hironobu Kwan that his old boss was sitting on a pile of money. Cut to yesterday morning, Ricardo has a belly full of heroin and Benny Chu beating his ass. His friend Hironobu Kwan says he knows where they can get some cash to buy themselves out of the situation. Will shrugged. They go to Evelyn's. Benny Chu tags along to keep them from doing a runner. Only they can't find the money, and Evelyn won't give it up to them.
Perhaps they weren't expecting to find Hector Ortiz there. Ricardo would recognize his father's cousin.
Will wanted to ask what Hector Ortiz was doing at Evelyn's in the first place, but he didn't want to make Amanda lie to him right now. Ricardo Ortiz would know that killing Hector would bring some heat. He's already turned his back on his own father by smuggling in the heroin. Ling is out for his blood because she's found out that Ricardo turned on her, too. Ricardo's gang can't find the money in Evelyn's house. She's not talking. Ricardo has to see at this point that his life isn't worth much. He's packed full of balloons he can't pass. He's been beaten nearly to death. Benny Chu's got a gun to his head. Will ran through Faith's statement about her confrontation with Chu and Ortiz. Ricardo's last word was Almeja. That's what Julia Ling called Evelyn, right?
How would Ricardo know that?
I suppose if your theory holds that this all came from Chuck Finn, then that's where he got it.
Why would Evelyn's name be the last word on Ricardo's lips?
It's her street name. I'd be surprised if Ricardo knew her real one, she explained. It's not just the bangers who give themselves nicknames. You work narcotics long enough, they come up with something street to call you by. Sometimes that spills over into the squad. Hip and Hop were obviously shortened from their last names. Boyd Spivey was Sledge, as in hammer. Chuck Finn was called Fish, I suppose because they couldn't remember the name for a lemming.
She smiled. Another private joke.
Roger Ling took credit for coming up with Almeja, which seemed curious at the time until we realized he doesn't speak a bit of his parents' language. Mandarin, in case you're curious.
What about you?
I don't work narcotics.
But they know you.
Wag,
she told him.
Short for Wagner.
Will didn't believe her. Why did Roger Ling ask to speak with me? She gave a startled laugh.
You can't really think that you're the only man in this prison right now who despises me.
There was a loud buzz and a clanging of gates opening and closing. 2 guards came into the waiting room, followed by a younger man with Harry Potter spectacles and a floppy haircut to match. He was definitely not one of Amanda's old gals. There were velvet patches on the elbows of his corduroy jacket. His tie was made of a knit cotton. His shirt had a stain over the pocket. He smelled of pancakes.
Jimmy Kagan, he said, shaking their hands. I'm not sure what strings you pulled, Deputy Director, but this is the first time in my 6 years as warden here that I've been called back to work this late at night.
Amanda had easily transitioned back to her old self. It was like seeing an actor slip into character.
I appreciate your cooperation, Warden Kagan. We all have to do our part.
I didn't have much of a choice, Kagan admitted, indicating the guard should open the door into the main prison. He led them down a long hallway at a fast clip.
I'm not going to disrupt my entire system no matter who you get on the phone. Agent Trent, you'll have to go back into the cells. Ling has been in solitary for the last week. You can talk to him through the slot in the door. I'm sure you know the type of person you're dealing with, but I'll tell you straight up, I wouldn't be in the same room with Roger Ling if you held a gun to my head. I'm actually terrified that's going to happen to me one day.
Amanda raised an eyebrow at Will.
You make it sound as if the primates are running the zoo.
Kagan gave her a look that said he thought she was either deluded or insane. He told Will, at any given time in the U.S. penal system, at least half the inmate population have been diagnosed with some kind of mental illness.
Will nodded. He'd heard the statistic before. All the prisons in the country combined bought more Prozac than any other single institution. Kagan said, some of them are worse than others. Ling is worse than the worst. He should be in a mental ward, locked down, throw away the key.
Another gate opened and closed.
Kagan listed the rules. Don't get close to the door. Don't think you're safe just because you're an arm's length away. This man is very resourceful, and he has a lot of time on his hands. The razor blade we found up his ass was wrapped in a hand-tied pouch Ling made from strings he pulled out of his bed sheets. It took him 2 months. He braided a yellow rebel star into it as some kind of joke. Must have dyed it with urine.
Kagan stopped at yet another door and waited for it to open.
I have no idea how he got the razor blade. He's in his cell 23 hours a day. His yard time is isolated. He's the only one in the cage. He doesn't have contact visits, and the guards are all terrified of him.
The door opened and he continued walking.
If it was up to me, I'd leave him to rot in the hole, but it's not up to me. He'll be confined another week unless he pulls something awful, and believe me, he is capable of the awful.
The warden stopped at a set of metal doors. The first one clanged open and they went inside.
The last time we locked him in the hole, the guard who sent him there was attacked the next day. We never found the responsible party, but the man lost one of his eyes. It was plucked out by hand. The door behind them shut, and the one in front of them banged open. Kagan said, "We'll have the cameras on you, Mr. Trent, but I have to warn you that our response time clocks in at 61 seconds, just over a minute. We can't get it any tighter than that. I have a full raid team suited up and on standby if anything happens." He patted Will on the back. "Good luck." There was a guard waiting to take Will through. The man looked filled with the kind of dread you'd see on a death row inmate's face. It was like staring into a mirror. Will turned to Amanda. He had broken his silence in the waiting room so that she could coach him on what to say to Roger Ling, but he just now realized she hadn't offered any advice. "You want to help me here?" She said, "Quid pro quo, Clarice. Don't come back without some useful information." Will remembered again that he hated her. The guard motioned him through. The door closed behind them. The man said, "Keep close to the walls. If you see something coming at you, cover your eyes and close your mouth. It's probably shit." Will tried to walk as if his testicles hadn't receded into his body. The lights were out in the cells, but the hall was well lit. The guard kept to the wall, away from the prisoners opposite. Will followed suit. He could feel a new set of eyes tracking him as he passed each cell. There was a skittering noise behind him as kites, tiny pieces of paper with strings attached to them, slid across the concrete floor in his wake. In his mind, Will listed out all the possible contraband in the cells. Shivs, made from toothbrushes and combs, blades fashioned from pieces of metal lifted out of the kitchen, feces and urine mixed in a cup to create gas bombs, threads from a sheet braided into a whip with razor blades tied at the ends. Another set of double gates. The first one opened, they walked through. The first one closed. Seconds ticked by. The second set groaned open. They came to a solid door with a piece of glass at eye level. The guard took out a heavy ring of keys and found the right one. He stuck it into a lock on the wall. There was a ka-thunk as a bolt opened. He turned around and looked at the camera overhead. They both waited until there was a responding click from the guard watching them in a remote viewing room. The door slid open. Solitary confinement. The hole. The hallway was about 30 feet deep and 10 feet wide. 8 metal doors were on one side. A concrete block wall was on the other. The cells faced inside the prison, not out. There would be no windows, no fresh air, no sunlight, no hope. As Kagan had pointed out, these men had nothing but time. Unlike the rest of the prison, all of the overhead lights were on in solitary. The glow of fluorescent bulbs gave Will an instant headache. The hallway was warm and muggy. There was something like pressure in the air, a weighted, heavy feeling. He had the sensation of being in the middle of a field waiting for a tornado to hit. "He's in the last one," the guard said. He kept to the wall again, his shoulder rubbing against the concrete block. Will could see the paint had been rubbed off from years of guards sliding their shoulders across. The doors opposite were bolted up tight. Each had a viewing window at the top, narrow, eye level, like at a speakeasy. There was a slit at the bottom for passing meals and tightening handcuffs. All of the doors and panels were secured with heavy bolts and rivets. The guard stopped at the last door. He put his hand to Will's chest and made sure his back was flat against the wall. "I don't need to tell you to stay there, right, big guy?" Will shook his head. The man seemed to gather his courage before walking to the cell door. He wrapped his hand around the slide bolt that kept the viewing panel covered. "Mr. Ling, if I pull back this slat, are you going to give me any trouble?" There was the muffled sound of laughter behind the door. Roger Ling had the same heavy Southern accent as his sister.
I think you're safe for now, Enrique.
The guard was sweating. He gripped the bolt and pulled back, stepping out of the way so quickly that his shoes squeaked across the floor. Will felt a bead of sweat roll down his neck. Roger Ling was obviously standing with his back pressed against the door. Will could see the side of his neck, the bottom of his ear, a hint of the orange prison garb that covered his shoulder. The lights were on inside, brighter than they were in the hallway. Will saw the rear of the cell, the edge of a mattress on the floor. The space was smaller than a normal cell, less than 8 feet deep, probably 4 feet wide. There would be a toilet, but nothing else. No chair, no table, nothing to make you feel like a human being. The usual smells of a prison, sweat, urine, feces, were more pungent here. Will realized there was no screaming. Normally, a prison was as noisy as an elementary school, especially at night. The kites had done their job. The whole place had ground to a stop because Roger Ling had a visitor. Will waited. He could hear his heart pumping, the sound of breath going in and out of his lungs. Ling asked, "How's Arnaldo doing?" Julia Ling's Chihuahua. Will cleared his throat. "He's fine." "Is she letting him get fat?" "I told her not to let him get fat." "He seems—" Will struggled for an answer. "She's not letting him starve."
"Naldo's a cool little dude," Ling said. "I always say a Chihuahua is only as high-strung as his owner. You agree with that?"
Will hadn't given it much thought, but he said, "I guess that makes sense. Mine's pretty laid back."
"What's her name again?"
There was a point to this, after all. Ling was confirming that he was talking to the right man. Betty. He had passed the test.
"Good to meet you in person, Mr. Trent."
Ling shifted, and Will saw most of his neck. A tattoo of a dragon went up his vertebrae. The wings were spread across his shaved head. The eyes were bright yellow. Ling said,
"My sister's pretty freaked out."
"I can imagine."
"Those little shits tried to kill her."
His voice was hard, exactly the kind of tone you'd expect from a man who'd mutilated and killed 2 women.
"They wouldn't be acting so tough if I wasn't locked up in here. I'd be bringing them some pains in their brains. You feel me?"
Will looked at the guard. The man was tensed like a bulldog ready to fight. Or flee, which seemed the smarter option. Will thought about the raid team waiting and wondered what Roger Ling could do in 61 seconds. A lot, probably. Ling said,
"You know why I asked to speak with you?"
Will was honest. "I have no idea."
"'Cause I don't trust nothing that bitch has to say."
Obviously, he meant Amanda. "That's probably smart." He laughed. Will listened to the sound echoing through the cell. There was no joy in the noise. It was chilling, almost maniacal. Will wondered if Ling's victims had heard this laughter while they were being strangled to death with Arnaldo's leash. Ling said,
"We gotta end this. Too much blood on the street is bad for business."
"Tell me how to make that happen."
"I got word from Ignacio. He understands Yellow isn't behind this. He wants peace."
Will wasn't exactly a gang expert, but he doubted that the leader of Los Texicanos would turn the other cheek over his son being beaten and killed. He told Ling as much. "I would assume Mr. Ortiz wants vengeance."
"No, man. No vengeance. Ricardo dug his own grave. Ignacio knows that. Make sure Faith knows that, too. She did what she had to do. Family is family, am I right?
Will didn't like this man knowing Faith's name, and he sure as hell didn't trust his assurances. Still, he said, "I'll tell her." Ling echoed his sister's words.
These young guys are crazy, man. Got no sense of the value of life. You bust your ass to make the world good for them. You give them brand new cars and send them to private schools, and the minute they're on their own, pow! They turn around and pop you one.
Will thought pow was a bit of an understatement, but he kept that thought to himself.
Ricardo was at Westminster, Ling said. You know that?
Will was familiar with the private school, which cost upwards of $25,000 a year. He also knew from Hironobu Kwan's file that he'd attended Westminster on a math scholarship. So, another connection.
Ling said Ignacio thought he could buy his son a different life, but them spoiled rich kids got him hooked on oxy.
Was Ricardo in rehab?
Shit. Little dude lived in rehab.
He shifted again. Will could hear the material of his stiff orange shirt rub against the metal door.
You got kids?
No.
Not that you know of, right?
He laughed, as if this was funny.
I got 3. 2 ex-wives, always bitching at me for money. I give it to 'em, though. They keep my boys in line, don't let my daughter dress like no whore, keep their noses clean.
His shoulder raised in a shrug.
What can you do, though? It's in the blood sometimes. No matter how many times you show them the right way, they get to a certain age and they get ideas into their heads. They think maybe they don't have to work their way up. They see what other people got and think they can just walk in and take it.
Ling seemed to know a lot about Ignacio Ortiz's parenting woes. Odd, especially considering the two were locked down in separate prisons that were almost an entire state away from each other. Boyd Spivey had been wrong. Yellow wasn't making a play for Brown. Yellow was working for Brown. Will said, "You have a business relationship with Mr. Ortiz."
That's a fair statement.
Ignacio asked Julia to give his son a job on the legit side of the business.
It's good for a young man to have a trade. And Ricardo took to it. He had an eye for the work. Most of 'em, they're just putting together boxes, slapping on doors. Ricky was different. He was smart. Knew how to get the right people on the job. Could have run his own shop one day.
Will started to understand. Ricardo got a crew together. Hironobu Kwan and the others worked at your sister's shop. Maybe they saw the money coming in from the less legitimate side of the business and thought that they deserved a bigger piece. Ortiz would never approve of some upstart gang taking a piece of the Los Texicanos pie, even if it was his own son. Starting a business is harder than it looks, especially with a franchise. You gotta pay the fees. You heard about Ricardo's trip to Sweden.
Hell, everybody heard.
He chuckled, as if it was funny.
Problem with being that age is you don't know when to keep your mouth shut. Young, dumb, and full of cum.
Your people talked to Ricardo about his trip. Will didn't say that they were probably torturing the young man during the discussion. Ricardo mentioned that there might be a way to buy himself out of his problem. Will imagined Ricardo would have been willing to trade his own mother by the time they were finished torturing him. He had told you that he could get his hands on some money, a lot of money, Almost $1 million, cash.
That sounds like a deal no businessman can say no to.
Everything was lining up. Ricardo had taken his crew to Evelyn's, where they met with a hell of a lot more resistance than they'd anticipated. They had killed Hector. Even if Amanda was right and Hector Ortiz was just a car salesman, there was no getting around that he was Ignacio Ortiz's cousin. Ricardo took them to Evelyn's house to get the money. Only, they didn't count on her fighting back. They took too many casualties. They had to regroup, and then Faith rolled up. Ling asked, "You heard this story before?" Will kept talking. They took Evelyn somewhere else to question her.
Sounds like a plan, man.
Only, she hasn't given up the money. If she had, I wouldn't be here. He laughed.
I don't know about that, brother. You seem to be missing something in your story.
What do you mean?
Think about it.
Will was still at a loss.
The only way you can kill a snake is to cut off its head.
Okay. He still wasn't following.
Far as I can tell, that old snake's still out there twitching.
You mean Evelyn?
Shit. You think that old bitch could get a bunch of kids to follow her? Or couldn't even keep her own house in order?
He tisked his tongue, the same way his sister had.
No, this is man's work, bro.
How do you think they got one over on my sister?
Bitches don't got the balls for this kind of work.
Will wasn't going to argue the point. Gangs were the ultimate boys' club. More patriarchal than the Catholic Church, Julia Ling had only been in charge at her brother's pleasure. Generals don't go into battle. They send their pawns to the front lines. Hironobu Kwan was shot within minutes of breaching the house. Ricardo Ortiz had been left behind. Benny Chu had held a gun to his head. The man had been beaten. He was abandoned. He was expendable. Someone else had tipped them off about Evelyn. Someone else was leading the gang. Will said, "Chuck Finn." Ling laughed as if the name surprised him.
Chuckleberry Finn. I thought that brother would be dead by now.
Fish, sleeping with the fishes. Is he behind this? Roger didn't answer.
An old sledge taken down, too. From what I hear, they did the brother a favor. Go out like a man instead of waiting to be put down like a dog. Can't say some good ain't come out of this.
Who's behind?
Yo, this is over.
Roger Ling banged on the cell door.
Enrique, close it up.
The guard started to slide back the panel. Will reached out to stop him. Like a snake striking, Ling's hand snared out, clamping around Will's wrist. He pulled so hard that Will's shoulder slammed into the door. The side of his face was pressed against the cold metal surface. He felt hot breath on his ear.
You know why you're here, bro.
Will pulled back as hard as he could. He pushed with his leg, tried to brace his foot against the bottom of the door. Ling's grip was tight, but his voice implied effortlessness.
Tell Mandy that Evelyn's gone.
His voice got lower.
Tap, tap. 2 in the head. Ding dong, Almeja is dead.
Ling released him. Will fell backward, his shoulders banging into the concrete wall. His heart was going like a metronome. He looked back at the cell door. There was a squeal of metal sliding across metal. The viewing panel closed, but not before Will saw Roger Ling's eyes. They were flat black, soulless. But there was something else there. A flash of triumph mixed in with bloodlust.
When?
Will yelled.
When did it happen?
Ling's voice was muffled behind the door.
Tell Mandy to wear something pretty to the funeral. I always did like her in black.
Will brushed himself off. As he walked up the corridor, he wondered which was worse. Feeling Roger Ling's hot breath on his neck, or having to tell Amanda and Faith that Evelyn Mitchell was dead. Chapter 14. Faith grabbed a grocery buggy from the line outside the store. She found an old list in her purse and clutched it in her hand as she walked into the building, pretending like this was just another day at the market. The Atlanta police had taken her Glock to process for ballistics, but they didn't know about Zeke's Walther P99 that he kept loaded in his glove compartment. The weight dragged on her purse strap as she hefted it over her shoulder. The German-made weapon was well suited for her brother, who'd never seen combat. It was bulky and expensive, the sort of thing you'd carry for show. It could also drop a man at 100 yards, and, at the end of the day, that was all Faith needed it for. She started out in the produce section, taking more time than usual to test the freshness of the oranges piled on display. She dropped a few into a plastic bag, then moved toward the bakery. She should have left the house hours ago, but she wanted to wait until she got the call from Zeke that Jeremy and Emma were safely ensconced in the visiting officers' quarters at Dobbins Air Reserve Base. Just getting them all loaded into Jeremy's Impala had taken forever. Zeke had yelled at the car seat. Jeremy was still pouting about his confiscated iPhone. Emma hadn't cried because her big brother was there to soothe her. But Faith had bawled like a baby the minute their car had disappeared at the end of the street. Faith had assumed that the men who took her mother were as skilled as they were brazen. Tactically, they had always had the advantage, whether it was taking Evelyn or breaking into Faith's house. But with 2 cops sitting in her kitchen and her 6'4" brother stomping around like a bully spoiling for a fight, there was no way they would try the house again. They had gone for Jeremy, the weakest link, save for Emma. Faith felt her breath catch as she thought about her children. She had been so worried about her mother that she'd let the rest of her family slip. That wasn't going to happen again. She was going to keep all of them safe, or die trying. Faith felt a presence over her shoulder. Someone was watching her. She'd felt eyes on her from the moment she left the house. Casually, Faith turned around. She saw a kid in a Frito-Lay uniform stacking bags onto the shelves. He smiled at her. Faith smiled back, then pushed her cart down the aisle. When Faith was a little girl, the Charles Chip Man would come every Monday to fill their brown metal tins with potato chips. Tuesdays and Thursdays, the Mathis dairy truck idled in front of their house while Petro, the driver, put fresh milk in the metal rack by the door in the carport. A half-gallon was 92 cents. Orange juice was 52 cents. Buttermilk, her father's favorite, was 47 cents. If Faith was good, her mother would let her count out the change to pay Petro. Sometimes, Evelyn would get chocolate milk, 56 cents for special occasions, birthdays, good report cards, winning games, dance recitals. Cosmetics, vitamins, shampoo, greeting cards, books, soap. Faith kept piling things into her buggy, willing whoever was there to make contact. She slowed her pace. The cart was nearly full. She checked Jeremy's iPhone. There were no new messages on his Facebook wall. No emails from Goodnight 92. Faith backtracked through the store, returning the shampoo and the vitamins, perusing the magazines again. She looked at her watch. She'd been here almost an hour and no one had approached her. Ginger would probably start wondering what was taking her so long. The young detective hadn't seemed fazed when she'd told him that she was going to the grocery store by herself. He was still licking his wounds over Faith taking his gun. She wasn't sure how much farther she could push him without getting a hard shove back. She angled her buggy around an old man who had stopped in the middle of the cereal aisle. Faith knew that they wanted her in the parking lot. They wanted her alone. She should just give in and get it over with. She put her hand on her purse, ready to take it out of the buggy. Logic intervened. They couldn't abduct her in the middle of the grocery store. They might try, but Faith wouldn't go anywhere. They would either have to bargain with her or shoot her. She wasn't leaving this store without a deal that would get her mother back. Faith stopped outside the restroom and left her buggy by the door. This was her third trip to the toilet since she'd gotten to the grocery store. She wasn't just trying to draw them out. One of the many benefits of her diabetes acting up was that her bladder felt constantly full. She pushed open the ladies' room door and held her breath at the stench. Grime covered the stainless steel walls and tile floor. The air felt greasy. Given a choice, she would have waited until she got home, but Faith didn't have that luxury. She checked all 4 stalls, then went into the handicap space because it was still the least filthy. Her thighs ached as she hovered over the seat. It was a balancing act. She had to keep her purse tucked to her stomach because there was nowhere to hang it, and she was afraid the fake leather would become glued to the floor. The door opened. Faith looked under the stall. She saw a pair of women's shoes, short heels, fat ankles stuffed into brown support hose. The faucet turned on, the hand towel dispenser cranked. The faucet turned off, the door opened again, then slowly closed. Faith closed her eyes and mumbled a prayer of relief. She finished going to the bathroom, flushed the toilet, then hiked her purse back onto her shoulder. The stall door didn't exactly lock. The thumb latch was missing. She had to stick her pinky into the square opening and twist the metal spindle to get the door open. Hola. Instantly, Faith cataloged everything she could about the man standing in front of her. Medium build, a few inches taller than Faith, around 180 pounds. Brown skin, dark hair, blue eyes, band-aid around his left index finger, tattoo of a snake on the right side of his neck. Faded blue jeans with holes at the knees, black warm-up jacket with a bulge at the front that could only be a gun. The brim of his black baseball cap was pulled low. She could still see his face. The smattering of facial hair, the mole on his cheek. He was about Jeremy's age, but as far from her docile, loving son as could be. Hate seemed to radiate off him. Faith knew his type, had dealt with it many times before. Hair trigger finger, full of spite, too young to be smart, too stupid to grow old. Faith put her hand in her purse. He pressed the bulge under his jacket. Wouldn't do that if I was you. Faith could feel the cold steel of the Walther. The muzzle was pointing toward the man. Her finger was close to the trigger. She could shoot the gun through her purse before he even thought to lift his jacket. Where's my mother? My mother, he repeated. You say that like she only belongs to you. Leave my family out of this. You ain't the one in the driver's seat here. I need to know that she's alive. He tilted up his chin and clicked his tongue once against the back of his teeth. The gesture was familiar, the same response Faith had gotten from just about every thug she'd ever arrested. She's safe. How do I know that? He laughed. You don't, bitch. You don't know nothing. What do you want? He rubbed his fingers against his thumb. Money. Faith didn't know if she could pull the bluff again. Just tell me where she is and we'll end this. No one has to get hurt. He laughed again. Yo, you think I'm that stupid? How much do you want? All of it. A stream of curses came to mind. She never took any money. She done spun me out this story, bitch. We passed that. Gimme the fucking money and I'll give you what's left of her. Is she alive? Not for long, you don't do what I say. Faith felt a bead of sweat roll down her back. I can have the money tomorrow, by noon. What? You waiting for the bank to open? Safe deposit box. She was making this up as she went along. Boxes. There are 3 of them all over the city. I need time. He smiled. One of his teeth was capped in a silver-colored metal. Platinum. Probably worth more money than Faith had in her checking account.
I knew you'd deal. I told Mommy that little baby girl wouldn't throw her over.
I need to know she's alive. None of this happens unless I know for sure that she's okay.
Well, I wouldn't say she's okay, but the bitch is still breathing last time I checked.
He took an iPhone out of his pocket, a newer model than she could afford for Jeremy. He held his tongue between his teeth as his thumbs worked across the screen. He found what he was looking for and showed Faith the phone. The screen showed the image of her mother holding a newspaper. Faith stared at the photo. Her mother's face was swollen, barely recognizable. Her hand had a bloody rag wrapped around it. Faith pressed her lips together. Bile stung the back of her throat. She fought against the tears stinging her eyes. I can't tell what she's holding. He used his fingers to enlarge the image.
It's a newspaper.
I know it's a USA Today, she snapped.
That doesn't prove she's alive right now.
It just proves that sometime after the papers were delivered this morning, you made her hold one up. He looked at the screen. She could tell he was worried. He bit his bottom lip the same way Jeremy did when she'd caught him doing something wrong.
The man said, "This is proof of life. You need to deal with me if you want to keep it that way."
Faith noticed that his grammar had improved. His voice had gone up an octave, too. There was something familiar about his tone, but she couldn't place it. She just needed to keep him talking.
"You think I'm stupid?" she demanded.
"This doesn't prove anything. My mother could already be dead. I'm not going to just hand you a pile of money because you have some stupid picture. You could have photoshopped that. I don't even know if it's really her." He stepped closer, puffing out his chest. His eyes were almond-shaped, deep blue with speckles of green. Again, she had the sensation of knowing him.
"I've arrested you before."
"Shit," he snorted.
"You don't know me, bitch. You don't know a goddamn thing about me."
"I need proof that my mother's alive."
"She won't be for long if you keep this shit up."
Faith felt that familiar snap inside of her. All the anger and frustration of the last few days came rushing out.
"Have you ever even done this before? Are you some kind of amateur? You don't show up like this without real proof. I've been a fucking cop for 16 years. You think I'm gonna buy this cheap trick?"
She pushed him back hard enough to let him know she meant it.
"I'm leaving."
He slammed her face into the door. Faith was stunned by the blow. He jerked her around, his left arm pressed into her throat. His right hand gripped her face, fingers pressing into her skull. Spit flew from his mouth.
"You want me to leave another present under your pillow? Maybe her eyes?"
He pressed his thumb harder against her eye socket.
"Maybe her tits?"
The door pushed against Faith's back. Someone was trying to get into the restroom.
"Excuse me," a woman said. "Hello? Is this open?"
The man stared at Faith, a hyena studying its prey. His hand shook from the effort of gripping her face. Her teeth cut into the inside of her cheek. Her nose started to bleed. He could break her skull if he wanted to.
"Tomorrow morning,"
he said.
"I'll send you instructions."
He leaned in so close that Faith's eyes blurred on his features.
"You don't tell anybody about this. You don't tell your boss. You don't tell that freak you work with. You don't tell your brother or anyone else in your precious family. Nobody. You hear me?"
"Yes," she whispered. "Yes." Impossibly, his grip tightened.
"I won't kill you first," he warned her. "I'll cut off your eyelids." Are you listening to me?
Faith nodded.
I'll make you watch while I skin your son. Piece by piece, I'll cut away his flesh until all you see is his muscles and bones, and all you hear is him crying like the bitch little spoiled baby that he is. And then I'll go to work on your daughter. Her skin'll be easier, like wet paper peeling back. Do you understand me? You get what I'm saying?
She nodded again.
Don't push me, bitch. You have no idea how little I've got left to lose.
He let go of her as quickly as he'd grabbed her. Faith fell to the floor. She coughed, tasting blood in her throat. He kicked her out of the way so that he could open the door. She reached out to her purse. Her fingers felt the impression of the gun. She should get up. She had to get up.
Ma'am,
a woman said. She peered around the door, looking down at Faith.
Do you want me to call a doctor?
No, Faith whispered. She swallowed the blood in her mouth. The inside of her jaw was ripped open. More blood trickled from her nose.
Are you sure? I could call.
No, Faith repeated. There was no one to call. Chapter 15. Will pulled into his driveway and waited for the garage door to open. All the lights were off in his house. Betty was probably floating on her full bladder, like a balloon in the Macy's Thanksgiving Day parade. At least, he hoped she was. Will was in no mood to clean up a mess. He felt like he had killed Amanda. Not literally, not with his bare hands like he'd dreamed of doing for most of the day. Telling her what Roger Ling said, that Evelyn Mitchell was dead, was just as good as shooting her in the chest. She had deflated in front of him. All of her bravado was gone. All the arrogance and meanness and pettiness had rushed out of her, and the woman in front of him had been nothing but a shell. Will had had the sense to wait until they were outside the prison building to relay the news. She hadn't cried. Instead, to his horror, her knees had buckled. That was when he put his arm around her. She was surprisingly bony. Her hip was sharp under his hand. Her shoulders were frail. She seemed 10, 20 years older by the time he fastened her seatbelt around her lap and closed the car door. The trip back had been excruciating. Will's silence on the way down paled in comparison. He had offered to pull over, but she'd told him not to stop. Just outside of Atlanta, he'd seen her hand grip the door. Will had never been to her house before. She lived in a condo in the middle of Buckhead. It was a gated community. The buildings were all regal-looking with keyed corners and large, heavily trimmed windows. She had directed him to a unit in the back. Will had idled the car, but she didn't get out. He was debating whether or not to help her again when she said, "Don't tell Faith." He'd stared at her front door. She had a flag hanging from the front post. Spring flowers, a seasonal motif. Amanda had never struck him as a flag person. He couldn't imagine her standing on the porch in her heels and suit, leaning on tippy-toe to clip the appropriate flag onto the pole. "We have to verify this," she'd said, though what Roger Ling had told Will was merely a confirmation of a truth Will realized he had been sensing for most of the day. Amanda must have known it too. That was the only explanation for her earlier capitulation inside the prison waiting room. She had admitted that Evelyn was tainted because she'd known there was no reason to protect her anymore. The 24-hour mark had come and gone. There had been no contact from the kidnappers. There was blood all over Evelyn's kitchen floor. A lot of it. Maybe most of it from Evelyn. The young men they were dealing with had proven themselves to be remorseless killers, nothing more than assassins, even when it was against members of their own crew. The odds that Evelyn Mitchell had even made it through the night were close to nil. Will had told her, "Faith has to know." "I'll tell her when I know for sure." Her voice sounded flat, lifeless. "We meet at 7 tomorrow morning. The whole team. If you're a minute late, then don't bother coming." "I'll be there." "We are going to find her. I have to see her with my own eyes." "Okay." "And if what Roger said is true, we'll find the boys who did this, and we'll rain down hell on them. Every last one. We will hound them into the ground." "Yes, ma'am." Her voice was so low and tired he could barely hear her. "I will not rest until every single one of them is put to death. I want to watch them slip the needle in and see their feet twitch and their eyes roll and their chests freeze. And if the state won't kill them, then I'll do it myself." Amanda had pushed open the door and gotten out of the car. Will could see the effort it took her to keep her back straight as she walked up the stairs. If it were up to Amanda, if there was a way for her to will her friend to be alive, then there would be no question of Evelyn's survival. But that just wasn't the case. The garage door finally finished opening. Will pulled in and pressed the button to close the door. The garage had not been an original part of the house. Will had added on the structure in the neighborhood's more transitional days, back when junkies knocked on his door wondering if this was still a crack den. The entrance was awkward and led into the spare bedroom. Betty raised her head from the pillow when she saw Will. There was a puddle in the corner that neither one of them was ready to talk about. Will turned on the lights as he walked through the house. There was a chill in the air. He cracked open the kitchen door so Betty could go outside. She hesitated. "It's all right," he told her, using as soothing a tone as he could muster. Her injuries were healing, but the dog still remembered last week when a hawk had swooped into the yard and tried to pick her up. And Will could still remember the groomer's uncontrollable laughter when he'd told the man that a hawk had mistaken his dog for a rat. Betty finally went outside, but not without a wary glance over her shoulder. Will put his car key on the hook and placed his wallet and gun on the kitchen table. The pizza from yesterday was still in the refrigerator. Will took out the box but couldn't do anything more than stare at the gelatinous slices. He wanted to call Sarah, but this time his motivations were purely selfish. He wanted to tell her what had happened today. He wanted to ask her if it was right to wait to tell Faith that her mother was dead. He wanted to describe to her the way it felt to see Amanda brought so low, that it scared him to see her fallen so far from her pedestal. Instead, he returned the pizza box to the fridge, made sure the back door was still cracked open, and went to take a shower. It was almost midnight. He'd been up since 5 this morning, having slept only a few hours the night before. Will stood under the stream of hot water, trying to wash away his day. The grime of Valdosta State Prison. The warehouse where he'd been shot at. Grady, where he'd felt dizzy with fear. Coastal, where he'd sweated so much that rings were still under the arms of his shirt. Will thought about Betty while he dried his hair. She'd been stuck in the house all day. The puddle was a responsibility they both shared. As late as it was, he couldn't see himself sleeping. He should take her for a walk. They could both do with stretching their legs. He pulled on a pair of jeans and a dress shirt that was too worn to wear to work anymore. The collar was frayed. One of the buttons was broken, dangling by a thread. He walked into the kitchen to get Betty's leash. Angie was sitting at the table. "Welcome home, baby. How was your day?" Will would have rather driven to Coastal and faced Roger Ling again than have to talk to his wife right now. She stood. Her arms went around his shoulders. She put her mouth close to his. "Aren't you going to tell me hello?" Her hands stroking his neck felt nothing like Sarah's. "Stop." She pulled away, feigning a pout. "Is that any kind of welcome for your wife?" "Where have you been?" "Since when do you care?" He thought about it. She had posed a legitimate question. "I don't, really. The words came out easier than he'd thought. "I don't want you here." She tucked her chin down, crossed her arms. "Well, I suppose this was inevitable. I can't leave you alone after all." She had closed the back door. He opened it. Betty ran in. She saw Angie and growled. Angie said, "Looks like none of the women in your life are happy to see me." He felt the hair on the back of his neck go up. "What are you talking about?" "Sarah didn't tell you?" Angie paused, but he couldn't answer her. "It's Sarah, right?" "That's her name?" She gave a breathy laugh. "I have to say, Will, but she's a little plain for you. I mean, she's all right up top, but she's got no ass to speak of, and she's almost taller than you are. I thought you liked your women more womanly." Will still couldn't talk. His blood had frozen in his veins. "She was here when I got home yesterday, lingering in the bedroom." "Didn't she tell you?" Sarah hadn't told him. Why hadn't she told him? "She colors her hair. You know that, right? Those highlights aren't natural." "What did you—" "I'm just letting you know she's not the perfect little angel you think she is." Will forced the words out of his mouth. "What did you say to her?" "I asked her why she was fucking my husband." His heart stopped. This was the reason Sarah had been crying yesterday afternoon. This explained her initial coldness when he showed up at her house last night. Will's heart clenched like a vice was around it. "You are not allowed to talk to her ever again." "You're trying to protect her?" She laughed. "Jesus, Will. That's hilarious considering I'm trying to protect you." "You don't. She's got a thing for cops. You know that, right?" She shook her head at his stupidity. "I looked into her husband. He was quite a catch. Fucked anything that moved." "Like you?" "Oh, come on. Try harder than that, baby." "I don't want to try." He finally said the words that he'd been thinking for the last year. "I just want it over. I want you out of my life." She laughed in his face. "I am your life." Will stared at her. She was smiling. Her eyes practically glowed. Why was it that she only ever seemed happy when she was trying to hurt him? "I can't do this anymore." His name was Jeffrey. Did you know that? Will didn't answer. Of course he knew Sarah's husband's name. He was smart. Went to college. A real one. Not some correspondence school where they charge extra to mail your diploma. He ran a whole police department. They were so fucking in love that she looks cross-eyed in the pictures. Angie grabbed her purse out of the chair. "You want to see them? They were in the newspaper in that shithole town every other week. They did a fucking collage on the front page when he died." "Please just go." Angie dropped her purse. "Does she know you're stupid?" He held his tongue between his front teeth. "Oh, of course she does." She almost sounded relieved. "That explains it. She feels sorry for you. Poor little Willie can't read." He shook his head. "Let me tell you something, Wilbur. You're not a great catch. You're not handsome. You're not smart. You're not even average. And you're sure as hell not good in the sack. She had said this so many times before that the words no longer had meaning. Is there a point to this? I'm trying to keep you from getting hurt. That's the point. He looked down at the floor. Don't do this, Angie. Just this one time, don't do it. Do what? Tell you the truth. Because you've obviously got your head so far up your ass that you can't see what's going on here. She put her face inches from his. Don't you know that every time she kisses you, every time she touches you, or fucks you, or holds you, she's thinking about him? She paused, as if she expected an answer. You're just a replacement, Will. You're just there until somebody better comes along. Another doctor, a lawyer, someone who can read a newspaper without his lips getting tired. Will felt his throat tighten. You don't know anything. I know people. I know women. I know them a hell of a lot better than you. I'm sure you do. Damn right I do. And I know you best of all. She paused to survey the damage. Obviously, it wasn't enough. You're forgetting I was there, baby. Every visiting day, every adoption rally, there you were standing in front of that mirror, combing your hair, checking your clothes, primping yourself up so that some mommy and daddy might see you and take you home with them. She started shaking her head. But they never did they? No one ever took you home. No one ever wanted you. And you know why? He couldn't breathe in. His lungs started to ache. Because there's something about you, Will. Something wrong. Something off. It makes people's skin crawl. It makes them want to get as far away from you as they can. Just stop, all right? Stop it. Stop what? Pointing out the obvious? What do you see happening with her? You're gonna get married and have babies and live some kind of normal life? She laughed, as if this was the most ludicrous thing she'd ever heard. You ever consider the fact that you like what we have? He tasted blood on the tip of his tongue. He imagined a wall between them. A thick, concrete wall. There's a reason you wait for me. There's a reason you don't go on dates, and you don't go to bars or pay for pussy like every other man in the world. The wall got higher, stronger. You like what we have. You know you can't be with somebody else, not really be with them. You can't walk out on that ledge. You can't open yourself up to someone like that because you know at the end of the day they will always leave you. And that's what your precious Sarah is going to do, baby. She's an adult. She's been married before. She had a real life with somebody else. Someone who was worthy of being loved and knew how to love her back. And she's going to see real fast that you're not capable of that. And then she's going to drop you on your ass and be gone. The taste of blood got stronger in his mouth. You're just so fucking desperate for somebody to give you a little attention. You've always been that way. Clingy, pathetic, needy. He couldn't stand her being this close to him. He walked over to the sink and filled a glass with water. You don't know anything about me. Have you told her what happened to you? She's a doctor. She knows what a cigarette burn looks like. She knows what happens when somebody holds 2 live wires to your skin. Will drank the water in one gulp. Look at me." He didn't look up, but she kept talking anyway. "You're a project for her. She feels sorry for you, poor little orphan Will. You're Helen Keller, and she's whoever the fuck that bitch is who taught her how to read." She grabbed his chin and made him face her. Will still looked away. "She just wants to cure you, and when she gets tired of trying to fix you, when she realizes that there's no magic pill that'll take away the stupid, she's going to drop you back into the trash where she found you." Something broke inside of him. His resolve, his strength, his flimsy walls. "And then what?" he yelled. "I'll come crawling back to you?" "You always do." "I'd rather be alone. I'd rather rot alone in a hole than be stuck with you." She turned her back to him. Will put the glass in the sink, used the back of his hand to wipe his mouth. Angie didn't cry much. At least, not for real. Every kid Will grew up with had a different survival tactic. Boys used their fists. Girls turned bulimic. Some, like Angie, used sex, and when sex didn't work, they used tears. And then, when tears didn't work, they found something else to cut into your heart. When Angie turned around, she had Will's gun in her mouth. "No." She pulled the trigger. He closed his eyes, held up his hands to block his face from the pieces of brain and skull. But nothing happened. Slowly, Will dropped his arms, opened his eyes. The gun was still in her mouth. Dry fire. The echo of the hammer clicking was like a needle piercing his eardrum. He saw the magazine on the table. The bullet he kept in the chamber was beside it. Will's voice trembled. "Don't you ever." "Does she know about your father, Will? Have you told her what happened?" His whole body was shaking. "Don't ever do that again." She dropped the gun back on the table. Her hands cupped his face. "You love me, Will. You know you love me. You felt it when I pulled that trigger. You know you can't live without me." Tears came into his eyes. "We're not whole people unless we're together." She stroked his cheek, his eyebrow. "Don't you know that? Don't you remember what you did for me, baby? You were willing to give up your life for me. You'd never do that for her. You'd never cut yourself for anybody but me." He pulled away from her grasp. The gun was still on the table. The magazine felt cold in his hand. He shoved it home. He pulled back the slide to chamber around. He held out the gun to her, muzzle pointing to his chest. "Go ahead and shoot me." She didn't move. He tried to take her hand. "Shoot me." "Stop." She held up her hands. "Stop it." "Shoot me," he repeated. "Either shoot me or let me go." She took the gun and dismantled it, throwing the pieces onto the counter. When her hands were free, she slapped him hard across the face, then again. Then her fists started to fly. Will grabbed her arms. She twisted around, turning her back to him. Angie hated being held down. He pressed his body into hers, forcing her against the sink. She fought furiously, screaming, scratching with her fingernails. "Let me go!" She kicked back at him, grinding her heel into his foot. "Stop it!" Will tightened his grip. She leaned into him. All the anger and frustration of the last 2 days pooled into one place. He could feel his body responding to her, yearning to release. She managed to turn back around. Her hand went behind his neck, pulling him closer. She put her lips to his, her mouth opened. Will stepped back. She moved to put her arms around him, but he took another step away. He was breathing too hard to speak. This was their dance. Anger, fear, violence. Never compassion. Never kindness. He took Betty's leash off the hook. The dog pranced at his feet. Will's hands were shaking so badly he could barely clip the leash to her collar. He took his keys off the hook and tucked his wallet into his back pocket. "I don't want you here when I get back. You can't leave me." He reassembled the gun and clipped the paddle holster to his jeans. "I need you." He turned around to face Angie. Her hair was wild. She looked desperate, ready to do anything. He was so tired of this. So tired. "Don't you understand? I don't want to be needed. I want to be wanted." She didn't have a good answer to that, so she went with a threat. "I swear I'll kill myself if you walk out that door." Will left the room. She followed him down the hallway. "I'll take pills. I'll slit my wrists. That's one of your favorites, isn't it? I'll slit my wrists and you'll come home and find me. How's that going to make you feel, Wilbur? How are you going to feel if you come home from fucking your precious little doctor and I'm dead in the bathroom?" He picked up Betty from the floor. "Annie Sullivan." "What?" "That's the woman who taught Helen Keller." Will went into the garage and closed the door behind him. The last thing he saw was Angie standing in the hallway, fists clenched in front of her. He got into his car. He waited for the garage door to open. He backed the car into the driveway and waited for the door to close. Betty settled down into the seat beside him as he drove away. He cracked the window so she could enjoy the night air. Will didn't think about where he was going until he pulled into the parking lot in front of Sarah's building. He grabbed the dog and carried her to the front entrance. Sarah was on the top floor. He pressed the buzzer. He didn't have to say anything. There was a responding buzz, and the lock clicked open. Betty squirmed as they got into the elevator. He put her down at his feet. When they reached the top floor, she ran out into the hall. Sarah's door was open. She was standing in the middle of the room. Her hair was loose and down around her shoulders. She was wearing jeans and a thin white t-shirt that didn't do much to conceal what was underneath. Will closed the door. There were so many things he wanted to tell her, but when he finally managed to speak, none of it came out. "Why didn't you tell me you saw Angie?" She didn't answer. She just stood there looking at him. Will couldn't stop himself from looking back. Her shirt was tight. He could see the swell of her breasts, her nipples pressing into the thin material. He said, "I'm sorry." His voice broke. He would never forgive himself for bringing Angie into Sarah's life. It was the most awful thing he had ever done to anyone. "What she said to you, I never wanted." Sarah walked toward him. "I'm so sorry." She took his hand and turned it so that the palm was facing up. Her fingers moved nimbly over the buttons on his sleeve. Will wanted to pull away. He needed to pull away. But he couldn't move. He couldn't make his muscles work. He couldn't stop her hands or her fingers or her mouth. She pressed her lips to his bare wrist. It was the gentlest kiss he had ever known. Her tongue flicked lightly along the skin, tracing the scar up his arm. Will felt like a current was going through his body, so that by the time she kissed his mouth, he was already on fire. Her body curved into his. The kiss deepened. Her hand wrapped around the back of his head, nails scraping through his hair. Will was dizzy. He was in free fall. He couldn't stop touching her narrow hips, the curve at the small of her back, her perfect breasts. His breath caught when her hand slipped inside his shirt. Her fingers brushed over his chest, down his belly. She didn't flinch. She didn't falter. Instead, she put her forehead to his, looked him in the eye and told him, "Breathe." Will let out a breath he felt like he'd been holding his entire life. Monday. Chapter 16. Sarah woke to hear the shower running. She turned over in bed. Her hand traced along the indentation left in the pillow. The sheets were twisted around her body. Her hair was a mess. She could still smell Will in the room, taste him in her mouth, remember what his arms felt like when they'd wrapped around her. She could not recall the last time good reasons had made her not want to get out of bed in the morning. Obviously, it had happened when Jeffrey was alive, but for the first time in 4.5 years, Jeffrey was the last thing on Sarah's mind. She wasn't making comparisons. She wasn't weighing differences. Her worst fear had always been that her husband's ghost would follow her into the bedroom. But that hadn't been the case. There was only Will, and the absolute joy she felt when she was with him. Sarah had a vague recollection that her clothes were somewhere between the kitchen and the dining room. She pulled a black silk robe out of the closet and made her way down the hall. The dogs gave her a lazy look from the couch as she walked into the living room. Betty was sleeping on a pillow. Billy and Bob were piled into a crescent shape around her. Will had to be at work in an hour, or Sarah would have joined him in the shower. Yesterday she had told the hospital staff that she didn't need time off after her ordeal. But this morning, she was glad they had insisted. She needed to process what had happened, and she wanted to be home when Will got off work. Her clothes were neatly folded on the counter. Sarah smiled, thinking she'd at last found a good use for her dining room table. She turned on the coffee maker. There was a yellow post-it note on the wall above the dog bowls. Will had drawn a smiley face in the center. She saw another note with the same graphic above the leashes. There was something to be said for a man who fed and walked the dogs while Sarah was sleeping. She stared at the blue ink, the arc of a smile and 2 dots for eyes. Sarah had never pursued a man before. She had always been on the receiving end of the wooing, but she'd realized last night that nothing would ever happen if she didn't make the first move. And she had wanted something to happen. She had wanted Will more than anything she'd wanted in a long while. He'd been tentative at first. He was obviously self-conscious about his body, which was laughable, considering how beautiful it was. His legs were strong and lean. His shoulders were roped with muscle. His abs would be perfectly at home on an underwear billboard in the middle of Times Square. It wasn't just that, though. His hands knew exactly where to touch her. His mouth felt wonderful. His tongue felt wonderful. Everything about him was wonderful. Being with him felt like a key sliding into a lock. Sarah had never dreamed that she would ever again be so open with another man. If there was any comparison to be made, it was between Sarah and her old self. Something was altered inside of her, and not just her moral compass. She felt different with Will. She didn't have to immediately know everything about this man she'd shared her bed with. She didn't feel the need to demand answers about the obvious abuse he had suffered. For the first time in her life, Sarah felt patient. The girl who had gotten kicked out of Sunday school for arguing with the teacher and driven her parents, her sister, and eventually her husband crazy with her unyielding desire to understand every last detail about everything on earth, was finally learning how to relax. Maybe seeing the Polaroid of Will's sutured mouth had taught her a lesson about prying. Or maybe it was just the nature of life that you learned from past mistakes. For now, Sarah was content to just be with Will. The rest would come in time. Or it wouldn't. Either way, she felt remarkably content. There was an insistent knock at the door, probably Abel Conford from across the hall. The lawyer had anointed himself czar of the parking lot. Every board meeting Sarah attended started with Abel complaining about visitors parking in the wrong spaces. Sarah pulled her robe tight as she opened the door. Instead of her neighbor, she found Faith Mitchell. "I'm sorry to barge in on you." Faith pushed her way into the apartment. She was wearing a bulky navy blue jacket with a hood pulled over her head. Dark sunglasses obscured half her face. Her jeans and Chuck Taylors completed the ensemble. She looked like a PTA mom's idea of a cat burglar. Sarah could only ask, "How did you get in?" "I told your neighbor I was a cop and he let me in." "Great," Sarah mumbled, wondering how long it would take for everyone in the building to think she was being arrested. "What's going on?" Faith took off the sunglasses. There were 5 tiny bruises circling her face. "I need you to call Will for me." She went to the window and looked down at the parking lot. "I thought about this all night. I can't do it alone. I don't think I'm capable." She shielded her eyes with her hand, though the sun had yet to come up. "They don't know I'm here. Ginger fell asleep. Taylor left last night. I sneaked out through the backyard. I took Ross Levy's car. I know they've tapped my phones. They're watching me. They can't know that I'm doing this. They can't know that I talked to anybody." She was a poster child for hypoglycemia. Sarah suggested, "Why don't you sit down?" Faith kept her perch over the parking lot. "I sent my children away. They're with my brother. He's never even changed a diaper. This is too much responsibility for Jeremy." "Okay, let's talk about it. Come over here and sit down with me." "I have to get her back, Sarah. I don't care what it takes, what I have to do." Her mother. Will had told Sarah about his trip to Coastal State Prison, his conversation with Roger Ling. "Faith, sit down." "I can't sit, or I'll never get up again. I need Will. Can you please just call him?" "I'll get him for you. I promise, but you have to sit down." Sarah guided her over to the stool by the kitchen counter. "Did you eat breakfast?" She shook her head. "My stomach's too upset." "How's your blood sugar?" She stopped shaking her head. Her guilty expression was answer enough. Sarah made her voice firm. "Faith, I'm not going to do anything until we get your numbers in order. Do you understand me?" Faith didn't argue, perhaps because part of her knew that she needed help. She felt around in her jacket pocket and pulled out a handful of hard candy that she dropped on the counter. Next came a large gun, then her wallet, a set of keys with a gold cursive L on the chain, and finally, her blood testing kit. Sarah scrolled through the tester's memory, checking the stats. Faith had obviously been playing candy roulette for the last 2 days. It was a common trick among diabetics, using candy to fight the lows, gritting out the highs. It was a good way to get through a difficult period, but it was an even better way to end up in a coma. "I should take you to the hospital right now." Sarah gripped the monitor in her hand. "Do you have your insulin?" Faith dug into her pockets again and put 4 disposable insulin pens on the counter. She started babbling. "I got them from the pharmacy this morning. I didn't know how much to take. They showed me, but I've never used them before, and they're so expensive I didn't want to mess up. My ketones are okay. I used a strip last night and this morning. I should probably get a pump." "An insulin pump wouldn't be a bad idea." Sarah slid a testing strip into the monitor. "Did you eat supper last night?" "Sort of." "I'll take that as a no," Sarah mumbled. "What about snacks? Anything?" Faith leaned her head in her hand. "Can't think straight with Jeremy and Emma gone. Zeke called this morning. He says they're settled in, but I can tell he's annoyed. He's never been good around kids." Sarah took Faith's finger and lined up the lancet. "We are going to have a long talk when this is over about your noncompliance. I know that saying right now is stressful for you is an incredible understatement, but your diabetes isn't something you can magically put on hold. Your vision, your circulation, your motor skills." Sarah didn't finish the sentence. She'd lectured so many diabetics about this same issue that she felt like she was reading from a script. "You have to take care of yourself or you're going to end up blind or in a wheelchair or worse." Faith said, "You look different." Sarah patted down her hair, which was sticking straight up in the back. "You're practically glowing. Are you pregnant?" Sarah laughed, surprised by the question. An ectopic pregnancy in her 20s had led to a partial hysterectomy. Will wasn't that much of a miracle worker. "You're 130? 135. Sarah dialed out the correct dosage on the pen. "You're going to inject this. Then I'm going to cook breakfast for you, and you're not doing anything else until you've eaten every bite." "That stove cost more than my house." Faith leaned over the counter for a better look. Sarah pushed her back down. "How much money do you make?" She took Faith's hand and wrapped her fingers around the insulin pin. "You do this, and I'll go get Will." "You can call him from here. I know what you're going to say." Sarah didn't stop to explain herself, especially since Faith was obviously having trouble processing information. She grabbed her clothes off the counter and went into the bedroom. Will was standing in front of the dresser putting on his shirt. She saw his broad chest reflected in the mirror. The dark stain of electrical burns traveling down the flat of his belly and disappearing into his jeans. Sarah had put her mouth on every inch of him last night, but standing here, in the light of day, she felt awkward around him. He looked at her reflection. Sarah pulled her robe tighter around her waist. He had made the bed. The pillows were stacked neatly against the headboard. This wasn't how she'd envisioned her morning. He asked, "What's wrong?" She put her folded clothes on the bed. "Faith is here." "Here?" He turned around. He sounded almost panicked. "Why? How did she know?" "She doesn't know. She asked me to call you. She's terrified her phone's being tapped." "Does she know about her mother?" "I don't think so." Sarah put her hand to her chest, cinching the robe again, feeling every bit of her nakedness underneath. "She said that people are watching her. She's acting paranoid. Her blood sugar is off the charts. She's taking her insulin now. She should settle once we get some food into her." "Do I need to get breakfast?" "I can make her something." "I can." He stopped, looking extremely uncomfortable. "Maybe I should do that. For Faith, I mean. You could cook me something after." So much for the honeymoon period. At least she knew now why Bob had smelled like scrambled eggs the other night. "I'll stay in here to give you some privacy." "Could you?" He hesitated. "It might be better if you were there. I'm going to have to tell her about her mother." "I thought Amanda said to wait." "Amanda says a lot of things I don't agree with." He indicated that she should leave the room ahead of him. Sarah walked down the hall. She could feel Will close behind her. Despite what had happened the night before, some of it in this very hallway, he felt like a stranger to her. Sarah gripped her robe tighter, wishing she had stopped to change into some real clothes. Faith was still sitting at the kitchen bar. Some of her nervous energy had dissipated. She saw Will and said, "Oh." He looked embarrassed. Sarah felt the same. Maybe that explained his standoffish mood. It seemed wrong for them to be together given what had happened to Evelyn Mitchell. Still, Faith said, "It's all right. I'm happy for you." Will didn't acknowledge the comment. "Dr. Linton says you need to eat." "I need to talk to you first." Will looked at Sarah. She shook her head. "You need breakfast first." Will opened the dishwasher and took out the frying pan. He found the eggs and bread in their proper place. Faith watched him make breakfast. She didn't speak. Sarah didn't know if she was crashing or if she just didn't know what to say. Probably a little of both. For her part, Sarah had never felt so uncomfortable in her own home. She watched Will break the eggs and butter the toast. His jaw was rigid. He didn't look up at her. She might as well have stayed in the bedroom. Will took 3 plates out of the cabinet and loaded them up with food. Sarah and Faith sat at the bar. Though there was a 3rd chair, Will stood, leaning against the counter. Sarah picked at her food, Faith ate half her eggs and a slice of toast. Will cleaned his plate, then finished Faith's toast, as well as Sarah's, before scraping the rest into the trash and stacking the plates in the sink. He rinsed the bowl that had held the eggs, ran some water in the frying pan, then washed his hands. Finally, he said, "Faith, I have to tell you something." She shook her head. She must have known what was coming. He stood with his back against the counter. He didn't lean over and take her hands. He didn't come around and sit beside her. He just told her the news straight out. "Last night, I was at Coastal State Prison. I talked to a man who's pretty high up in the drug trade, Roger Ling." He kept his eyes focused on hers. "There's no other way to say this. He told me that your mother was killed. Shot in the head." She didn't respond at first. She sat there, with her elbows on the counter, hands hanging down, mouth open. Eventually she said, "No, she's not." "Faith, did you find the body?" "No, but when was this? When did he tell you?" "Late, around 9 o'clock. "It's not true." "Faith, it's true. This guy knows what he's talking about. Amanda says—" "I don't care what Amanda says." She dug around in her pockets again. "Mandy doesn't know what she's talking about. Whoever this guy is who you talked to was lying." Will glanced at Sarah. "Look," Faith said. She had an iPhone in her hands. "Do you see this? It's Jeremy's Facebook page. They've been sending messages." Will pushed away from the counter. "What?" "I met one of them last night. At the grocery store, he did this." She indicated the bruises on her face. "I told him I had to have proof of life. He emailed me through Jeremy's Facebook account this morning." "What?" Will repeated. The color had drained from his face. "You met him alone? Why didn't you call me? He could have—" "Look at this." She showed him the phone. Sarah couldn't see the image, but she heard the sound. A woman's voice said, "It's Monday morning, 5:38. She paused. There was background noise. "Faith, listen to me. Don't do anything they say. Don't trust them. Just walk away from this. You and your brother and the kids are my family. My only family." Suddenly the voice grew stronger. "Faith, this is important. I need you to remember our time together before Jeremy." Faith said, "It stops right there." Will asked, "What's she talking about?" "The time before Jeremy." "When I was pregnant." Her cheeks colored, though almost 20 years had passed. "Mom stayed with me. She was—" Faith shook her head. "I wouldn't have made it through without her. She just kept telling me to be strong, that it would be over eventually and then everything would be all right." Sarah put her hand on Faith's shoulder. She could not imagine the pain that the other woman was going through. Will stared at the iPhone. "What's on the television set behind her?" "Good Day Atlanta. I checked with the station. This is the weather segment they aired half an hour ago. You can see the time over the station logo. I got the file 2 minutes later." He handed Sarah the phone, but still would not look her in the eye. Curiosity had always been her weakness. Sarah's reading glasses were on the counter. She slipped them on so she could see the small details. The screen showed Evelyn Mitchell sitting beside a large plasma screen TV. The sound was off, but Sarah saw the weather woman pointing to the 5-day forecast. Evelyn was looking off camera, probably at the man filming her. Her face was a bloody mess. She moved stiffly, as if in a great deal of pain. Her words slurred as she began, "It's Monday morning." Sarah let the video play out, then put the phone down. Faith was watching Sarah closely. "How does she look?" Sarah took off her glasses. She could hardly render a medical opinion based on a grainy video, but it was obvious to anyone that Evelyn Mitchell had been very badly beaten. Still, she said, "She looks like she's holding up." "That's what I thought." Faith turned to Will. "I told them I'd meet them at noon, but the email says 12:30, Mom's house." "Your mother's house?" he repeated. "It's still an active crime scene." "Maybe it's been released. APD isn't telling me anything. Let me find the email." Faith moved her thumbs across the screen again and handed the phone to Will. "Oh," she said, reaching for the device. "I forgot." "I've got it." Will took Sarah's glasses off the counter and slipped them on. He stared at the phone for a few seconds. Sarah couldn't tell if he'd read the email or was just making a lucky guess when he said, "They want the money." Faith took the phone away from him. "There is no money." Will just stared at her. "It's not true," Faith said. "It was never true. You couldn't prove anything. She wasn't dirty. Boyd and the rest of them were on the take, but Mom never took anything." "Faith," Will said, "your mother had a bank account." "So what? Everyone has a bank account." "An out-of-state bank account. It's in your father's name. She still has it. There's been about 60 grand in and out of it as far as I can tell. There might be other accounts in other states, other names. I don't know." Faith shook her head. "No, you're lying." "Why would I lie about that?" "Because you can't admit that you were wrong about her. She wasn't dirty." Tears filled her eyes. She had the look of someone who knew the truth but could not accept it. "She wasn't." There was another knock at the door. Sarah guessed that Abel Confort had finally noticed the extra cars in the parking lot. Wrong again.
"Good morning, Dr. Linton."
Amanda Wagner did not look pleased to be standing in the hallway. Her eyes were red. The makeup had been wiped off her nose. Her skin was darker where foundation and blush covered her cheeks. Sarah opened the door wider. She tightened her robe again, wondering where the nervous tic had come from. Perhaps it was because she was completely naked underneath and the black silk was as thin as crepe paper. She hadn't planned on hosting a party this morning. Faith seemed incensed to see Amanda. "What are you doing here?"
"Roz Levy called. She said you stole her car."
"I left a note."
"Which she strangely did not interpret as the proper way to ask for permission. Fortunately, I was able to talk her out of calling the police." She smiled at Will. "Good morning, Dr. Trent."
Will feigned a sudden fascination with the tiles on Sarah's kitchen floor. "Wait a minute," Faith said. "How did you know where I was?"
"Roz low-jacked the car. I called in a few favors at dispatch."
"Low-jack? It's a 900-year-old Corvair. It's worth $5. Amanda took off her coat and handed it to Sarah.
"I'm sorry to intrude on your morning, Dr. Linton. I love what you've done to your hair."
Sarah forced a smile onto her face as she hung the coat in the closet. "Would you like some coffee?"
"Yes, thank you."
She turned to Will and Faith.
"Should I be hurt that I wasn't invited to this party?"
No one seemed up to answering her. Sarah took 3 mugs down from the cabinet and poured coffee into each of them. She heard Evelyn Mitchell's voice on the iPhone as Faith played the video for their new guest. Amanda asked her to play it again, then a 3rd time, before asking,
"When did this come in?"
"A little over half an hour ago."
"Read me the message that came with it."
Faith read, 12:30 at 339 Littlejohn. Bring the cash in a black duffel bag. Do not alert anyone. We are watching you. If you deviate from these instructions, she will be dead and so will you and your family. Remember what I said.
Roger Ling.
Amanda's voice was one of restrained fury.
"I knew that bastard was lying. You can't trust a goddamn word any of them say."
She seemed to realize the greater meaning of her words. Her mouth opened in surprise.
"She's alive."
She laughed.
"Oh, God, I knew the old girl wouldn't give up without a fight."
She put her hand to her chest.
How could I think for a minute that...
She shook her head. The smile on her face was so wide that she finally covered it with her hand. Will asked the more important question. Why would they want to meet at your mother's house? It's not secure. They won't have the advantage. It doesn't make sense. Faith answered, It's familiar. It's easy to keep an eye on. Will said, But there's no way that the crime scene's been released. It'll take days to process everything. Amanda supplied,
The kidnappers must know something we don't.
It could be a test, Will countered. If we clear out the forensic team, it'll be obvious that Faith called the police, or us. He told Faith, You pull up to the house, and you're out in the open. You go inside and you're walking right into their hands. What's to stop them from shooting you and taking the money? Especially if we can't put in a tactical team to secure the area.
We can make do,
Amanda insisted.
There are only 3 routes in and out of that neighborhood. They make a move in either direction and we'll have pistols at the ready.
Will ignored the bravado. He opened the drawer by the refrigerator and took out a pen and pad of paper. He held the pen awkwardly in his left hand, resting the barrel between his middle and fourth fingers. Sarah watched as he covered the page with a large T, then drew 2 irregularly shaped squares, one on the arm of the T, one at the base. His spatial recollection was better than Sarah would have guessed, but then he'd probably been to Faith's house several times. He explained, Faith's house is on the corner here. Evelyn is here on Little John. He traced an L-shaped line between the 2 houses. We've got all this open space. They could block the intersection here and take her. They could park a van at the same spot and shoot her from a distance. She could pull into the driveway here, and up comes their black van. 2 in the head, just like Castillo at the warehouse. Or they could grab her and be on the interstate or Peachtree Road within 5 minutes. Or they could make it easy and set up here. He drew an oblong square beside Evelyn's house. Roz Levy's carport. She's got a knee wall here where they could set up with a rifle. The bathroom window to Evelyn's house faces Mrs. Levy's. It's down an incline. You can see straight through to the kitchen door from Mrs. Levy's without anyone knowing. Faith comes in the door with the bag of cash, and they drop her. Amanda took the pen and turned the base of the T into a circle.
Little John loops around. The whole neighborhood folds back on itself.
She drew more arcs.
This is Nottingham, Friar Tuck, Robin Hood, Beverly, Lionel.
She drew large X's at the endpoints.
Beverly dumps out onto Peachtree here, where every car in the world eventually passes. The other end throws you back into the infinite loop of Ansley Park. Lionel does the same. They're bottlenecks. Most of the houses along these routes have on-street parking. We could have 10 cars at each point and no one would notice.
Will said, I'm not worried about their exit routes. I'm worried about Faith going into that house alone. If they really are watching the place, they'll know the minute someone shows up who shouldn't be there. They've had almost 3 full days to get the lay of the neighborhood, possibly more. Even if the CSU guys leave, they'll be counting the number who go in and the number who go out. Amanda turned over the paper. She drew a rough diagram of a house, pointing out the rooms.
Faith comes in through the kitchen. The foyer is here, looking into the living room. Here's the bookcase on the left. My left takes up the entire wall. Sofa backs up to here. The wingback chair is here on the right. A couple of other chairs are here and here. Stereo console here. Sliding glass doors opposite the foyer.
She tapped the pen to what must have been the master bedroom.
They'll keep Ev in here until Faith comes with the money. Then they'll bring her into the living room. It's the obvious area for the exchange.
Nothing is obvious here. He grabbed the pen. We can't cover the front windows because we don't know who's watching the house. We can't cover the back because the yard is wide open to the neighbors and they'll see movement at any window. We still don't know how many kids are left on this team. There could be 1, there could be 100. He threw down the pen. His tone was firm.
I don't like it, Faith. You can't go in there. Not on their terms.
We'll find another way to do this. We'll suggest another location that we can secure ahead of time so that we can make sure you're safe." Amanda's tone betrayed her irritation.
"Don't be so fatalistic, Will. We've got 6 hours. All of us know the layout of the house, so that's our advantage as well as theirs. I know every old broad in that neighborhood. It's a residential street. We've got joggers, delivery men, cable trucks, meter readers, postal carriers, and afternoon strollers we can tap into. I can dribble in 4 teams over the next few hours and no one will be the wiser. We're not a bunch of Keystone cops. We can figure out a way to do this."
"I'll do it," Will offered, and Sarah felt her heart jump into her throat.
"You can hardly pass for Faith."
"We'll send them an email to let them know I'm going to make the exchange. Roger Ling knows what I look like. Even if he's not involved in this, he's obviously enjoying the show. He knows who these guys are. He can tell them to trust me." Sarah felt a wave of relief to see Amanda start shaking her head even before he'd finished talking. He insisted, "It's safer this way, safer for Faith." As usual, Amanda didn't hold back.
"That's one of the most idiotic things I've ever heard come from your mouth. Think about what we've seen over the last couple of days. This is amateur hour. Julia Ling practically laid it out for us. We're dealing with a bunch of young, stupid boys who think that they know how to play cops and robbers. We'll either have them on the ground or in it before they know what hit 'em."
Will wasn't swayed. They may be young, but they're fearless. They've killed a lot of people. They've taken a lot of stupid risks.
"None more stupid than sending you in instead of Faith. That's the way to get people killed," Amanda decided. "We'll do it my way. We'll figure out how to strategically place our people. We'll have eyes on Faith at all times. We'll wait until the kidnappers show up with Evelyn. Faith will do the swap, and then we'll nab them when they try to make their escape."
Will wouldn't give in. He was adamant. "She can't do this. She can't go in there alone. Either let me do it or we'll find another way." Faith said, "If I'm not alone, then my mother is dead." Will looked down at the floor. He obviously thought that there was still the real possibility that Evelyn Mitchell was dead. Sarah found herself silently agreeing with him. This didn't sound like a plan to get Evelyn back. It sounded like a plan to get Faith killed. Amanda was so hell-bent on saving her friend that she couldn't see the collateral damage. Sarah had forgotten about the coffee. She kept one for herself, then passed the other mugs to Amanda, then Will. "Thank you." Will awkwardly took his. It was as if he was making sure that their hands didn't touch. Faith said, "He doesn't drink coffee. I'll take it." Sarah felt her cheeks start to burn. "You probably shouldn't be drinking caffeine right now." Will cleared his throat. "That's okay. I like it sometimes." He took a sip from the mug. He practically grimaced as he swallowed. Sarah couldn't take much more of this. The only way she could be more out of place would be if she pulled out an accordion and started singing polka tunes. "I should give y'all some privacy." Amanda stopped her. "If you don't mind, Dr. Linton, I'd like a fresh ear on this." They were all looking at her. Impossibly, Sarah felt even more naked than before. She looked at Will for help, but his blank expression was probably the same one he gave to the woman at the bank or the guy who picked up his recyclables. There was nothing to be done about it. She sat down beside Faith. Amanda took the other seat. "All right, let's go over what we know so we're all on the same page. Will, run it down for us." He put down the coffee mug and started talking. He told Faith about everything that had happened since Evelyn had been taken, detailing the crime scene, their visit with Boyd Spivey at the DNC, and his silent ex-colleagues at Valdosta State Prison. Faith's lips parted in surprise when he told her about Roz Levy's photographs of Evelyn's gentleman friend. Still, she kept silent as he detailed Sarah's ordeal at the hospital and the shootout at Julia Ling's warehouse. Sarah felt that familiar tightness in her chest when he got to this last part. The cut on his ear. A bullet had whizzed by. less than an inch from his skull. Will said Ricardo Ortiz and Hironobu Kwan knew each other from school. They both went to Westminster. They were most likely working in Ling Ling's cabinet shop together. They got it into their heads to start their own business. They obviously pulled together a crew from the other guys working in the shop. Ricardo went to Sweden and picked up some heroin for them to sell. According to Roger Ling, the boys were all bragging about it. Benny Chu, strong arm for the Yellow Rebels, picked up Ricardo and basically beat the crap out of him. He was about to pull the plug, but Ricardo, or maybe Hironobu, told him where they could get some serious money. Faith had been quietly taking all this in, but now she mumbled, "Mom." "Right," Will confirmed. Chuck Finn and Hironobu Kwan were in the same rehab facility for at least a month. Chuck must have told Hironobu about the money. Ricardo was about to die, so Hironobu says, "I know where I can get almost $1 million in cash." Benny Chu takes him up on the offer. Amanda picked up the story. "That's what they were looking for at Evelyn's. They thought she had money at the house. When she didn't give it up, they took her." Sarah thought it was convenient that Amanda had skipped over the fact that Hector Ortiz, the cousin of one of the most powerful drug lords in Atlanta, was dead in Evelyn's trunk. She should have kept her mouth shut, but this was her house. They had barged in without notice, and Sarah was tired of being polite. That doesn't explain why Hector Ortiz was there. Amanda raised one eyebrow. "No, it doesn't, does it?" Sarah didn't work for this woman. She wasn't going to walk on eggshells. "You're not going to answer the question?" There was a crocodile smile on Amanda's lips. "The more important issue here is that they did all of this because they want money. We can negotiate with people who want money." Will said, "It's not about money." "We don't have time for your woman's intuition," Amanda snapped. His voice sounded tired, but he didn't back down. "They're trying to get Faith trapped in that house for a reason. If we go in without knowing that reason, then it's not going to end well, not for any of us." What he said sounded perfectly reasonable, but Sarah could tell Amanda wasn't buying it. Still, he kept trying. "Look, if it was just about money, they would have made a ransom demand the first day. They wouldn't be doing this back and forth through Facebook. They wouldn't risk meeting Faith face-to-face in the grocery store. It would be a simple transaction. Make the call, pick up the money, leave the hostage somewhere, and you're home free." Again, a reasonable assumption. Again, Amanda ignored it. She said, "There is no secret endgame here. They want cash. We'll give them cash. We'll shove it so far down their throats they'll be shitting paper all the way to prison." He's right. Faith had been staring blankly ahead for most of this exchange, but with her hypoglycemia finally leveled out, she was back to thinking like a detective. "What about the bank account?" Amanda stood up to get more coffee. "The account doesn't matter." Will seemed ready to disagree, but for his own reasons, he kept silent. Amanda told Faith, "Your father was a gambler." Faith shook her head. "That's not true." "He played poker every weekend." "For quarters." She kept shaking her head. "Dad was an insurance salesman. He hated risk." "He wasn't risking anything. He was very careful." Amanda went back around the kitchen island and sat down by Faith. "How many times did he and Kenny go to Vegas when you were little?" Faith was still unconvinced. "That was for work conventions." "Bill was methodical about it. He was methodical about everything. You know that. He knew how to bluff and he knew when to walk away. Kenny wasn't as smart, but that's a story for another time." She looked at Will. "Bill didn't pay taxes on the money. That's why the bank account was a secret." Sarah could see her own confusion reflected in Will's face. Past a certain amount, you couldn't just walk out of a Vegas casino, or any legal casino in America for that matter, without paying taxes. Faith didn't pick up on this. "I can't see Dad taking that kind of risk. He hated gambling. He was all over Kenny about it."
Because Kenny was an idiot with his money,
Amanda countered. The bitter edge to her voice reminded Sarah that the two had dated for many years.
For Bill, it was just fun, blowing off steam, and sometimes he won a lot of money. And sometimes he lost a little, but he always knew when to walk away. It wasn't an addiction for him, it was sport.
Will finally spoke up. Why didn't Evelyn tell me that when I was investigating her? Amanda smiled.
She didn't tell you a hell of a lot about anything when you were investigating her.
No, he agreed. But she could have easily gotten rid of the suspicion if—
There was no suspicion,
Amanda interrupted. She directed her words toward Faith.
Your mother was the one who turned in the team. That's why they called her Almeja. She was a snitch.
What? Faith's confusion was almost palpable. She looked at Will as if he had the answers. Why didn't she tell me?
Amanda said, because she wanted to protect you. The less you knew, the safer you were.
Will said, Then why are you telling her now? Amanda was obviously annoyed.
Because you won't get off that stupid account, even though I've told you time and again that it doesn't matter.
Will had put his coffee mug on the counter. He slowly turned the handle so that it was parallel to the backsplash. Faith asked what Sarah was thinking. How did she find out they were taking money? Amanda shrugged.
Does it matter?
Yes, Will answered. He obviously wanted to hear the story so that he could find the holes. Amanda took a deep breath before starting.
There was a bust on the south side, one of the projects in East Point. Evelyn led the raid team into the apartment. Early morning. The bad guys were still asleep, hungover from the night before, with a pile of money sitting on the coffee table and enough coke to take down an elephant.
Amanda started to smile, clearly enjoying the story.
They rounded them up and perp-walked them into the street. They had their hands behind their backs, sitting on their knees, staring at the doors on the squad cars to remind them who was in charge. In comes the media, which Boyd could never resist. He lines up the team for photos with the bad guys in the background. Charlie's Angels territory. Your mother always hated that part. She usually left, went back to the office to do the paperwork when the press came. This time, the street was blocked, so she went back into the apartment and looked around for herself.
Amanda pursed her lips.
First thing she notices is that the cash pile doesn't look like it did before. She said it was stacked into a pyramid when they busted down the door. You know your mom was always the first one in.
Faith nodded.
She said she noticed the pyramid right off because Zeke used to
pyramid everything, Faith explained. When he was 10 or 11, he started stacking stuff, books, Legos, Matchbox cars, into pyramids.
Your mother thought he was autistic. Maybe she was right.
Amanda continued.
Anyway, she noticed the pile is the point here. That the pyramid was a square when she went back into the apartment. She started watching the team more closely after that, keeping her ear to the ground, tracking which cases made it and which fell apart because evidence was lost or witnesses went missing. And then, when she was sure, she came to me.
Will said, You told me the tip was anonymous.
Evelyn had to be investigated just like everyone else. These weren't choir boys we were dealing with. Boyd and the crew were raking in tons of cash. They were also being paid to look the other way. You don't cut into that kind of business without risking your life. Ev had to be protected. So we decided that we'd call it an anonymous tip and put her through the ringer just like everyone else.
Faith said, But they must have suspected the tip came from Mom. She was the only one who wasn't in on it.
There's a big leap between suspecting and knowing.
Her tone became strained.
And Boyd Spivey protected her. He let it be known that she was off limits. He stood up for her at every turn. I suppose that's why they took him out. They could take the GBI and the APD on their tails, but someone with Boyd's juice could get to them in ways we can't.
Faith was quiet, probably thinking about the dead man who had protected her mother. For her part, Sarah was thinking about the time and money that went into putting a hit on a man who lived on death row. The whole thing had been carefully planned and executed by people who knew Evelyn Mitchell's weak points. Boyd Spivey, her muscle; Faith, her daughter; Amanda, her best friend. This was sounding more and more like a revenge attack and less like a money grab. Sarah could tell that Will had made the same connections, but, as usual, when he finally spoke, he didn't make mention of the obvious. Instead, he asked Amanda, "Did you redact the bank account out of my report?"
"We're not the IRS," she shrugged. "No reason to punish someone for doing the right thing."
Sarah could tell Will was angry, but he still said nothing. He didn't even seethe. He just tucked his hands into his pockets and leaned his back against the counter. She had never had an argument with him. At this point, she wasn't sure she ever would. But Sarah could imagine that it would be a grand exercise in futility. For her part, Faith seemed oblivious to the holes in Amanda's story. Considering her blood sugar had been spiking and plummeting like a ping-pong ball for the last few days, it was surprising she could even sit up straight. That was why Sarah was sure she'd heard wrong when Faith finally spoke. "They left her finger under my pillow." Amanda didn't blink an eye.
"Where's the finger?"
"In my medicine cabinet." Faith put her hand to her mouth. She looked as if she was going to be sick. Sarah jumped up and grabbed the trash can, but Faith waved her away. "I'm all right." She took a few deep breaths. Sarah got a glass out of the cabinet and filled it with water. Faith drank greedily, her throat making gulping sounds. Sarah refilled the glass and put it in front of her. She leaned back against the counter and kept an eye on Faith. Will was leaning a few feet down from her. His hands were still in his pockets. She felt the distance between them like a cold rush of air. Faith took a sip of water before telling them, "They tried to get Jeremy. I sent him away with my brother, Emma too. And then I went to the grocery store and the guy cornered me in the bathroom." Amanda asked, "What did he look like?" Faith gave them a very detailed description of his height, weight, clothing, grammar. "I think he was Hispanic. He had blue eyes." She looked at Sarah. "Is that normal?" "It's not common, but it's not rare," Sarah explained. "Mexico was settled by Spaniards. Some of them married Native Americans. Not all Mexicans have brown skin and dark hair. Some have blonde hair and lighter skin. Some have blue or green eyes. It's a recessive gene, but it shows up." Amanda asked, "But this guy had blue eyes?" Faith nodded. "No tattoos?" "A snake on his neck." It was Amanda's turn to nod. "We can put that on the wire. At the very least, we can get a list of Hispanic men 18 to 20 who have blue eyes." She seemed to remember something. "No luck on the search for tattoo parlors. Whoever did Marcellus Estevez's tattoo of the Archangel Gabriel is either out of state, off the books, or isn't talking." "There was something familiar about him," Faith said. "I thought maybe I'd arrested him, but he told me no." "Well, I'm sure he was telling the truth." Amanda pulled out her BlackBerry and started typing as she talked. "I'll have records look through your reports. I know someone in the APD who can sneak in the back door for your cases before you started working with us." "I doubt you'll find anything." Faith rubbed her temples. "He's Jeremy's age. Maybe he knows him. Maybe they went to school together, I don't know." Amanda finished her email. "Did you ask Jeremy?" Faith nodded her head. "I gave him a rough description last night. He doesn't know anybody who fits that bill, at least no one he can recall." Will asked, "Is there anything else you can remember?" Obviously there was something. Faith looked reticent. "It's something really stupid. Maybe." She looked at Sarah. My blood sugar has been crazy. It's making me hallucinate. Sarah asked, "In what way?" She shook her head. "It's stupid. The silverware drawer was wrong." She laughed at herself. "It's really stupid. Never mind." "Go on," Sarah told her. "What was wrong with it?" "The forks were turned the wrong way. And the spoons, and my pens were in the wrong drawer. I always put them in the same place, and then I went into the living room and the snow globes were all turned toward the wall. They usually face out. I'm really careful with them. They belong to my father. I dust them every week. Jeremy isn't allowed to touch them. Zeke wouldn't go near them. She shook her head. "I don't know. Maybe I did it last night and I don't remember. Maybe I just thought they were turned around. But I remember turning them back around, so..." She put her head in her hands. "My mind has been off-kilter since all of this happened. I'm not sure what's real and what's not. Maybe I'm just going crazy. Could I be hallucinating?" Sarah told her, "Your numbers are erratic, but they don't point to metabolic derangement. You're not that dehydrated, but you're certainly under a lot of stress. Do you feel like you have a cold or infection?" Faith shook her head. "I'd expect confusion, which you've shown, and paranoia, which is understandable, but not full-on hallucinations." She felt the need to add, "Turning the snow globes around sounds more like something a kid would do for attention. You're sure your son didn't do it?" "I haven't asked him. It's embarrassing even to talk about. I'm sure it's nothing." Amanda was shaking her head. "Jeremy wouldn't do something like that. Especially with what's been going on. He wouldn't want to cause you more stress. And he's almost 20 years old. He's too mature for that sort of thing." "Maybe I just imagined it," Faith said. "Why would these guys turn around all the snow globes?" She seemed to remember something else. "And unscrew the light bulbs." Amanda sighed. "It doesn't matter, Faith. What matters is that we've got to get a plan together." She checked her watch. "It's almost 7 o'clock. We need to put our thinking caps on." Faith said, "Will's right. They're watching Mom's house, and I know they're watching mine. If we bring in the APD..." "I have no intention of doing something so stupid," Amanda interrupted. "We still don't know if Chuck Finn is involved in this or not." Faith opened her mouth to protest, but Amanda held up her hand to stop her. "I know you think that Chuck was pushed into a life of crime while the others willingly jumped in, but guilty doesn't come in shades. He took the money. He spent it, he confessed to his crimes, and he's out on the street somewhere with a very serious habit that costs a great deal of money. You also need to remember that Chuck still has friends on the Atlanta force. And where he doesn't have friends, he might have the money to buy them. I know you don't want to hear this, but there's no getting around that he either gave Hironobu Kwan the tip-off or he's pulling the strings on this new group of young guns." Faith countered. "That doesn't sound like Chuck." "Skimming money off busts didn't sound like Chuck either, but here we are." She told Will, "You mentioned the vantage point from Roz Levy's house. There's no way they could set up there. She'd shoot them the second they set foot in the driveway." "It's true," Faith agreed. "Mrs. Levy watches the street like a hawk." Will countered, "Unless someone's getting shot or kidnapped next door." Amanda ignored the observation. "The point, Will, is that we can exploit the position just as easily as the kidnappers can. Short of shipping you in the world's largest box, we need to figure out how we're going to get you and your rifle into Roz Levy's carport without being seen." She looked at Faith. "Are you sure you weren't followed here?" Faith shook her head. "I was careful. I wasn't followed." "Good girl," Amanda told her. She was back in her element, almost giddy with the task at hand. "I need to make some phone calls to find out what's going on at Evelyn's house. Our bad guys wouldn't have suggested a meeting there if they thought the Atlanta crime scene unit was going to be steady at work."
We'll see if Charlie can make some inquiries, too. Failing that, I think I've got a few more favors in my pocket with some old gals in Zone 6 who would love nothing more than to show the kids how it's done. Dr. Linton. Sarah was surprised to hear her name. Yes? Thank you for your time. I trust you'll keep this little party to yourself.
Of course. Faith stood behind Amanda. Thank you, she said. Again. Sarah hugged her. Be careful. Will was next. He held out his hand. Dr. Linton? Sarah looked down, wondering if she was having one of Faith's hallucinations. He was actually shaking her hand goodbye. He said, Thank you for your help. I'm sorry we imposed on you this morning. Faith mumbled something Sarah couldn't hear. Amanda opened the closet. Sarah guessed the smile on her face wasn't there because she was happy to see her coat.
I know a lot of Evelyn's neighbors. They're mostly retired, and I think that with the exception of that old battle axe across the street, they'll be okay with us using their places. I'll need to get my hands on some cash. I think I can make that happen, but we'll be tight for time. She slipped on her coat. Faith, you'll need to go home and wait until you hear from us. I imagine at some point we'll need you to run to a bank or two. Will, go home and change that shirt. The collar's frayed and you're missing a button. And while you're at it, you'd better start building a Trojan horse or come up with a plan to romance Roz Levy. She was ready to have Faith arrested an hour ago. God knows what bee is up her wrinkled old butt this morning. Yes, ma'am. Sarah opened the front door for them. Amanda started toward the elevator. Will, ever the gentleman, stepped aside so that Faith could leave first. Sarah shut the door after Faith. What? Will began, but she put her finger to his lips. Sweetheart, I know you've got work to do, and I know it's going to be dangerous. But whatever you get into today will not be nearly as life-threatening as what'll happen if you ever do to me what you did to me last night and then think you can get off with a handshake the next morning. Okay? He swallowed. Call me later. She kissed him goodbye, then opened the door so that he could leave. Chapter 17. Will subscribed to a lot of car magazines. Mostly he bought them for the pictures, but sometimes he felt compelled to read the articles. That's how he knew that Roz Levy's avocado green 1960s Chevrolet Corvair 700 sedan was worth considerably more than Faith's $5 appraisal. The car was a beauty, the sort of classic American car makers used to be known for. The rear-mounted, air-cooled, horizontally opposed aluminum flat-six engine had been engineered to directly take on the increasingly more popular compact-sized European models coming onto the market. The design was renowned for its innovative swing-axle rear suspension, which received its own chapter in Ralph Nader's Unsafe at Any Speed. The spare tire was mounted in the forward luggage compartment where the engine was normally located in other cars, nestled right next to a gasoline heater for the passenger area. Though winter was over, the tank was still filled with gas, which Will knew because his face had been pressed against the metal canister while Faith drove him to Mrs. Levy's house. The sloshing of gasoline had been like ocean waves crashing against the shore, or a highly volatile accelerant churning less than a rusty millimeter from his face. The car had been built well before the 2001 National Highway Traffic Safety Administration deadline that required all manufacturers to install a glow-in-the-dark emergency release strap in case someone got trapped in the trunk of the car. Will wasn't sure whether he would be able to reach a handle even if one existed. The trunk was deep, but not wide, more like a pelican's mouth. He was folded into a space meant to hold a spare tire and maybe a couple of suitcases. 1960s suitcases, not the modern wheelie kinds that people nowadays use to pack their entire houses in for a weekend trip to the mountains. In short, there existed the very real possibility that he might die in here before Roz Levy remembered that she was supposed to let him out.
There was a thin sliver of light coming through the cracked rubber seal around the hinge. Will lifted up his cell phone to check the time. He'd been in the trunk for almost 2 hours and had at least another half-hour to go. His rifle was jammed between his legs in a way that was no longer pleasant. His paddle holster was turned so that his Glock dug into his side like an insistent finger. The bottle of water Faith had given him had long been recycled back into the plastic bottle. It was approximately 6,000 degrees inside the metal tomb. He had lost feeling in his hands and feet. He was beginning to think that this was a very bad idea. It was the words Trojan horse that had gotten him thinking. One call to Roz Levy proved that she wasn't going to make this easy for them. She was still pissed about Faith taking her car. She'd refused to let any of them inside of her house. Unusually, Will was the person who suggested the idiotic thing for him to do. Faith would return the Corvair to the carport. He would hide in the trunk until a few minutes before the appointed time. Mrs. Levy would take out her trash, releasing the trunk lid along the way. Will would then crawl out and give Faith cover. The fact that Roz Levy agreed to this alternate plan so easily made him suspect that she wasn't going to play along. But by then, another hour had passed, and they didn't really have a choice in the matter. There were other Trojan horses, too, most of them more clever than Will's. The good thing about Amanda's old gals was that they were old, and they were women, which went against type in this particular situation. Whoever was watching the neighborhood would be expecting testosterone-pumped young guns with trigger fingers and short haircuts. Amanda had sent in 6 of her friends to various houses around the block. They'd had bakeware and cake stands in their hands, their purses dangling from their arms. Some of them carried Bibles. They would look like visitors to anyone who was paying attention. The outside perimeter was covered by a cable truck, a mobile pet groomer's van, and a bright yellow Prius that no self-respecting cop would ever drive. Between the 3 vehicles, they could monitor all traffic coming in and out of the 2 roads that led to the Mitchell section of the neighborhood. Even with all of this, Will was still not happy with the plan. It was the lesser of 2 evils, the greater evil being no police presence at all. He didn't like the idea of Faith being so vulnerable. Even though she was armed and had proven to anyone who was paying attention that she would not hesitate to shoot somebody. He felt in his gut that Amanda was wrong. This wasn't about money. Maybe on the surface it was. Maybe even the kidnappers themselves thought it was about cold, hard cash, but at the end of the day, their behavior belied that motivation. This was personal. Someone was working out a grudge. Chuck Finn seemed like the most likely culprit. His underlings wanted the cash. Chuck wanted revenge. It was a win-win for everyone but Faith. And for the idiot trapped in a 1960 Corvair. Will winced as he tried to shift his position. His back ached. His nose itched. His ass felt like he had been pressing his full weight against a piece of hardened steel for 2 hours. In retrospect, shoving Will into a trunk sounded more like the kind of idea Amanda would have. Painful, humiliating, bound to end badly for Will. He must have had some sort of death wish. Or maybe he just wanted to spend a couple of hours simmering in the heat because it was the only way he'd have time to think about what he'd gotten himself into. And he didn't mean the car. Will had never smoked a cigarette. He'd never done an illegal drug of any kind. He hated the taste of alcohol. As a kid, he'd seen how addictions could ruin lives. And as a cop, he saw how it could end them. He'd never been tempted to imbibe. He'd never understood how people could be so desperate for the next high that they were willing to trade away their lives and everything that mattered for another hit. They stole, they prostituted themselves, they abandoned or sold their children. They murdered people. They would do anything to avoid getting dope sick, that point at which the body craved the drug so badly that it turned on itself. Muscle cramps, stabbing pains in the gut, blinding headaches, cotton mouth, heart palpitations, sweaty palms. Will's physical discomfort wasn't solely caused by the tight quarters in Mrs. Levy's Corvair. He was dope-sick for Sarah. To his credit, he realized that his response to her was completely disproportionate to what a normal human being should be feeling right now. He was going to make a fool of himself, more so than he already had. He didn't know how to be around her, at least not when they weren't having sex. And they'd had a lot of sex, so it had taken Sarah some time before she finally got the full-on view of Will's astounding stupidity. And what a show he had put on for her, shaking her hand like a realtor at an open house. He was surprised that she hadn't slapped him. Even Amanda and Faith had been at a loss for words as they'd all waited for the elevator in the hall. His idiocy had actually rendered them speechless. Will was beginning to wonder if there was something physically wrong with him. Maybe he was diabetic like Faith. She was always yelling at him about his afternoon sticky bun, his second breakfast, his love of cheesy nachos from the downstairs vending machine. He went through his symptoms. He was sweating profusely, his thoughts were racing. He was confused. He was thirsty, and he really needed to urinate. Sarah hadn't seemed mad at him when she told him goodbye. She had called him sweetheart, which he'd only been called once before, and that time was by her too. She had kissed him. It wasn't a passionate kiss, more like a peck. The sort of thing you saw on 1950s television shows right before the husband put on his hat and went off to work. She had told him to call her later. Did she really want him to call her, or had she just been making a point? Will was used to the women in his life making points at his expense. But what defined later? Did that mean later tonight or later tomorrow, or later in the week? Will groaned. He was a 34-year-old man with a job and a dog to take care of. He had to get himself back under control. There was no way he was going to call Sarah. Not later tonight or even later next week. He was too unsophisticated for her, too socially awkward, too desperate to be with her. Will had learned the hard way that the best thing to do when you really wanted something was to put it out of your mind, because you were never going to get it. He had to do that now with Sarah. He had to do that before he got himself shot or he ended up getting Faith killed because he was acting like a lovesick schoolgirl. The worst part was that Angie had been right about everything. Well, maybe not everything. Sarah didn't color her hair. His phone vibrated. Will struggled not to castrate himself with his rifle while he pressed the Bluetooth piece into his ear. The trunk was well insulated, but he still kept his voice to a whisper. Yeah? Will. That's all he needed. Amanda's voice in his head. What are you doing? Sweating, he whispered back, wondering if she could have asked a more pointless question. He'd had this idea of springing out of the trunk like a superhero. After all this time, he realized he'd probably do well not to roll out onto the ground like a tongue. We're set up at Ida Johnson's, Evelyn's backyard neighbor. Will wasn't sure how Amanda had sweet-talked the woman into letting a bunch of cops sit in her house. Maybe she'd promised that Faith wouldn't shoot any more drug dealers in her yard again. I just heard a call on the scanner. There was a drive-by shooting in East Atlanta. 2 dead. Abidi Mittal and his team just left Evelyn's house so they can process the car. High profile. A woman and her kid. White, blonde, middle class, pretty. So now they knew how the kidnappers planned to get Evelyn's house cleared out. Amanda had made some discreet calls earlier and found out that the CSU team had at least another 3 days on the house. They knew that Evelyn's abductors had some drive-by experience. Obviously, these particular bad guys weren't afraid of killing innocent bystanders. And they knew exactly the right victim profile to make sure every news station in Atlanta halted programming to cover the events live at the scene. The most troubling part to Will was that this proved they had no problem murdering a mother and her child. Amanda said, Evelyn's backyard is dug up. Maybe it was the heat. Will had the image of a dog looking for a bone. She must have told them the money was in the backyard. Holes are everywhere. That had been one of Will's early guesses. He saw how stupid it was now. People didn't hide money like that anymore. Even Evelyn had a bank account. Everything was on a file in a computer these days. He kept his tone low. Did Mrs. Levy see them digging? Amanda was uncharacteristically silent. Amanda? She's not answering her phone right now, but I'm sure she's just taking a nap. He couldn't swallow. It wasn't funny anymore now that it might actually happen. She'll have her alarm set to wake her. Will wondered how the old woman was going to hear her alarm if she couldn't hear a phone. And then he stopped worrying because he was going to pass out from heat stroke long before that happened. Amanda said, I've got 2 friends with me and another old gal in the street. She'll keep an eye on Faith while she's en route to the house. Bev's with the Secret Service. She requisitioned a mail truck. Will wished that he were more surprised by this information. If Amanda told him that she called an old gal at the White House and borrowed the nuclear codes, he would just nod. Everything's lining up. Amanda always got chatty right before a case was about to break, and now was no exception. Faith is waiting at her house. She went to 3 different banks this morning to support her safe deposit box story. We had one of the managers hand her the cash at the last drop. All the bills are registered. There's a tracker in the lining of the duffel. She was silent for a moment. I think she'll be okay. Sarah got her evened out for now. I'm worried that she's not taking care of herself. Will was worried about that too. He'd always thought of Faith as indestructible. She seemed capable of handling any crisis. Maybe that had come from being thrust into motherhood before she was ready. Mrs. Levy's words about the pregnancy scandal rocking the neighborhood kept coming back to him. Faith obviously still carried some shame. She had blushed when she explained her mother's words to Sarah, though Evelyn was obviously just using what might be her last words to her daughter to lift away some of that guilt. Faith's entire life had been shattered by her pregnancy. Somehow, she had managed to pick up the pieces. Evelyn had been there to offer her support, but Faith had done all the heavy lifting, getting her GED, joining the academy, going back to college, raising her kid. She was one of the strongest women Will had ever met. In some ways, she was even stronger than Amanda. And she deserved the truth. Will whispered, Why did you lie to Faith about her father being a gambler? Amanda didn't answer. He started to ask her again. Why did you— Because he was, Amanda said. I would think after this morning you would recognize that there are other things a man can gamble with besides money. Will swallowed the last bit of saliva in his mouth. He wasn't up to Amanda's riddles right now. Evelyn was on the take. She made a big mistake a long time ago, and she's been paying for it ever since. He struggled to keep his voice quiet. She took money. I'll make you a promise, Will. If we get Evelyn out of this, then she'll tell you the whole truth about everything. You can have a whole hour with her. She'll answer any question you have. He glanced around the trunk, the slit of light coming through the cracked rubber seal. And if we don't? Then it won't matter, will it? He heard talking in the background. I need to go. I'll call you when I have news. Will shifted the rifle again so that he could end the call. He closed his eyes and tried to clear his mind. A bead of sweat glided down his back. There was a stinging sensation near the base of his spine where Sarah had scratched him. He shook his head, trying to clear the image from his mind so that his rifle didn't file a complaint for sexual assault. Will thought about the rifle sitting in the witness stand, using its trigger to wipe a tear from its scope. He shook his head again. The heat was really getting to him. He started going over the case to focus his mind. Amanda always wanted him to talk it out from the beginning. It was the best way to see what they had missed. In the heat of the moment, it was hard to put together the pieces. Now Will went through the last few days, step by step, examining all the angles, reviewing all the lies and half-truths the bad guys had told them, as well as the lies and half-truths Amanda had spun. As before, Will's mind kept coming back to Chuck Finn. It was a process of elimination. Chuck was the only man from Evelyn's former team who was not accounted for. He had been at Healing Winds with Hironobu Kwan. He obviously knew Roger Ling, who called him Chuckleberry Finn. Roger had also talked about cutting off the head of the snake. There had to be one person in charge. Chuck could very well be that person. He ticked a lot of boxes. He had a personal vendetta against Evelyn Mitchell for turning him in. His life in prison wasn't a cakewalk. He'd gone from being a well-respected police officer to having to watch his back in the shower room. The man had probably developed his habit inside the joint, then reveled in it the minute he'd been paroled. Heroin and crack added up to an expensive habit. Even if Chuck was clean now, his money would be long gone. Of all the detectives Will investigated, Chuck was the one who had the least to show for his crimes. He'd shot his wad on luxury travel, seeing every corner of the world in the style of a multi-millionaire. The trip to Africa alone had cost around $100,000. The only person Will interviewed who seemed to really be upset about the charges against Chuck Finn was his travel agent. Will guessed he would find out soon enough whether or not Chuck was really behind all of this. He heard the carport door open, the shuffle of bedroom slippers across the concrete, the trunk cracked open, daylight pouring in like water. He saw Mrs. Levy pad by with a white garbage bag in her hand. There was the clatter of a plastic Herbie garbage can as she threw away the trash. Will clutched the rifle in one hand and held down the trunk lid with the other. His movement was as predicted, more like a lazy tongue flopping onto the concrete than Superman leaping into action. Roz Levy passed right by him. She looked straight ahead, cool as a cucumber. Her hand reached out, effortlessly making the small movement to close the trunk. Without a glance down at Will, she was back inside the house, door closed. And he was left thinking that it was entirely possible this old woman had been calm enough not just to kill her husband, but to lie to Amanda's face about it for the last decade. Will lay on the concrete for a few seconds, relishing the feel of cold on his skin, gulping in the crisp, fresh air tinged with the odor of leaking oil from the Corvair's back end. He got up on his elbows. His memory of the carport, while accurate, was next to useless. It was a wide-open space front to back, like the underpass of a bridge, only more dangerous. Roz Levy's house was on one side of the structure, on the other was the brick knee wall, about 4 feet high, with an ornate metal column at each end to support the roof. Will could see into the street from under the car, but there was no vantage point from which to tell whether or not he was being watched. He looked to his side. The Herbie was equidistant between the half wall and the car. Will guessed the blur of movement would be obvious to anyone watching, but he didn't really have a choice. He got up into a low squat. He held his breath, thinking there was no time to waste, and darted behind the large trash can. No bullets, no shouts, nothing but his heart pounding in his chest. There were at least 3 more feet to go to the knee wall. Will braced himself to move, then stopped because there was probably a better way to do this than sit against the wall with a neon sign pointing to his head. Slowly, he pushed the trash container, duck-walking behind it and closing the gap between the car and the wall. At least he had some visual cover, if not protection, from anyone out in the street. Across the yard was another matter. The brick wall might protect him from shots fired from Evelyn's house, but he was basically an easy target to anyone who walked up on him from the backyard. Will couldn't squat like this forever. He bent down on one knee and chanced a look over the wall. The space was clear. Evelyn's house was on a lower elevation. He could not have lined up the bathroom window any better if he'd planned it. It was high in the wall, probably inside the shower. The opening was narrow enough to fit a small child through, though, unfortunately, not a grown man. Especially an overgrown man. The shade was pulled up. Will could see clear down the hallway. With the rifle scoped to his eye, he could make out the wood grain in the door that led to Evelyn's carport. It was closed. Black powder dusted the white where the CSU techs had taken fingerprints. They had already talked this out. When Faith came into the house, she was supposed to enter through that door. Will's phone vibrated. He pressed the Bluetooth piece. "I'm in position."
"The black van was just spotted on Beverly. They came from the Peachtree side."
Will tightened his hand on the grip. "Where's Faith?"
"She just left her house. She's on foot."
He didn't have to say anything. They both knew this was not part of the plan. Faith was supposed to drive, not go for a stroll. He heard the rattling of an engine in the street. The black van pulled close to the curb. They weren't exactly incognito. Bullet holes pocked the side panels. Will slid the lever on the side of the rifle to fire. He aimed down on the middle section of the van as the side door slid open. He scanned the inside, surprised by what he found. Will whispered to Amanda, "There are only two of them. They have Evelyn."
"You're authorized to take your shot."
He didn't see how that was going to happen. The two young men on either side of Evelyn Mitchell each had their weapons aimed at her head. It looked impressive. But if one of them pulled the trigger, it wouldn't just take out Evelyn. The bullet would go straight through her skull and into his buddy's head. Amanda would have called this doing the Lord's work if her best friend in the world weren't in the middle of these two Einsteins. They jerked Evelyn down from the van, making sure that her body gave them cover. She screamed in pain, the sound piercing the quiet afternoon. She wasn't tied up, but Evelyn Mitchell could hardly run off to safety. One of her legs was crudely splinted with two broken-off broom handles. Duct tape kept them in place. She was obviously severely wounded. Her abductors, obviously, did not care. Both boys were wearing black jackets and black baseball hats. Their heads swiveled around as they looked for possible threats. They walked single file, with Evelyn sandwiched between them. The one in back kept a Glock jammed into her ribs, spurring her on the way you would a horse. She obviously couldn't walk on her own. Glock's arm was wrapped around her waist. She leaned back into him with every step, her face a mask of pain. The one in front kept his knees bent as he walked, Evelyn's hand dug into his shoulder for balance. The man didn't falter. He kept sweeping a Tech-9 back and forth across the front of the house. His finger was on the notoriously sensitive trigger. Will hadn't seen a Tech-9 since the now-expired federal assault weapons ban had forced the manufacturer out of business. The gun had been used during the Columbine massacre. It was a semi-automatic, but that hardly mattered when you had 50 rounds in the magazine. For just a second, Will took his eye away from the scope and checked the street. It was empty, no Chuck Finn, no more young guns in black jackets and black baseball hats. He looked back through the scope, his stomach dropped. There couldn't just be two of them. Amanda's voice was terse.
"Do you have the shot?"
Will's sights were lined up on Tech-9's chest. Maybe the two kids weren't complete amateurs after all. Tech-9 was directly in front of Evelyn, guaranteeing that any bullet that went through him would go through Evelyn too. The same held true for Glock, who was pressed behind her. A headshot was out of the question. Even if there was a way to take down Tech-9, Glock would have a round in Evelyn before Will could realign his sights. Will may as well kill the prisoner as kill one of her captors. "No shot," he whispered to Amanda. "It's too risky." She didn't argue with him. "Keep the line open. I'll let you know when Faith reaches the house." Will tracked the three figures until they disappeared inside the carport. He pivoted, lining up the rifle to the kitchen door, holding his breath as he waited. The door was kicked open. Will kept his finger resting on the trigger guard as Evelyn Mitchell stumbled into the kitchen. Glock was still behind her. He lifted and carried her, the strain showing on his face. Tech-9 was still in front, still walking low. The top of his hat showed at Evelyn's chest level. Will studied her face. One of her eyes was swollen shut. The skin on her cheek was ripped open. They were in the foyer. Evelyn winced when Glock loosened his grip around her waist to set her down. She was a thin woman, but she was practically dead weight. The kid behind her was breathing heavily. He pressed his head into her back. Like Tech 9, he was still more teenager than man. The light in the foyer changed. The space darkened. They must have pulled down the blinds covering the front windows. They were vinyl, meant to filter the light, not completely block it. Will could still clearly see all three figures. Evelyn was half carried, half pushed again, this time into the living room. He saw the black hat, the Tech 9 waving in the air, then they were gone. His line of sight cleared straight through to the kitchen. "They're in the living room," he told Amanda. "All of them." He didn't point out that her obvious plan was already off the rails. Evelyn wasn't being kept in the back bedroom. They wanted her front and center when Faith entered the house. Amanda said, "They're using Ev as a shield while they close the curtains in the back. I can't get a shot." She muttered a curse. "I can't see anything." "Where's Faith?" "She should be here soon." Will tried to relax his body so his shoulders didn't ache. No Chuck Finn. No stashing Evelyn. The two boys had not checked the house for lurking cops. They hadn't secured the scene. They hadn't barricaded the front door or taken any precautions to make sure their escape was just as easy as their entry. Every item they failed to check off the list was like a noose tightening around Faith's neck. All Will could do now was wait. Chapter 18. Before she left the house, Faith used Jeremy's iPhone to make a video for her children. She told them that she loved them, that they were everything to her, and that no matter what happened today, they should always know that she cherished every hair on their precious heads. She told Jeremy that keeping him was the best decision she had made in her life, that he was her life. She told Emma the same, and added that Victor Martinez was a good man, and that she was glad that her daughter would get to know her father. Dramatic, Zeke would have called it. She had made a video for him, too. Her words to her brother had surprised her, mostly because the phrase, "you asshole," hadn't come up once. She told him that she loved him. She told him that she was sorry for what she'd put him through. And then she'd tried to leave a video for her mother. Faith had stopped and started the recording at least a dozen times. There was so much to say. That she was sorry. That she hoped Evelyn wasn't disappointed with the choices that Faith had made. That every small bit of good inside of Faith had come from her parents. That her only goal in life ever had been to be as good a cop, as good a mother, as good a woman as her own mother. In the end, she had given up, because the likelihood that Evelyn Mitchell would ever see the recording was very slim. Faith was not completely delusional. She knew that she was walking into a trap. Earlier in Sarah's kitchen, Amanda hadn't been listening to Will, but Faith had. She saw the logic in what he was saying, that there was more to this than just a money grab. Amanda was infused with the thrill of the chase, the opportunity to tell these upstart bastards who'd had the gall to take her best friend that they weren't going to get away with it. Will, as usual, was more clear-headed about the situation. He knew how to ask the right questions, but just as importantly, he knew how to listen to the answers. He was a logical man, not given to emotion. At least, Faith didn't think he was. There was no telling what went on in that head of his. God help Sarah Linton and the Herculean task in front of her. The handshake this morning wouldn't be the worst of it. Even if Sarah managed to get Angie Trent out of the picture, which Faith doubted was possible, there was still Will's immutable stubbornness. The last time Faith had seen a man shut down so quickly was when she'd told Jeremy's father that she was pregnant. Or maybe Faith was wrong about Will. She was about as good at reading her partner as he was at reading a book. The only thing Faith could swear by was Will's uncanny ability to understand emotional behavior in others. Faith supposed this came from being raised in care, having to quickly discern whether the person in front of him was friend or foe. He was a maestro at massaging facts out of the subtle clues that normal people tended to ignore. She knew it was just a matter of time before Will figured out what had happened with Evelyn all those years ago. Faith had only figured it out herself this morning when, for what might be the last time, she went through Jeremy's things. Of course, she couldn't completely leave it to Will's investigative telepathy. Faith, ever the control freak, had written a letter outlining everything that had happened and why. She'd mailed it to Will's house from the last bank she visited. The Atlanta police would look at the videos on Jeremy's iPhone, but Will would never tell them what Faith had written in the letter. This much she trusted to her core. Will Trent knew how to keep a secret. Faith blocked the letter from her mind as she walked out her front door. She stopped thinking about her mother, Jeremy, Emma, Zeke, anyone who might cloud her mind. She was armed to the teeth. There was a kitchen knife inside the duffel bag, hidden below the cash. Zeke's Walther was stuck down the front of her pants. She was wearing an ankle holster with one of Amanda's backup S&Ws pressed firmly against her skin. The metal chafed. It felt obvious and bulky in a way that made her have to concentrate so she didn't limp. Faith walked past the Mini. She refused to drive her car to her mother's house. It was too much like every other normal day when she loaded up Emma and her things and drove the block and a half to her mother's home. Faith had been stubborn her entire life, and she wasn't going to stop that now. She wanted to at least do one thing today on her own terms. She took a left at the bottom of her driveway, then a right toward her mother's house. She scanned the long stretch of street. Cars were pulled into carports and garages. No one was out on their front porch, though that was hardly unusual. This was a back porch neighborhood. For the most part, people minded their own business. At least, they did now. There was a parked mail delivery truck on her right. The carrier got out as Faith passed. Faith didn't recognize the woman, an older, hippie-looking type with a salt-and-pepper Crystal Gale ponytail down her back. The hair swung as she walked to Mr. Cable's mailbox and shoved in a bunch of lingerie catalogs. Faith shifted the duffel to her other hand as she took a left onto her mother's street. The canvas bag and the cash inside it were heavy, almost 15 pounds altogether. The money was in 6 bricks, each approximately 4 inches high. They had settled on $580,000, all in $100 bills, mostly because that was the amount of cash Amanda could sign out of evidence. It seemed like a credible amount of money if Evelyn had been mixed up in the corruption that had taken down her squad. But she hadn't been involved in the corruption. Faith had never doubted her mother's innocence, so the confirmation from Amanda had not brought her much peace. Part of Faith must have sensed there was more to the story. There were other things her mother had been mixed up in that were equally as damning. Yet Faith, ever the spoiled child, had squeezed her eyes shut for so long that part of her couldn't believe the truth anymore. Evelyn had called this kind of denial voluntary blindness. Normally, she was describing a particular type of idiot, a mother who insisted her son deserved another chance, even though he'd been twice convicted of rape. A man who kept insisting that prostitution was a victimless crime. Cops who thought it was their right to take dirty money. Daughters who were so wrapped up in their own problems that they didn't bother to look around and see that other people were suffering too. Faith felt a breeze in her hair as she reached her mother's driveway. There was a black van on the street, directly in front of the mailbox. The cab was empty, at least, as far as she could tell. There were no windows in the back. Bullet holes pierced the metal on one side. The tag was nondescript. There was a faded Obama Biden sticker on the chrome bumper. She lifted up the yellow crime scene tape, blocking off the driveway. Evelyn's Impala was still parked under the carport. Faith had played hopscotch in this driveway. She had taught Jeremy how to throw a basketball at the rusty old hoop Bill Mitchell had bolted to the eaves. She had dropped off Emma here almost every day for the last few months, giving her mother and daughter a kiss on the cheek before driving off to work. Faith tightened her grip around the duffel as she walked into the carport. She was sweating, and the cool breeze in the covered area brought a chill. She looked around. The shed door was still open. It was hard to believe that only 2 days had passed since Faith had first seen Emma locked in the small building. She turned toward the house. The door to the kitchen had been kicked open. It hung at an angle from the hinges. She saw the bloody handprint her mother had left, the space where her ring finger should have pressed against the wood. Faith held her breath as she pushed open the door, expecting to be shot in the face. She even closed her eyes. Nothing came. Just the empty space of the kitchen and blood everywhere. When she'd entered the house 2 days ago, Faith had been so focused on finding her mother that she hadn't really processed what she was seeing. Now she understood the violent battle that had taken place. She'd worked her share of crime scenes. She knew what a struggle looked like. Even with the body long removed from the laundry room, Faith could still recall the placement, what he'd been wearing, the way his hand fanned out against the floor. Will had told her the kid's name, but she couldn't remember it. She couldn't remember any of them. Not the man she had shot in the bedroom or the man she had killed in Mrs. Johnson's backyard. After what they had done, they didn't deserve for her to know their names. Faith turned her attention back to the kitchen. The pass-through was empty. She could see straight down the hallway. It was the middle of the afternoon, but the house appeared to be in dusk. The bedroom doors were closed. The blinds covering the large windows on either side of the front door were drawn. The only unfiltered light came from the bathroom window. The shade was pulled up. Faith walked past the dining room and into the front foyer. She stood with the hallway on her right and the kitchen on her left. The living room was in front of her. She should take out her gun. But she didn't think they were going to shoot her. At least, not yet. The room was dim. The curtains had been pulled closed, but they were more sheer than opaque. A gentle breeze stirred the material where the glass door had been broken. The room was still turned upside down. Faith couldn't recall what it had looked like before, though she'd lived here 18 years of her life. The packed bookshelves that lined the left-hand wall, the framed family photos, the console stereo with the scratchy speakers, the overstuffed couch, the wing-back chair her father sat in while he read. Evelyn was sitting there now. Her left hand was wrapped in a blood-soaked towel. Her right was so swollen it could have belonged to a mannequin. 2 broom handles were duct-taped around her leg, keeping it straight out in front of her. Her white blouse was stained with blood. Her hair was matted to the side of her head. A piece of duct tape covered her mouth. Her eyes widened when she saw Faith. "Mama," Faith whispered. The word echoed in her brain, conjuring all the memories Faith had from the last 34 years. She had loved her mother. She had fought with her, screamed at her, lied to her, cried in her arms, run from her, returned to her, and now there was this. The young man from the grocery store was on the other side of the room, leaning against the bookcases. His vantage point was ideal, the top of a triangle. Evelyn was down and to his left. Faith was 15 feet away from her mother, forming the second base angle. He was in shadow, but the gun in his hand was easy to see. The barrel of a Tech-9 was pointed in Evelyn's direction. The 50-round magazine jutted out at least 12 inches from the bottom. More clips hung out of his jacket pocket. Faith dropped the duffel bag onto the floor. Her hand wanted to go to the Walther. She wanted to shoot the entire clip into his chest. She wouldn't aim for the head. She wanted to see his eyes, hear his screams as the bullets ripped him apart. "I know what you're thinking." He smiled, his platinum tooth catching a bit of what light was in the room. "Can I pull my gun before he pulls the trigger?" She told him, no. Faith was a quick draw, but the Tech-9 was already pointed at her mother's head. The math was against her. "Get her gun." She felt the cold metal of a muzzle pressed to her head. Someone was behind her, another man. He wrenched the Walther from the waist of her jeans, then grabbed the duffel bag. The zip ripped open. His laughter was like a child's on Christmas morning.
"Shit, man! Look at all this green!"
He bounced on the balls of his feet as he walked toward his friend.
"God damn, bro! We're rich!"
He threw the Walther into the bag. He had his Glock tucked in the back of his pants.
"God damn,"
he repeated, showing the bag to Evelyn.
"See this, bitch? How you like that? We got it anyway."
Faith kept her eyes on the kid from the grocery store. He wasn't happy like his partner, but that was to be expected. This was never about the money. Will had called it hours ago. The man asked Faith, "How much is in there?" She told him, "A little over $500,000. He gave a low whistle. "You hear that, Ev? That's a lot of money you stole."
"Damn right!"
The partner fanned out a stack of bills.
"You could have stopped all this 2 days ago, bitch. I guess they call you Almeja for a reason."
Faith couldn't look at her mother. "Take it," she told the man. That was the deal. Take the money and leave. His friend was ready to do just that. He dropped the bag beside Evelyn's chair and picked up a roll of duct tape from the floor.
"Yo, man, let's go straight up to Buckhead. I'm gonna get me a Jag and—"
2 shots rang out in rapid succession. The duct tape dropped to the floor. It rolled under the chair where Evelyn sat. Then the boy's body collapsed in a heap beside her. The back of his head looked like someone had taken a hammer to it. Blood gushed onto the floor, pooling around the legs of the chair, her mother's feet. The young man said, "He talked too much, don't you think?" Faith's heart was pounding so loudly she could barely hear her own voice. The concealed revolver in her ankle holster felt hot, like it was burning her skin. "Do you really think you're going to make it out of here alive?" He kept the Tech-9 aimed at her mother's head.
"What makes you think I want to get out of here?"
Faith allowed herself to look at her mother. Sweat dripped from Evelyn's face. The edge of the duct tape was pulling away from her cheek. They hadn't bound her. The broken leg ensured she wasn't going anywhere. Still, she was sitting up straight in the chair, shoulders back, hands clasped in her lap. Her mother never slumped. She never gave away anything, except for now. There was fear in her eyes. Not fear of the man with the gun, but fear of what her daughter would be told.